Okay, so just a short lead in this semester. As you know, this is a woodworking and furniture design class, and we spent the first half of the semester learning woodworking techniques, learning all about the tooling at the School of Architecture, and designing projects that we would build the second half of the semester, which was shut down by the COVID virus and the school moving to online classes. And all my students have adapted by finishing their construction drawings, which I'll show you, and making a personal craft project, something a little more modest in scale than full-size furniture they had originally pictured, and using a small set of tools that are available to them. Actually, most of you are familiar with this class. Ryan, you haven't reviewed with us before, but I think you probably filled yourself in at this point about what the goal was and about what we've done since then. So students, I do want to introduce our reviewers. Wu Han Yen is in Providence, Rhode Island, and she teaches at Mass Art. And that sounds like a good gig. Do you like it there? Is that a good place to be?
Yeah, I love Mass Art so far. It's my first year teaching, so it's been a tricky year in teaching and moving remote, but I'm really happy with how we steered the ship last minute, and good. Yeah, so far it's been good.
Teaching is amazing because you just start doing it, right? I mean, they just throw you in there, and then there you are. Now you're teaching. So, well, good. I'm glad you're there. Coleman Coker, you all are familiar with, the Gulf Coast Design Lab and his kitty cat. Or did you just happen to grow 2 pointy ears?
No, this is you. Hi, Luther. Hello.
There he is. There he is. Okay. Ryan Lemo was part of the Visiting Critics Studio this semester, and I've appreciated your work from a distance, Ryan. And I was hoping to get to meet you, but we'll work it out sometime, I'm sure. Okay. And welcome. And you're based in Austin, is that right?
We are, yeah, we're in Austin. And yeah, it was actually our very first office was in the back of Andrew Danziger's hatch workshop. So that's where I first got to dried wood in your kiln before. So I think we've been crossing paths for the last few years and never actually met. So
fantastic. Fantastic. Yes. Andrew is a wood design alumni. John Vico still refers to him as Canoe Boy. And that's a great connection. And our other reviewer is Alex Diamond, who is a graduate of the School of Architecture and who took the wood design class and who also has been working for me for the last, how long now, Alex? Is it like 4 years? I'm going to unmute you real quick here.
Anymore.
Ah, okay. So the critics are unmuted and the students are muted, but Brandon, you're going to be first up. So are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, fantastic. Are there any questions in general before we get started?
A really good question. You had mentioned that everyone had a particular kit, or many students had a particular woodworking kit that they were able to acquire.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that really super briefly?
That's a good question. So the kit is basically up to $75 or up to $80 in hand tools, and they already had a chisel and know how to sharpen it. But the kit would include whatever else they wanted to add, which usually would include something like a Japanese saw for making accurate cuts, maybe a sharpening stone so they can sharpen their chisel, maybe a smaller chisel so they can reach into areas, and maybe a couple of clamps so that they can hold stuff down. In the end, 80 bucks isn't going to buy you a whole lot of tooling, and it was up to each student to decide. But was my thinking was, okay, if you had chisels and a saw and clamps, you could do some basic joinery. So now some of the students, we're going to see one of our students by the end of the discussion today, who actually has power tools and who has basically built the final project as they had originally intended to. There's only 3 students who were able to do that, and I've spread them out over the day. So we will see at the end, we will see one final project that was the final project the student intended to build. And they just were lucky enough to have some tooling and resources nearby, or they owned them themselves. So yeah, that's the toolkit is a little bit flexible depending on what the student wanted.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Brandon, why don't you get us started? Do I need to unmute you? I'm going to unmute you. No, you unmute yourself.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, fantastic.
Okay. So this was the original design that I had made for the semester that I was originally going to build. So this is a bookshelf / model shelf. And so the main concept that drove this design was something that was really dynamic and kind of shifting. And so you can tell that, from this like a very front elevation, that it's very much like just a rectangular box that creates the shelf. But, with this, almost 3-dimensional sculpting about having these planes be pulled forward and backward, that there's really this kind of dynamic when you walk around it. So the shelf would have a real presence in a room and be really like defining. And so, with, everything stacked in there, it's mainly static. But when you walk around, just having this kind of play with like almost an optical illusion, you get this sense of movement in the piece. And so this piece, so the material would be, I was thinking about bamboo plywood, which I ended up working with for my smaller scale project. And so the dimensions of this are 5 feet tall. It is 2 feet 6 inches wide, and then 1 foot 6 in depth. And something I imagined was once it's actually placed in a room, where to like maximize the amount of views that you would get of it, you would actually put one of the shorter sides against a wall. And then that way, it almost kind of like acts as a room divider. And so, I could separate, my living space from my dining table just a bit, having this, almost kind of come out of the wall and having this nice play between solid and void, where, there are moments when you walk by and you only see like slivers of the models or the books that are in there. Other times it's occluded depending on where you're standing in the room and walking around in it. And then at the space, I included a small drawer in there in one of the slots. And so it is, almost like a beveled face onto it that kind of matches up with the curvature that happens around it. And so the way that you can achieve the this kind of optical illusion that you get is actually it's a hyperbolic paraboloid that's kind of cut into that face. And then then looking at how do you really highlight that? I think this material really highlights it quite well. Having this vertical grain going up and seeing what were these flat pieces versus what are these kind of curves and angles that are cut into it. And then moving on to the construction documents. So here's just like an axon, an exploded axon of all the different parts that go into it. And so the main parts I saw were these three pieces that composed of a shell and then the actual shelving themselves, with the top and bottom shell being slightly different dimensions and having different joinery that actually attaches to the shell. And then the components of the drawer itself, which is a pretty typical drawer, except that it doesn't have a flat face that you then attach this exposed face to, but rather it itself is the face onto the drawer because of the shape. And so it's the construction utilizes a series of rabbets or grooves that slot into the wood so that way it's mechanically fastened on these edges. And then some miters, that way you get this seamless joint where you almost feel like this parallelogram was folded and wrapped around the corner versus the other corner is actually just the same thing where it's a parallelogram, but actually the wrapping is a void this time on this other corner. And then a series of dominoes to actually attach these shelves into it. And then all of these, exposed edges on the face of it are actually rolling bevels. So there's actually a change in the amounts of, bevel in terms of the angle that it has. So it transitions from one angle to another. And so throughout the entire length of the edge, it's always changing slightly. So you get this nice curvature and you get this very monolithic appearance to it because it almost feels so seamless. There aren't any big breaks that happen in it. So here you can see that the overall dimensions of it and the way that it leans forward on one side and then leans back on the other, and you get this really nice play with the angles, and so that each piece all together forms this really monolithic piece that's very unified, and with this nice changing angle that happens across the face. And so when I thought about actually constructing it, I thought it'd be easier to probably, I guess, plan to build and cut out each piece and kind of do the joinery and then do the final shaping in terms of the curvatures that they all match up at the end with these rolling bevels, because they'll be 94 degrees on one end and then 104 degrees on the other end. So you get this nice change of the angle throughout the whole piece, but because they're so different on each shelf where they're all the same angle at one end, and then this is all the same on this end, but depending on the length of it, the bevels are different, so you can't make a jig to cut it consistently because each piece is slightly different from the other.
Mhm.
So here, so these are the three shell pieces, and so they're pretty straightforward. Where so these two form that back edge with that fold and the a miter separating the two, and so you have to keep in order for the drawer to work, you needed to keep these two faces parallel to each other, or else the drawer wouldn't be able to slide out. So these are still parallel, kind of the square part of this, and then everything else is kind of either at an angle or a curve to match. And so, so these just have a series of dominoes or rabbets connecting them to the shelves themselves. And then here are the shelves. So there are 6 pieces. So 4 of these are like, those inner shelves that are the same dimensions. And then the top shelf is almost like a cap sitting on top of it. So it is the full width of the 2.5 feet. And then, it receives them with these little rabbets. So that way they cap the top of the shelf pieces. And then, the bottom sits in there. And then here are all the pieces that go into the drawer. So, having these two almost like folded pieces becoming the face. And so they also have to line up with the curvature that's happening with the 3-dimensional shelf that kind of twists as it, comes, vertically and horizontally. And so that's why I recessed it backwards just a little bit into the shelf itself. Now you get this distinction between what is the drawer and what is that shelf. And so this is a pretty conventional way of building a drawer. having the groove and then some dominoes, just kind of all attaching it together. And then have some feet so that way it kind of elevates it off of the ground. So you get this very slight shadow line with the actual drawer. So it's not, just, straight up against the floor. It actually has this little gap, little reveal in it. And so that is it for the construction drawings and what I was originally planning to build. And then so what I ended up building was actually a smaller version of this shelf. So here it is. So the dimensions are it's 2 feet tall and then 3 feet long and then 1 foot 6 inches wide. And so, yeah, what I liked about this was it was kind of like everything that all of the skills that I would need to build a larger piece, but then in a way condensing it down and making it slightly smaller. So I kept these nice like rolling bevels across both the back and the front faces of it. And then introducing, some of these pieces that go in the other direction for lateral stability. And so I thought it was really nice, still recessing it backwards and having this nice play of, this, what is open and what is, solid. And you get this nice effect of this wrapping around where if you were to like follow, one of the long grains around, you could like tell, where is it, changing in terms of, the angle of these pieces, where you have like these parallelograms that kind of shift and turn and almost wrap around the entire shell. And then having also this middle shell in between. And so from some angles, you get this really dramatic, shape that comes out of it where, versus the front, it's perfectly square. And then as you slowly turn each degree, you still get that nice changing profile to it where the actual shelf looks like it's almost morphing as you walk around it. Versus, so this is like a few degrees over, to the right, where this shape is actually quite different in terms of how dramatic it is. And it just changes all the way across as, you have, this end coming outward and then this end pulling inward. And then here are some of the details of, what is it like, really expressing this end grain that goes around the whole edges and you can, see the profile as it changes. And so in terms of construction, so here I cut a series of rabbets on the top and bottom shells to receive these side pieces. And then to connect this metal shelf, I actually use a series of dowels to go into here and connect to this main piece. And then this way there wasn't really any exposed hardware or anything else to like fill or plug in. Yeah, and then here's some of the details of, that these like back pieces that provide this lateral stability. And so the same thing. So here it is with some of my models that I have over the years. And so this is the way that I would be keeping it is, storing models on here, ones that I built. And what I really liked about it was that, so you could have, some models and depending on where you were, you would only see parts of it as, these angles would cover up some of the models. And then it kind of makes you want to like turn and move around to see more of it. So there's, this still like nice play between, what you can see and what you can't see based on this solid and void. And then, here's a final shot of it from the, well, I can kind of consider the front open face, but really I think I would put it against the wall on one of these short ends. And then that way, so when you walk around, you would see this face, and this face, and this is against the solid wall itself, or the space. And that's it. Any questions or comments?
Can we go to see the video, the rotating video, just maybe to have as the background?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, I'll jump in. I guess I've never reviewed a wood design course before, so it's super interesting, and I think it's obviously a really beautiful piece that's super well considered. And I feel like I almost like the final version of what you ended up with almost a tiny little bit more, because I think it almost I think it really encapsulates the kind of like sculptural quality of what you're. If you could pause that just for a really quick second, I think there's a few moments on the larger one where like I think I can annotate here, where like some of these kind of sculptural moments come together, which are like a little like maybe like they need to be there to kind of assemble the whole piece, but in terms of the full like sculptural quality, they kind of like feel a little like this connection feels slightly out of scale with the other pieces, and almost it feels a little bit under scale. If you pop back to that final piece that you have, just all the connections feel like really if you just click on that one in the background real quick, the kind of sculptural quality of it is wonderful. Like I said, a quick question, I think you did touch on this, but like so right here, this joint is all kind of in plane, right? Like that's all the same, like these things all twist, right? And so we end up with these slight moments like over here and over here where the face, like where you picked, like I think this is what I'm looking at, where you matched up this angle and that angle. Is that right?
Right. So yeah, so like on these corners, they're not quite at angles. They actually have this because it's like a hyperbolic paraboloid. It's almost a double curvature that it has.
So it's like vertical here, and then it like peels back a little bit this way.
Yeah, so the whole angle actually continues this way, and then you also have that separate angle on the top coming in through here.
And so I think on those joints, they like work really, like they work well, right? At this joint, it kind of like comes together well. And if you go to the other side, the left side, it's like maybe it's slightly less elegantly resolved, right? I mean, I definitely, you just end up with like, that kind of different joint there. So I think, yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful piece, just so interesting by having these paraboloids you're working with. You end up with all these like super tricky little connections that I think there's like a simplicity when you look at it from really far away and get closer. And I think the kind of beauty is in those resolutions. It's a really beautiful piece.
Hey, Brandon, this is Coleman. The material that you're using, I missed in the beginning. You said it's bamboo. Can you talk about that a little more?
Yeah, so it's
bamboo and so forth.
Yeah, so it's a bamboo plywood. So they come in 4x8 sheets, just like normal plywood. And so these sheets come with long grains on the inside and outside face, and then you get this cross grain in the other direction. So it's a 3-ply bamboo plywood. So so what's nice about the bamboo is that it's a really sustainable material. And so because just like it's grass, so unlike trees that take centuries or even thousands of years to grow into these large sheets that you could use, these actually grow quite quickly, and so that's what's nice and sustainable about it. Sure. And I think that the bamboo plywood is actually harder than most hardwoods. I think it's harder than maple, so it's be a really durable material.
Yeah, right. It's very sustainable. I really hope you'll go back and build your original piece. The dynamics of it is beautiful. It really, can we go back to that just for a moment? Yeah, the proportions are dead on. I like the fact that it's heavy and light at the same time. That's really quite beautiful in the way you've done it. I'd like to see if you how you loaded those very points. Stop right there if you would. Rotate on around the very end points of the shells, if they would eventually get any deflection. Being bamboo, I know it's very strong, and particularly since it's cross-grained like that, it probably wouldn't. It depended on what you loaded it with. For my money, I think the compromise of using a sustainable material is having that cross-grain edge exposed seems to take something away, at least from my eye, of the materiality versus the form. To me, this seems like an extraordinary form. Let's look at your piece you really built again. Yeah, we don't quite see that dynamic as much, but I tend to focus on those edges when my eye wants to more look at the form itself. And if it were out of solid stock, oak or something, we wouldn't have that. I'm not complaining about it particularly because I understand your motivations. I just find that my eye keeps going to those edges. Can we rotate this one back around too? I had one question on the other side. Yeah, right there. The pieces that you have for lateral support, why did you choose to set those in instead of flush? Is it because of the grain there at the edge?
So the reason why I set them in was I actually liked having this like slight shadow line and kind of really emphasizing the curvature of the edges rather than this like flat plane that you would create. Yeah. And then I did try it where it was flush, and you get this like weird kind of illusion because you have this flat piece almost on top of the curvature, as if you're almost segmenting the curvature instead of letting the curvature kind of flow.
Yeah, yeah. I understand that, and it's beautiful in its own way, but I think it takes away from the I don't want to say solidity of the form, but it tends to be a fill piece once you set it in a little bit. Back to the original piece again that you had, I don't think that was a detail that showed up anywhere. And it felt more solid to me. It felt more sculptural, I guess, than the lateral supports feel almost like they're there for structural need. So I'd think about that possibility as well. Your original, can you rotate counterclockwise a bit on this one? Or maybe you have to go, yeah, keep going a little further. Yeah, there you go. At that point, I would love to see those horizontal shelves have some weight to them as well. I know this is asking a lot, but if those shelves were flat on the top, but they began to come a little thicker as they got outside, so those shelves themselves had weight. The verticals are so solid and strong, but the shelves themselves seem a little timid right now. It would take, forming those three-dimensionally, but I think that would bring it out into, I think, more of your intention, the way I understood your description. But this is a beautiful piece. It's one of the I think most beautiful pieces I've seen in Mark's studios over the years, as far as just the sheer sculptural quality of it. It's quite beautiful.
Yeah, I think that was also an interesting comment about the possibility of shaping and playing with the thickness, perhaps, because the thing that's nice about the bamboo ply, which is different from most other plywoods, is that it almost has that solid wood quality where you can cut into the edge grain, and the plies are actually almost as nice, if or they are as nice as the surface. So you can really kind of, maybe create profiles or do what Coleman was talking about with having different kind of thicknesses or things like that. But so, which is interesting when thinking about the idea of using it or making it out of solid wood instead. But I feel like it's this, it's this kind of very rigorous geometric kind of exploration that you're doing. And so in a certain way, it kind of makes sense to use plywood. That is a material that kind of maybe lends itself to that kind of exploration at the same time. So I maybe could go either way on that one. I do like how you were playing with the edge profile and having the ability to, this idea of the rolling bevel from one side to the other. But yeah, I definitely agree with Coleman that there maybe could be more to that, and I think because the bamboo ply kind of wants that, it kind of wants to show off that it's all this beautiful material throughout. There's no crappy part of it, really. There's this interesting part that you talked a little bit about, which is the drawer front, and how it's, I guess conceptually that surface would be a curvature, and you've kind of turned it into this folded plane, which is interesting. And it makes me think that that form, I mean, that is kind of what the whole thing is all about. That's what is that's the form that you don't see, but that's the form that's on the entire front of this thing that's happening. And so, I mean, I know it would have been hard to do in the one that you built with, you know, lacking of tools and things like that. But it seems like there was, even in the first version that you didn't build, maybe, I don't really know what I would suggest, but maybe there's more of a way to explore that geometry somehow, because I feel like there's a lot, maybe there, I don't know, maybe there's too many planes or something like that. I'm not quite sure what I mean.
Hey, Alex, have you worked with bamboo before? I haven't. I don't know the qualities. Does it cut like wood? Do the edges, you know, since it's technically a grass, does it, how does it feel as compared to working with wood?
Well, it's not, I mean, it's not definitely the same as solid wood, but it's closer than really any other plywood. And so there are some benefits in that way. But I mean, you know, for instance, maybe if you were to laminate two pieces and get a double thickness, you could have the ability to do the kind of shaping you're talking about. Although I haven't done that before. I mean, Mark could probably comment more on that, but we did work with it a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
So Brenda, did you finish the final piece while you were still at school before it closed?
No. So I built this in my living room of my apartment.
Wow.
Yeah. So the basic tools was you know, a Japanese saw to cut them into the general shape of them,
Oh,
and then
wow.
using a Japanese saw / like chisel to cut these rabbets into the, you know, these top and bottom pieces. A drill to, you know, make the holes for these dowels. And then using, so I used a hand plane as well as my Japanese saw to cut these rolling bevels. Yeah, it was kind of an interesting process figuring out how to do these, because the thing with the hand plane was that, you know, it usually registers off of a flat surface, and because the profile is always changing across the entire length, it was a little interesting getting it to register right as I'm cutting across. So I actually had to do this kind of motion of twisting while I'm using it in order to, yeah, get that finished bevel.
But the way you did the rolling bevel with a hand plane is how you would have done it, right? Even if you were in a school shop.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because there's no like tool that could cut this changing angle across the whole face.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with both Ryan and Coleman in terms of, I think what you ended up here is actually a little bit more elegant of a solution. I feel like in your original drawing, there's a little bit too much going on, at least for me. And then I really like the idea of making it, if you can, in solid wood, because I agree that the edge where it's like this end grain look is a little distracting when you kept on describing your piece as like monolithic. And I feel like, to me, bamboo plywood doesn't speak of monolithic as much as more maybe like sustainability, right? So if it was like an open grain, like, I don't know, I could see it in ash or Douglas fir and it would look really beautiful if you just can see the grain continue all the way around the whole case. And also instead of doing the drawer, maybe you can play with changing of the thicknesses of the shelves, like what Coleman was talking about. And I think it could push the design even further. But I really, I really want to commend you on what you ended up with, and your drawings are just so beautiful and so clear. I've been teaching in sculpture, so it's really nice to see construction drawings that are like so clear. So maybe that's how everyone's drawings are, but you're going first, so I really enjoy seeing your drawings and your renderings.
I agree completely. Mark, you may have just learned a new technique in limiting your students just to 3-4 hand tools to build their whole project. I love the fact that Brandon, you did this in your living room. That is remarkable, truly remarkable.
It is quite staggering, actually, that he was able to do all that with a few hand tools. The cuts look really precise, and the joinery looks good. I mean,
sorry, did you do all of the cuts, like even the rips?
Yeah, so I bought this the whole sheet from Mark, and it wasn't going to fit in my car, so I had him cut it into 3 pieces. So it's still like 4 feet by 3 feet. I think was like the biggest size. But then cutting down all of them to the individual pieces still by a Japanese saw.
Okay.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah, that's discipline, Brandon.
Unbelievable. And are there any other last comments for Brandon before we move on? Yeah, it's a very impressive piece of work, considering the tooling that you had. And there is, as the reviewers were saying, you're striking a balance between the form of it, which is monolithic and contains these hyperbolic paraboloid shapes that are just implied, and the actual material that you're using, which is a panel material of consistent thickness. You know, when I look at these, the reinforcements on this side, on this elevation, and the way they're set in, that feels somewhat counterintuitive to the way you dealt with the drawer in the full-size version, which the drawer more or less tried to follow the shape of the hyperbolic paraboloid, even though it was faceted. But there's always some issues like that. The bigger piece would have to have been built with an engineered or a laminated material like this, because of the cantilevers. You would need that cross grain strength, and because of the widths of those panels going across grain. But the smaller piece could have been built with solid wood, and it would not have structurally created any problems. But I also understand the panel material enabled you to just not have to glue panels together that you didn't have the clamps for and the tooling to work with. So the plywood bamboo definitely facilitated this design being made in the limited time that you had. So anyway, all in all, really.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just had one question. Did you choose the material before the coronavirus stuff, or was that chosen later?
So I had originally, chosen the bamboo plywood. Like Mark said, like the ease with getting started, and then also like the scale of the larger piece just kind of lend itself to some type of plywood. So I was originally thinking of like a Baltic birch plywood, but then Mark showed us an example of this bamboo plywood, and I was like, oh, I think this is the material. So yeah, I chose it before, and then
I think I would also document this with books instead of models if I were you. I feel like the models sort of take away from the form of it a little bit. But yeah.
Fair enough suggestion. Right, the models have their own floor plans that may or may not actually correspond or relate to the shapes of the shelves. But good documentation. Great work, Brandon. Thank you. Thanks so much. All righty. Appreciate it. Okay, next up we will have Allie. And tell us a little bit about yourself. You are a historic preservation major.
Yes. So let me see here. Is that showing on everyone's screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Yes, so I came into this course with a little bit of a different motivation than I think most of the architecture students. Since I am in historic preservation, my interest was more in learning the hands-on skills that went into a lot of the objects that I would go on to conserve in my professional career. My background is in stained glass, so I gravitated towards completing a wooden window frame. And the image you're seeing here is kind of the first iteration of my designs, as well as the some precedent that I took inspiration from. I found this book called A Handbook of Ornament by Franz Meyer, who documented a lot of historic Gothic tracery. The lower left image, kind of right here, is the one that I initially drew inspiration from. I edited some of the proportions so that it would fit within a more basic house window frame with the intention of putting it in a window eventually. However, after kind of the first review that we had, this was just too much work to complete within the semester. So I made some further edits and went for a transom light instead. And this was the project that I was intending to build. These are the construction drawings. It kind of consists of a main medallion with a quatrefoil in the center for opening, with an opening for stained glass, as well as 4 more openings kind of in this triangle shape. All these edges here would be carved, kind of sloping, and this is the front of the object. And then I broke up in my construction drawings each level of the frame, since it would be constructed of different pieces of cherry wood. And then as the construction drawings get a little bit more detailed, I tried to emphasize where the carving would be happening, the different joinery that would be required, as well as how the stops and the glass would be held inside the frame. And all these pieces are kind of exploded outwards to show the separate pieces of wood that would need to be carved down. And then this is the interior main medallion. Again, kind of that same logic of exploding out each wooden portion, highlighting the joinery. So here I would be using mostly splines to attach to this, as well as wood glue to hold kind of this long grain element here. And this is what I ended up building. So for my individual craft project, I scaled it down even further to that kind of main quatrefoil style and carved this piece out of 1 cherry board. So it kind of has the same kind of carved line that I intended the original frame to have, as well as kind of these partially carved out notches. That's kind of from an angle so you can see a little bit more of this curved element. and the back where I carved out a simple stop with the hand tools, and where I will eventually insert a piece of stained glass. And then this is kind of the intention of what I would like to put in there once I have access to a studio again to build. So my inspiration here was drawn from a Tiffany window where he put a lot of copper foiled foliage in there. I'm really drawn to kind of the mottled appearance as well as the random lines here of the foliage. I think it would work well in the frame.
And you know how to do leaded glass and stained
Yes.
glass,
Right.
I was wondering if the leading has a relation, if the shape and form of the leading had a relationship to the quatrefoil shape.
No, I kind of wanted to break away from the main quatrefoil shape of having kind of those radial circles. Here, I liked the randomness of the copper foil. And it is also, these pieces are small enough. I've kind of enlarged this image here, but it's part of a much larger panel. So the pieces are, maybe 3 inches max. And I thought multiple small pieces in this smaller frame would work better than just having a couple larger pieces, because then it starts to play a little bit more into geometry than I wanted it to have.
And the word quatrefoil, wow. That is a word we just don't get to say often enough.
Right, well, now's the time.
Wow.
Nor tracery, both of those.
Muntins? Okay, what's the difference between a mullion and a muntin?
Oh no, okay. I get this wrong every time. Okay, so
I'll believe you either way.
Oh no. So one of them is the structural element, and then one of them just separates each pane of or light of glass. So I believe the mullion is the one that is structural, and the muntin would be, so these would be the mullions, and I believe, let's see, I got it right in my vocabulary. Yeah, mullions are the structural, and then the muntins are for holding the individual panes of glass.
Okay, yeah, fantastic.
Mark, I'm actually old enough. To the first office I worked in, we used the terms mullions and muntins to describe windows, so it's not used anymore, but even up until the 60s and 70s, depending on what you were doing. Allie, can I ask just one question? What is the scale of the piece that you did at home, the piece you actually executed? What is the scale of that?
It's about 1 foot by 1 foot.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
And how did you cut out the medallion opening?
Yeah, so I used a drill to make multiple reliefs around the quatrefoil, and then I used a coping saw to cut out the interior piece slowly, and then used some hand chisels for everything else.
This is interesting because I feel like it might be one of the, I'm just thinking before seeing other projects, but this might be one of the only projects where it maybe made sense to be unable to use a contemporary wood shop. And so that's kind of one exciting thing. I guess if you were planning, so you were planning to make this in the shop, were you still planning to use a ton of hand tools, or did you have a plan that involved other things? I guess I'm wondering what you had planned for that.
I was planning on using several hand tools, and then we also spoke about using, I'm blanking on the name of the tool, but it has the collar on it. Mark, maybe you remember.
Is it the domino?
Router,
router.
yes, the router
router.
with a collar for some of the more consistent curves and making a pattern to follow for that.
Mhm.
And then the Morrison tenon joint would be made with the mortiser. But yes, it would have involved hand tools.
Just picking up what Alex was starting to say there, what I think is so interesting and exciting about this piece, and it's such a fascinating juxtaposition to see, to see your incredibly detailed drawings that really reference like how this is made, right? You have each individual piece, and there's the hand carving, and like the way that the piece is assembled kind of ties into the historic nature of what you were doing, and then seeing those same forms translated onto a sheet of plywood, and there's like such this this very strong like the let me try this again. So the forms that you're seeing on the screen now feel like they're tied to the way that you make them with your hand, and then the final piece that you made is kind of like in contrast to that, right? Because it almost feels at odds with the way that it was made, like the quatrefoil form, like it was very difficult to do those. And I think what's so interesting about this is there's this whole discussion of ornamentation, like contemporary ornamentation that you're able to do with contemporary tools, right? Using a CNC router, using all these other pieces. And I think it's so interesting to see these historic recreation of form, and then see your kind of contemporary form, and the way that, again, as an architect thinking about this, not as a historic preservationist, like what opportunities are afforded to us now with the tools that we have to play in this world of ornamentation. There's so many new tools that are available to us that were not available to you, quarantined at home. I think it's a really interesting juxtaposition, and opens a lot of interesting questions about what's possible today with, in particular, CNC routers.
So Ali, are you an architecture student?
Yes, the Masters of Historic Preservation is in the School of Architecture, but my background is not. So this is my first review. I apologize if my presentation was kind of short.
Oh no, you're doing great.
No.
Can you show the cherry one?
Yeah, absolutely.
And did you talk about why the choice of using cherry?
Yes, I can talk about that. So this one was kind of a discussion between Mark and John and myself, and I originally had thought of using pine because historically a lot of windows in the US did use a pine, but they probably used the old growth pine, so a lot sturdier. Not something that I have the money for purchasing today. So cherry was recommended to me due to its strength and great machining qualities, and I found it really great to carve. So it was a good choice in the end. Much better than pine would have been, I'm sure.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know.
We did some exercises in pine and soft maple, and yeah, it seemed very important to choose a wood with good workability. Yeah.
Ellie, this piece we're looking at here, was this done in the shop, or did you do some of this at home, all of it?
I did all of it at home. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, this piece that we're looking at has more of a contemporary feel to it, in that, there's a flatness to it and so forth. The other piece would have been, wow, all the pieces to put that together. That would have been an additive process, where this is a subtractive process. You're essentially taking one piece of wood and taking away, where the other was a lot of pieces of material being put together to form something whole. That in itself is an extraordinary and interesting exploration. I wish you had the opportunity to perhaps do the other one and see the level of difference between the two. Just this alone blows my mind. I'm thinking of original Gothic tracery was made of stone, and the stone carvers themselves were true artists. And the fact that you did this in wood at home is pretty remarkable in and of itself. Do you think you'll ever have the opportunity to build the other one?
I'm not sure if I'll have the opportunity based on my academic schedule for next year and whether things will actually be open or closed, but maybe in the future I'll have to conserve something and this will be a useful.
Well, it's extraordinarily elaborate, in the dimensionality of it. It would be very delicate, visually delicate as well.
Yeah.
They're just two different animals, like this one and the original intention are so different in not only their construction, but I think the way we would read them. Not that one's better than the other, they're just quite different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you put stained glass in this, or is that an intention?
Yeah, I intend to put stained glass, copper foil instead of lead, just because it can provide more delicate matrix and less of a wide profile for the piece, which I think will fit better with this panel. But yes, once studio time becomes available again.
Do you intend on finishing this off, the wood itself?
Just a clear coat, probably. It will be inside, not exposed to weather, so it'll just be hanging in a window.
This, you clearly read the grain of the cherry, horizontal. You wouldn't have had any of that on the other one. So again, just really quite different.
I am curious. I'm curious about the four corners because I see the quatrefoil and then the indentation within the circles circumscribed around the quatrefoil. But then the four corners, there was in the original project, there was more of almost a lattice work. There was more transparency, basically. And so, I have two questions. One is, why that triangle in the corner doesn't also follow the circle circumscribed around the quatrefoil? Exactly.
This one?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, when I was drawing it out, I did draw a round shape here, and I didn't like it as much as the sharp corner or sharp triangle look. So I went with that. And in the craft project proposal that I sent to you, the drawings, this triangle was open. But as I was kind of working it with the chisel, I was not comfortable with how much the pressure I was putting next to the short grain here. So I decided to carve instead of drill all the way through and take that out. And then I also thought a little bit about what I would put there in terms of glass. Yeah. And it's so small, it would probably just be one little piece of glass. And I just, I didn't like it as much as keeping it as the carved wood element.
Well, I guess I wonder, right, if how we could visualize both of those. I mean, you have a drawing of this as well, but when I realized that corner would be a relatively small piece, but there's something about the transparency of Gothic tracery that would be reinforced by having those corners open. And I mean, at least in my mind as well, by them relating also to the geometry of the circle around the quatrefoil. There's almost every one of the examples you've shown, every mullion is a consistent width. It's the same width all the way around. And around that triangle, you have the angled mullion. I'm going to say mullion for now.
Okay.
That actually changes and it's wider and then gets thinner and gets wider and then it gets thinner in the middle and then it gets wider again at the end. So, I mean, I think those are things to at least consider. As far as how delicate it would be when you cut through it, yeah, that's a reasonable concern. The short grain, and we all know that the grain direction is sort of unilateral on this design or this piece because of the limitations we were working with. But I'm still wondering if it would be strong enough if you had simply punctured through. Anyway, something to think about. Do any of the other reviewers wonder about the same thing?
Yes and no. I'll go back to I think what I may have said this before. This feels very contemporary. It's almost what our time would do to interpret something that was as elaborate as the tracery. I'm not saying it's stylistically it's a cop out, but it's just a gelling down of what was and now what is. You know, trying to use more contemporary tools and stuff. Now, I know that Allie, you did this all by hand. That and it wasn't your original intent. I would love to have seen you do the other. That was so detailed in so many pieces. Gosh, Mark, could she have done this in a semester? That original?
It would have been tricky. I mean, that is even your revised final project design has a lot of components and a lot of complexity. You'd have been kind of living at the wood shop to get that done. It's still quite complex. But I mean, I think it was possible at least. Yeah.
So Allie, when you normally work with stained glass, what is that process? Like, are you working with the existing structure? Is it going into a wood frame or how does it happen?
Both, I think. So I do restore as well as build new pieces. Is that kind of what you were?
So when you build new pieces, how does that happen?
So the studio I used to work with had a design team that would work with the client, and they would come up with the panel or window that they were looking for. And then we would get build or construction patterns on full size to scale. And we would cut the glass, lead it or copper foil, cement it, and then it would go out to be installed in either stone or wood frame.
Okay.
Sometimes steel as well, but rarer.
I mean, based on this beautiful piece that you finished with, it looks like you enjoyed the process, and I think it's a great way of doing a series of these where you just have little 12 by 12 pieces to work with, and you know, you have the tools now, and then if stained glass is something you're going to keep working with, I think you really have you've demonstrated that you're able to do this at home, and it might be a fun thing to do this summer. And once you can get back into a stained glass studio again, to play with these structures and carvings that you've created, I think that's a great, I encourage you to do that if that sounds fun.
I have time this summer, so that would be it'd be a fun thing. Yeah.
It's a great suggestion. You do it.
I also have a question about your stained glass work. Is the picture you showed, or I guess when you work in stained glass, is it also in a historic preservation context? Does that make sense?
Yeah, generally. So prior to entering grad school, I was working as a restorer for stained glass. So
Okay.
generally what we would get would be windows in a state of disrepair that we would need to fix, and that involved disassembly and then reassembly of the full panel. So
Oh,
it's a
wow.
great opportunity to really pick apart different studios' building techniques, and you would learn, you know, how you could see how they put it together by taking it apart and then getting to put it back together again.
Yeah, wow.
So that image was from a panel that I restored, but I really like it as inspiration. So giving that a go, I think would work well.
Okay.
And I think we just didn't touch on too much, but you know, your original construction drawings were obviously wonderfully detailed as well, and really thoroughly considered. So I think that's super commendable. Just really beautiful assembly drawings. It's nice to see.
It's tricky to convey. I mean, there are some conventions for how to draw the complexity of the profiles. You know, you did a little section through here so we could see that profile.
Mm-hmm.
You did other sections so that we could tell. But then I also like the crosshatch drawing, which kind of showed the
Yeah.
that the profile had to sort of change and modulate depending on what was nearby it. But as I'm thinking again about, you know, the concern about cutting through this is that if you cut out this triangle right here, that you would have short grain over here that might be vulnerable to breaking.
Yeah.
But still, on the whole, that whole piece is also still held by the grain on this side as well. And my inclination is that although there might be a risk involved in that, it's still quite possible because this piece is still being held on by that piece and that piece and that piece. So I think you could perforate this a little bit more if you desire to do so.
Okay.
Isn't that also kind of the risk inherent in this kind of work, like with the fragility of the members that are typical in these kind of designs and Gothic tracery and things like that? It's almost like you look at these things and you're like, how the heck did they think that was gonna, work for hundreds of years? But it did apparently. So I feel like maybe there was a missed opportunity in this piece to kind of push the boundaries of how fragile you can carve this solid plank of cherry into. I think it's interesting what Coleman said about how it's kind of transformed into a more contemporary feel. I guess my question would be, is that as a historic preservation student or historic preservationist, is that something you're concerned with? Kind of bringing a historic language into a more contemporary way, or not so much?
I'm not sure that's something that I considered when choosing this design. When we got switched over to working at home and I had to come up with a new plan, my focus was making an opportunity, giving myself an opportunity to learn how to carve. And so this was kind of an assignment to practice the skills that I would have needed to complete my larger project. So I think the design here was based more on simplifying the original, and while not consciously considering more modern aesthetics, I can see where the kind of simplification of Gothic tracery has probably been influenced by, what do I want to see in my window for a final product.
Well, and you have taken quite a few risks to do this, and you've really you pulled it off quite well. It looks like the carved areas are really nicely finished out. Well, I saw this the other day, and they are well finished out.
Thank you.
And so we can't help but discuss other risks that we might have pushed you towards if we had the opportunity. But you've definitely stepped out into new territory for yourself, and it looks quite good, Allie. So thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All righty, cheers. And our next presenter will be Angela. Hi. I'm going to unmute you. There we go. Okay.
Hi, sorry, I didn't.
Hello. It's all right.
Hello.
So, good morning. Yes. Why don't you get us started? How be?
Sure. Here, let me share my screen real quick. Hello, everyone. I'm Angela, by the way, and thank you guys so much for coming. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out which screen to share. It is very tricky. Wait, what? Sorry. It's not letting me share.
Let's see. I have that all participants can share.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll just share it one by one. Are you seeing my desktop, or you're only seeing this rendering?
Just the rendering.
Oh, okay. That's very strange because it wouldn't let me share my desktop. But I'll just start one by one. I'm so sorry about that.
Okay.
So I have, so my initial final project is it's completely different project than the final personal craft project that I did we finished for the semester. So I'll just start with the initial design. So this wood vanity is a gift for my friend that she just recently get married. Originally, I was planning to finish this piece and then send it to her as a wedding gift, but because of the whole coronavirus thing, I cannot get access to our wood shop anymore. So I just finished the CD drawing and maybe wait until the summer to finish it. And here you can see a rendering of it. And then, sorry, I'm gonna stop sharing and then share it again, my drawing. And here's the drawing that the CD drawing that I did for the vanity. So I started off with the desktop. Not the desktop, the top piece of this whole project. As you can see from here, I have two kind of circles kind of like touching each other. And then here's the mirror. And Mark and I talked a lot about how to detail this mirror, like how to mount it on top of the wood. And we decided to use this angle bracket. And then here is the legs. I kind of, so in the previous drawing, you can see, in the rendering, sorry, you can see that I was trying to mimic, the leg is trying to mimic whatever shape is on top of it. So it's like have the whole elegant shape. And then these are the supporting structure, all the legs. And these are the two storage space on the bottom. Initially, I got really ambitious. I was gonna make a lot of drawers, but originally I was planning to make it out, like to actually make this project. So Mark and I talk a lot about like the reality issue, and ended up I simplified them, and then just have two ended up with two storage space. One is just a circle, and then one is like a bucket that my friend can put her skincare on top of this one. So yeah, this is my first project. So this is the original final project, and then move on to the final project. The final personal craft project is just a very simple coffee table. It is only made out of 2x4 lumbers, and as you can see from here, I chose to dovetail join. Me and Mark talk several times about like what kind of joint I want to do for the joint. I try 45-degree angle. I try like the finger cross joint, and then I decided to go back. I spent like 3 days to experiment how to do this dovetail joint, and in the end, it turned out to be working. Oh, sorry, you're not seeing this. Here, let me show you the final outcome. So this is like 3 days after I finally make a joint that actually work together, and then I assemble them together and flip it over, and then here's the final outcome. And yeah, this is it.
So you did do the dovetails.
Yes, I ended up with the dovetail because I felt like it's just, I don't want to give it up so easily, especially I invested so much time on it. So even though I was running out of wood, so I just trimmed off the top one and then just started over. And I ended up like creating more than 10 dovetail, and then finally got it one working. So I just kept going. Just want to give myself a little challenge. And it's really fun. I really enjoyed this last week of my college life, just like devote myself into the woodworking. It's just very relaxing, and I really enjoyed it. I'm really glad that I made a decision just to decide to finish this project.
Good.
Is that pressure treated Southern Yellow Pine?
Yes, so originally we decided we were talking about using cedar, but in Home Depot they only have raw cedar, and my family didn't really like the finish of the wood, and they really like the grain of like the pattern of treated what is it called, treated pine. And then we bought it, and I told Mark I got this one. Mark was like, okay, just be careful with, it's very toxic, and yeah, understand all of the risks, but yeah, we already got the wood, and so we're just like, okay, just go with it.
But I assume it's going to be out of doors, is that correct?
Yes, this is outdoor, and they only have cedar or the treated pine for outdoor. That's
well, this is not a critique, but if you ever use it, put a tablecloth or something over it, because food coming in contact with that, it can be poisonous. So just a
yeah, definitely. I understand that. Thank you.
Your original design would have been a very generous wedding gift. Can you talk a little bit about this great departure from that to this?
Sure. Do you want me to go back to the rendering?
Oh, I'm just wondering, like, you know, like the other people's design or craft projects so far has been sort of like a simplified version of their original plan, whereas this one is completely different.
Yeah.
In terms of design and also intent and also material choice.
Yeah, so it's actually related with my just it's like a family issue, I guess. So originally, my family, I'm living with my aunt and uncle since the whole breakout of the coronavirus, and they're very cautious about like getting out of the house. And so originally they wouldn't let me, like they're not supporting me to keep going with this course, like keep going with the woodworking, because they feel like you once you start this project you're going to go to Home Depot every single day, and it ended up very true because I went to Home Depot like 4 times in the past 7 days. But
Mhm.
it's just a lot of negotiation, and I show tons of like inspiration images to my aunt. I was like, don't you feel like it's going to be so much fun if we can create our own furniture? And finally she's like, okay, let's just make something and make something outside so you won't bring a virus in. So that's the whole turnaround when I finally got granted to keep working on this course. So yeah, so my clients definitely shift from a wedding gift to my friend so to my aunt, like my family. So
Mm.
that's the reason that I shifted. But if I have the condition, like have the tools, have the environment and the material, I'll definitely jump back in to create that piece for my friend. I would love to.
Can you,
Sorry, can we take a look at the construction drawings of the original piece that you're going to do one more time? Is that
Yeah, sure. Sorry, it just wouldn't let me share my whole desktop, so I have to share it one by one.
it's true. Yeah.
I should have combined them all together. Are you seeing it right now?
Yeah, this is perfect. So
Yes.
were you going to bend dowels? Like what was the, and I'm just not as familiar with like what was your plan for these very small like dowel structures that have complex geometry to them?
Okay, I just zoom it in. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
So this is a quarter thick and 2 inches tall. I would say it's called lumber, and then I was just gonna a little bit bending it to in the end, creating a template, and then just me and Mark haven't talked about the detail of how to bend it, but if I'm gonna do it, I think probably just gonna be steam the wood and then just bend it according to the template. I don't know if that's gonna actually work. Maybe needs more experimentation on it.
No, I think what's so interesting is that you started with this piece, which is like so delicate, right? If like if you
Uh-huh.
a little bit, like there's this very like beautifully delicate look to it, and I think what you experienced by being forced, you're having your hand forced to using like Home Depot material, and just kind of seeing the amazing. Uh, the way that the available tools, the available materials, the available construction methods can really influence a piece. I just think it's so interesting to start with something so delicate and end up with something so heavy, and hopefully that gives you just like a real appreciation of matching your ambitions and your designs to like to methods that you're able to handle. Like I think it would have been interesting to see if this original design ended up having to evolve a little bit to like match, like the material strength or the ability to steam the pieces. There's so many of these components. I think it's just really interesting, kind of before and after to see when you're really forced to make these things, that all of a sudden the handcrafted nature of it, the skills that the maker possesses, all of a sudden have such an interesting influence on the final design. So I just think it's a really interesting contrast.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. I really appreciate this whole experience, and I thought it's going to be a really simple design for the final personal craft project, but it's much harder than I imagined. Even like lining up all the 7 panels of the table, it took me like at least 2 or 3 hours to figure out how to make them parallel, how to make them equally apart. It's just like the things you thought is so easy and simple is actually, you have a lot to consider. So now coming back to it, I realize how difficult this piece really can be, like if I really am gonna to make it. Because originally I thought, oh, it's just a very simple design, but it's actually a lot of details you need to consider, and it's very hard to make, especially like we're talking about this joint. I cannot imagine how I'm gonna make it if using the existing tool that I have at home.
This design, right? This design depended very much on a lot of specific tooling and techniques that most people wouldn't have in their home shops. So what I just want to point out is that these curved pieces, we were talking about bent lamination, and so they would have been made out of 6 to 8 layers of thin wood that would have been glued together over a bending form. And you would have needed 2 different forms. Well, actually, you'd have needed 3, because each of these half circles is its own radius, and then you would have needed another form for the one that's a straight line with a curve on the end. This would have been a very, as you've already said, this would have been a very intense piece. Now that you've seen the complications that are involved.
What species of wood were you thinking about, or had you gotten that far?
I was thinking of black walnut to create that kind of, to add a little bit of heaviness, because this is a very thin project. So I feel like darker wood will add a little bit, another layer to the aesthetic.
Yeah, there's a deceptive lightness or simplicity to the final model. But when you start taking the pieces and knowing how they're all going together, you begin to realize the complexity of it. Really difficult details to put together there. I know some students will choose steel for the armature, which in this case probably would have worked more efficiently. But hats off for the idea of trying to make it. Back to the table that you actually did build. My students build large scale projects, room size spaces, and we use a lot of pressure treated lumber and so forth. And can you go back to your table quickly?
Sure.
When you actually built? Yeah. Just looking at it, the intention that you set out in the beginning, at least when my students begin to draw the designs, they have a certain lightness and a delicacy to them, but they've never dealt with something like gravity before. And so when you start thinking about how does this actually go together, and how do you resist the force of gravity or the deflection of the wood, things really begin to change. And it looks like you saw some of that, like the 2x4 on the bottom there to hold them together. I think if you had more time, you would have tried to treat that a little more delicately, like a 1x4 or a 2x4 that cut back at angles and so forth. It's rather I don't know, crude, but yet the attention I see is there. Like on your dovetails, when you expose the end grain like that, particularly in the vertical, it's going to begin to crack and check more than you imagine after a few years. I think if you use this table, it'll be a great lesson over time to see where the failure begins to take place. I don't know how those legs are going to stay stable after all. I guess you have screwed connections to the horizontal 2x4. How are you putting that together? Screws?
Yeah, screw and glue.
Okay, so you do have some glue in that. That will help you a lot. So yeah. Look me up 7 or 8 years from now and show me a picture of this. I'd love to see it. and show to my future students, because they grapple with these same issues all the time, and this is quite different in its final than your original project was in so many ways.
I think it's interesting how you chose maybe the hardest joint to put on these legs. You know, usually you see finger joints on drawers, on the side of drawers, because you have to keep on pulling and pushing the drawer front. Whereas when you have it on your legs here, there's no, you're not going to be picking up the tabletop over time, right? So you don't really need something that sturdy, but I can see that you wanted the experience of doing a hand joinery that's more involved.
Mhm.
So, you know, just things to think about when you think about what type of joinery you're trying to use and why. But I want to commend you for convincing your aunt that this project was worthwhile. Maybe it was something that you involved her in. And I think in these COVID times, I see a lot of people involving their family members, and I think it's a good way of spending time and like completing your project in a very meaningful way.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, they weren't expected that it's going to be finished, and they were surprised yesterday when they're like, "Wow, this is," because I was telling everybody to come over and help me to flip over the table because it's extremely heavy. I can't do it by myself. They were like, "Wow, this is coming along," and in the end, everybody was helping me to stand off the desktop. They were like, "Wow, this is unbelievable." And it's like a really good family time.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it's a really good experience that you don't really get taught in architecture school very much, which is, you know, how to deal with the client kind of, and then the changes that come about from changing circumstances that can completely change a project. And, you know, an old design can go away, whether it's budget or circumstance or whatever. And so that's pretty exciting because in architecture school, that part is just never dealt with at all. So I think that'll be a good example for you, probably for a long time to look back on. But I also really liked the original design. When I first saw the rendering, I thought, wow, that's very ambitious. And so I'm not that surprised that it didn't happen. But the construction drawings look really nice, really good drawings. Yeah, I guess I wanted to look a little more at those, if we could.
Sure.
Or maybe the rendering.
Yeah. Sorry, I have to share one by one. So sorry.
Right.
Are you seeing it right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Joseph. Good.
So is the idea, okay, so is the rendering?
The preview is shot. The preview is
just,
a bust.
It kind of looks like a
So
solid color.
You don't need to join the first meeting at all.
I'm sorry.
And if you can just join in at the second meeting, hopefully that is already open. You can join in.
They'll mark the muted.
Yeah.
Hopefully that one shouldn't be a problem.
I'll just wait till he's done. I know you said it was black walnut. Is the rendering, is it just me that it looks a little bit like just a solid color?
It should say it starts at 10 a.m.
Oh, I guess it's.
And ironically, it says May 14th.
Well, I guess the top looks like different than the rest of it, or it looks like a lighter color. I'm just wondering if that was intentional, or if it's all a uniform material and finish quality.
It is all uniform and the exact same material. I guess this is because of the lighting.
Okay.
From top.
Yeah. Sorry.
Actually,
you know what?
Thought about.
You may have to.
I don't know if you can hear me.
You've been doing Zoom meetings, right?
Talk about with Mark about using the using steel as the vertical pieces, but because it's a wood design studio and we ended up deciding just using all wood and just give it a challenge. But unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, we couldn't like actually
Well,
implement.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, yeah.
You may have to create an account with Zoom.
No, but I just like, I just wanted to look at it. I just think it's
Surprised
a nice design.
Thank you. Yeah, like originally we
Try to
talked
log
about
in, you know,
how
10
to
or 15
use
minutes
all of the
before
how to use
the time that you
steel
join
and
in.
all the legs and then
Even just 10 minutes should be enough. And that's your at 1:30 your time. So yeah, around 1:15 or 1:20, try logging in, and I'll be there. Okay. Thanks, dude. Bye.
Hey, Mark, next time you should, oh.
Mute.
Hey, Mark, so next time you should mute your audio when you hop on a call.
Thanks, Alex.
Did you hear the first day the Supreme Court streamed a case that there was heard a toilet flushing in the background? This is true. One of the Supreme Court justices took a bathroom break. It really happened. So we're learning as we go.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Okay. So yeah, so originally it was 2 different materials and we ended up just choosing one material and just give it a try.
I think I love this class, and I took this wood design class with Mark twice when I was in school. And what's cool about it is that, you know, when people are first learning woodworking, they have these very ambitious designs, and then as they refine it gets more and more simplified. So it's cool that these drawings and renderings are existing in this this place that's still maybe a little ambitious and dreamy. But that, yeah, what you guys have done so far is and working with what you have has been very impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, cheers. Thank you, Wu. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
I'm glad it worked out. And I'm glad you got it done. That is quite amazing. All righty. So we're going to move on to our last presenter this morning, who is Ethan Ryden. And Ethan, you want to hop in here?
Yeah, my camera is not working right now, but that shouldn't matter as I switch over to my presentation.
Okay.
All right, can you all see this?
Almost. Yes.
All right. Okay, so hi, my name is Ethan Ryden, and I had the fortune of having my dad's small-ish workshop available to me. So I managed to build most of my original final design, which we'll see pretty soon here. So my original idea was to go for a drafting table that had these 2 mechanical arms on the left and right here. And the whole thing is broken apart into like 2 different planes, one of which would be made out of birch and the other would be made out of walnut. So I'll quickly go through the construction documents here. And then, of course, a lot of mortise and tenons and a finger joint right here. So the things that didn't get done were the mechanical fittings, just because I ran out of time. But hopefully I can send Mark updates at some point, because I still intend on working on this plus a stool for the actual table in the next 2 to 3 weeks or so. But I ended up finding, originally spec'd this to be rustic ash, but I ended up finding this great deal on this walnut at a local lumber shop here in San Antonio. So I managed to switch that out for nicer material, and then birch and Baltic birch plywood for the remainder of it. So these are just some process shots that I've been taking over the past half a week or week or so of just some of the mortise and tenon joints that I have, or the mortises themselves on the legs. I'll quickly move through these to get to the final shots. I did want to point out this too, though. This is one of the fun parts of what I was doing the past weekend, was setting up my jigs to get some of those detail cuts. This would be the recess to catch that arm that would be finger jointed into the tabletop itself. So I managed to get pretty far on the actual table. It's still missing, of course, the actual joints that would allow the tabletop to move up. So what I've been telling my family is I have a table, it's just not a drafting table quite yet. But yeah, so we have a lot of the mortise and tenons done, and the whole right side of this leg right here with the cut recessed into it, and this cut right here. I'll kind of go through these relatively quickly to just showcase some of the stuff I still have work left to do on this. Notably, I still have a little bit of sanding that I want to do on the tabletop. And of course, staining it, or not staining it, but sealing it, that kind of thing. I did want to point out a sort of detail error. This is right here, something that I've been working with. I think it's because this is a little long right here, so it's shoving the back portion of these legs out and preventing this from being fully flush, because it's flush whenever it's just sitting in it on its own. So I just need to trim this board back here down a bit. This will be a quick presentation because it's mostly just photos of the table, so we can go back through them if you need to see anything in particular. But yeah. I mean, if you have any questions or any comments.
Say the sideboard was Baltic birch, and then the top is different. Is that right?
So the tabletop itself right here is birch, white birch that I found. And then the plywood right here is Baltic birch. I tried to match them with color as best as I could when we went to the lumber store. So they're relatively matched in their color and consistent texture and all of that, which was fortunate. But yeah.
I think what's so interesting about this project is we kind of have this like contemporary wrap sitting on this very like hand assembled frame, right? That, like, if you go back to your very original rendering, I think it's like a really beautiful juxtaposition of, again, this more this kind of more handcrafted frame that you're seeing, and then you don't happen to have any of these renderings with this down, do you? Right?
I do not know.
But you can just, I think there's just this really nice kind of wrap that comes across here, and I wonder, I'm imagining when this piece is sitting down, that maybe may have been a missed opportunity to have those be the same, Baltic birch plane or whatever, so that when the drafting table is just as it is now, just in table form, that you kind of get a very like clean sculptural read of that wrapping over. So as you said, it seems like you're kind of struggling with trying to make it as close as possible, and kind of trying to get the color and the material as close as you could. But is there a reason to not just kind of truly have those two planes uniform?
You mean using the exact same material for both? Is that the question that I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Well, I think it came down to, I mean, I could have done that honestly, but I think it came down to a bit of a cost thing. Whenever I was going around and buying the white birch, I did consider purchasing the plywood as birch as well, but it ended up just being something that I weighed between the consistency of the total material value and the cost. So I just decided to make the tabletop out of that white birch wood that I had instead, because that was less of the cost and I wanted the grain to be visible on top, and then using plywood as it's a cheaper material to finish out the rest of it. I think that if I didn't have that as a sort of limiting factor, that I could have done the entirety of it out of that same material, but.
Understood.
And then how are you setting the height of the angle? Are there are holes and pins?
Oh,
that
yes.
will register?
So in the arms themselves, my dad and I are actually finding the metal, and we're going to be manufacturing this metal arm ourselves sometime this next week. But as for this piece right here, both are going to have a set series of holes that are going to be set into the sideboard here and into the plywood sheet here, and they're kind of pinned in using just a simple bolt mechanism. So you can kind of set different heights for the drafting table itself that way.
Did you think about making those of wood rather than metal? Is it structural integrity that you're choosing the metal for?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could still conceivably make it out of metal. I mean, because that part is not constructed yet. I originally just had it as a metal bolt sticking out because I wasn't quite sure if a wood piece would work totally or if it would get smashed over time carrying the weight of the table itself. But if I can make, I mean, I might be able to do some tests out of that. I don't really have a easy way of creating small circular pieces of wood here, but I could try to think of a few different ways of doing that, or buy dowels or something like that.
Can I point out that one of those is wood, the wider one,
Yeah.
with the hand on it is wood, and the
Oh, I thought he was referring to the bolts right here.
No, the arch.
Oh no, this arch right here is wood, and this one is metal.
Why do you choose metal on the one side and wood on the other?
So I wanted it to be really distinct between the two planes. I wanted this plane to be something that carries up and over like so. So I wanted this to be wood, or at least matching the wood here and the wood here to create this distinct wrapping effect. And on this side, I wanted it to be really distinct to match this sort of much thinner construction, because it's sort of two different constructions that are happening across this table. And I didn't really see a way for this to be made out of the same material as this. And I wanted it to be more structural. So I decided to go with this metal arm right here.
And in your image I'm looking at here, on the wood piece, is the wood inset into the vertical member that forms the leg? Is that, or is it outside? I can't tell.
This wood right here.
No, on the other side. I'm sorry. Where on the arc piece that.
Oh yes, yeah. It has a recess that I've carved out, and then this would match that recess exactly and would fit inside. I have that cut actually. So it has that recess right there, and then that recess would exactly match the finger joint that would go right here.
I see. Okay, then you can lay it flat. You know, formally, I think I like it just as much with the tabletop flat as I would sloped. Has a nice table quality to it there. It's almost utilitarian in some ways when you begin to look at it, you know, straightforward. But when you have the expression of that angle or arch on the leg, and then insetting that other piece of wood, that takes it out of the realm of utility, along with the two species of wood, and that really turns it into a more artful piece. So I think your moves on that were trying to go something beyond the utility.
Yeah, I think that I really liked the idea of the two different colors of the wood moving. And I also wanted to take a more, well, I guess I wanted to take a relatively simple approach to this as a whole upon starting this. This is the kind of furniture that my dad traditionally built with my grandfather a while back, whenever they were working together in a similar wood shop. And I kind of wanted to mimic some of their styles. They sort of call a table like this a sort of Frankensteinian table, because it's, you know, you have the walnut or whatever wood you have that's like a darker wood that creates a thinner frame. And then that sort of wrapping effect that goes above, that's sometimes the lighter wood or whatever. And they made a few, I wish I had photos of them, but they made a few chairs like this. And I really liked that style. So I kind of wanted to mimic it and create something that could go with one of their chairs.
So do you plan on putting a parallel bar on this at some point and actually using it for drafting, or is it just a showpiece?
Oh no, that's my intention. I actually have a plunging router that I've borrowed from a good family friend right now that I'm going to set up for like a little pencil catcher potentially somewhere on the tabletop itself. And then I'll drill in a parallel bar, the one that I have from UT, and have that all set up as my own drafting table.
So, oh, I didn't realize that the Frankenstein motif, I mean, you weren't borrowing it from George Nakashima, but I did not realize that you were borrowing it from your own family.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
I guess I forgot that I may not have said that at some point. I should have said that earlier.
You know, Ethan, you're Ethan, right?
Yes.
If I were you, I would go on eBay and find an old T-square and use it instead of a parallel bar. It's just
Okay.
more attuned to the old T-square thing. They're just about as stable as a parallel bar when you get down to it.
Oh, yeah, that's good advice.
They worked for years.
For generations.
So there is a contrast then between the wooden raising mechanism and the metal raising mechanism. And, you know, it's when you said that, Coleman, about finding a T-square, it made me wonder if you could actually find the an old steel mechanism from a drafting table to adjust the height of it.
Yeah.
I mean, making one from scratch is all really good, and you can make it exactly the way you want. But the way this piece has several languages going on, it wouldn't be inconsistent if you used some found hardware.
Yeah. Either that or make that piece of wood, because it seems too additive or too utilitarian when other elements aren't. I think that may be the weakest link in your chain here, is choosing to use metal. Like, how does the metal attach to the bottom of the table and all of that? It seems to compromise the beauty of the piece otherwise. Maybe that's just really a matter of taste, but I'd either do what Mark said or take it back into the realm of where you're going. I mean, a piece of hardwood or even plywood I think would be strong enough structurally. Mark, you can weigh in on that, but I don't really see the need of metal if wood would work there.
Well, I have plenty of leftover wood, so I can definitely mess around with that and do some experiments. That's for sure.
I think the walnut or the dark and the light is enough difference. Adding the metal seems entirely too additive to me.
I think that the impulse to have the metal, it seems, is related to that Frankensteinian desire. But I also think it is maybe an opportunity to, I guess, more finely tune different parts of the project. Like, Coleman's probably right that you don't need metal on that part. You could, and would do just fine. But because you're going in this Frankenstein direction, you know, maybe it does make sense to say, like, okay, well, the legs would be solid wood, but then we have these parts that want to be panelized forms. So then you have the plywood section, and then the steel parts are the parts that get used the most and are the mechanical parts. So we want to make sure, I guess what I'm just saying is, to me, it kind of works from the Frankenstein perspective, if that's the underlying kind of conceptual idea. But I think you could have maybe gone a little farther with it if that was truly the inspiration. But I guess, you know, I can't tell if that is something you're figuring out along the way that you want to do, or because, you know, Mark didn't seem to know about it until just now. But I think it also, the idea of the Frankenstein thing does relate to what Coleman was saying about a utilitarian idea. You're not bound by, you know, oh, I want it to be walnut or I want it to be all plywood. You are kind of open to being able to use whatever whatever works for whatever part that makes the most sense, which I think is an interesting aspect of it.
Yeah, Alex, I agree with you about the Frankenstein completely. And I do also think that if you're going for that, Alex, as you pointed out, make it more intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Yeah,
is the
that makes
top made
sense.
out of again?
The tabletop itself is made out of white birch glued together.
And then the side?
The side is the Baltic birch, and then the frame
Oh, okay.
itself is the walnut.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, going off of Alex and Coleman, I kind of wish that it was even more Frankenstein. Like, I feel like the top and the side are trying to look like each other, but they're not the same.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe the top could have benefit. I know you're also just working with what's economical and costs and what you can get right now, but I would be interested to see an iteration where the top was made out of cherry wood or something that's a little bit warmer than the birch, but lighter than the walnut, and then really just go full Frankenstein and embrace that more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think if you put Borco over this and a parallel bar, it'll start having maybe more of what you're talking about. I'm just now with what you were saying in your critique there, seeing it more and more that the utility quality of this, of actually using it, would have that more Frankenstein quality. So maybe the metal is right in the end on the side. I'm contradicting myself completely.
Does this overhang on this end over here, Ethan?
It does, yeah.
Okay, so you're flush here and you're flush here, but the top overhangs the side over here.
Well, yeah, I'm actually still making, like, whenever I put it together, well, so I had the disadvantage, I guess, of having this, and I should have done a more accurate rendering of it as just like the tabletop. But when I first set the tabletop on top of it, I realized that it does overhang to, that degree. So I'm still making the decision if I'm going to trim down that tabletop down to match it with the boards underneath.
Well, the bigger top might facilitate the size of drawings that you want to use. I can understand if there's a practical reason for making the top that size. And
It is
there's
the only part that overhangs, right? All the other sides are flush with the apron and the sides.
This side is not flush, but the apron itself is flush with the plywood underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the diagram of the birch wrapper is really clear and really strong, and that it overhangs on this end even sort of adds to that wrapping quality. That it's flush on this end and then overhangs on this end. I mean, there's definitely a consistency about how you're approaching this as sort of two parts. And then the metal, I think the impulse for the metal was to actually just to make that joint on this side as thin as possible. So actually, can you back up to the rendering again? Right, so, this side is made of sticks and the other side is made of panels. And because this is made of sticks, you want as thin a section as you can get away with here. I wonder if this is metal, if it could be even thinner than it's drawn.
Mm-hmm.
And, steel is quite strong. You might even be able to make this piece just a tiny bit thinner.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we may have emailed about that at one point. Whenever I was going to send it into a contractor, before my dad and I decided to just try to build it ourselves, I think we had narrowed it down to maybe being just 1 inch wide.
Mm.
I mean, an inch of steel, what, a quarter of an inch thick is really
pretty
quite
hefty.
stout,
Yeah.
pretty hefty.
More than we need.
The thing that I'm seeing about, oh, and by the way, I knew this table was bipolar from the beginning. I didn't know that the inspiration came directly from your family's woodworking designs, which is quite interesting. The one thing about making the top out of solid wood is that it may have a tendency to expand and contract. It may have a slight tendency to bow, or potato chip a little bit. And
Oh yeah,
so,
I mean, it's only been 2 weeks since I made the tabletop, but it's already having some issues. That's also because I'm storing it in our garage, which isn't the best place to have it, but it's already doing some funky stuff.
well, a lot of the times with a panel this size, you would want to add some cleats onto the bottom side of it for support. And I mean, I know this is a very conservative thing to say in a design review, but those cleats will act to hold this top and keep it as flat as possible. And they will be sort of buried underneath the tabletop. They'll be inside of this closed space. So I don't think they would be really obtrusive, but it's one of the things that happened when you shifted from birch plywood here to solid birch here, is that the expansion and contraction starts to be, a factor. And I don't think it would wreck your design visually if you made some birch or even walnut, cleats that underneath here that would help hold it flat. Do you know what I'm saying, Ethan?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Mark, with that, I'm just curious, with that approach, and I agree with you, would it have made sense to make the vertical leg out of the material that the top is, and vice versa? Would that have done the trick more?
Interesting question. Ethan, why don't you answer that?
If I understand the question correctly, I think that the way that the material in terms of the color and in terms of the wood itself is aligned right now, I think would make sense for the cleats themselves to be made out of birch and to fit that whole scheme. I think with the legs being walnut and the other main leg being birch, I'm not sure that I would flip those around depending on the material of the cleats themselves.
I'm sorry, I was not clear.
You mean this whole panel?
Yeah, the whole panel of the tabletop, if you use the panel on the side as a solid and then the plywood on the top, would that be more stable, I guess is...
Oh, I see. Well, I'm not actually certain. I think that with the panel being recessed and with the cuts being made on it the way it is, and it's obviously also significantly smaller than the actual tabletop itself, I think that there would have been more stability, but I think I would have sacrificed the quality of the grain for the tabletop itself and exchanged that grain for the side leg right there. That definitely could have been a trade, considering that there's grain, of course, running along these legs right here. But I'd prefer to deal with cleats running in this direction and on like the birch tabletop itself rather than on the leg. I also think that you might, maybe I'm incorrect about this, but I'm considering that the size of the plywood itself and the way, if this would be plywood, I mean, and in the way that it moves up and down and it regularly changes positions, I feel like I'd want to attach cleats to that anyway, just in case. But maybe I'm wrong about that, potentially.
I don't know. It really
Wouldn't hurt.
Curiosity or question, yeah.
I mean, from just a formal point of view, what we're asking also is, should these two panels, I mean, I know they're both birch and they more or less feel like they're the same, but from for me, it would be a question of, do we go with solid for both of them, or do we go with plywood for both of them? And if we went with solid birch for this panel, one issue is that expansion and contraction in this direction might become a factor. The other thing is, because you're cutting this grooved, relatively large notch into it, the expansion and contraction could affect the fit of this piece that fits into that notch right there. There isn't a really, I mean, all of this is just a conversation about how these directions could go. But there isn't a clear right way. And I mean, I think you've dealt with it really well, but I think we just have to explore what those conditions would have been if they had been the same material, or as Coleman has said, yeah, you'd have a somewhat flatter tabletop if you had gone with the Baltic birch for that. But it changes other things for you as well. So we're reviewers. Do we have any other closing remarks for Ethan?
So the whole thing is just dry fit together now, right?
It is currently right now. I have about another half a week of work, I think, left to do to just kind of round it all out, but it's pretty close to being done, I think.
So since this is something that is functional and you intend to use, I just want to encourage you to be thoughtful about the remaining decisions you have to make. And I think some of the overhangs could be finessed a little bit,
Okay.
but to not rush through finishing it, and then I think photographing it during daytime using natural light would benefit you a lot. And also in context of like maybe with a metal T-square on it, or some drawings you're working on would also be nice.
Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, but really nice work.
Yeah, my intention, I'll have to email Mark or maybe others as well at some point, but my intention is to use the leftover scrap wood I have as well and just build myself a stool. I think I definitely enjoyed this process a ton, and I emailed Mark yesterday saying that I feel like I caught some sort of building bug, and I'm definitely gonna continue building, maybe even stealing my dad's tools at some point. They might start to go missing, but yeah, definitely a lot of fun.
Was this your first woodworking project?
This is I used to help my dad and grandfather out in their shop by just carrying around tools or doing small stuff, but this is my first full-scale project.
Wow, through mortise and tenon on your first project? Yeah. That is not easy. Right. Woo's making a good point about how, well, you can look at other examples of furniture photography, but there's nothing quite as nice as daylight, for sure. It can create some shadows as well, so it's not always easy that way. But so I am looking forward to how this plays out for you.
Okay.
Yeah. And any other closing thoughts from our reviewers today?
I would just say how impressed I am. Frankly, I thought when we were going to do these reviews, we would just be looking at chipboard, cardboard models and so forth. But all four of these projects are really well developed to have done the last half semester at home. So congratulations to all of you. It's really remarkable. You didn't throw in the towel when things changed. you stood up and retooled and made it fantastic. So I think you've learned so much with this in a different way than if you had been in the shop. And I like the the restrictions of having limited tools. It shows how much you can really do. So congratulations.
Yeah, I think everyone did a pretty great job. And also, surprisingly, it seemed that everyone learned at least something special that they would have probably not learned otherwise, because of these circumstances that we're in. So at least that's, that's a silver lining. And I think, I guess one other comment about Ethan's project was that you had the renderings, but I would have liked to see some drawings as well, which I assume exist because it seems like you have a 3D model. But other than that, that was a really great project, and everyone's did a good job.
For sure, and I think it's really interesting to see how this this design studio, this build studio evolved over the semester. And yeah, I think it's so wonderful. I could imagine a real heightened appreciation for the tools and the way that tools, your restriction of tools inform your design decisions. And if you knew you were going to have restricted tools, how you may have decided to do a different design project from the very beginning. And I think that's a great lesson both for woodworking, but also for architecture in general, is having an appreciation of who's going to be doing the work, what sort of tools, resources that they have, and trying to stay really attuned to the entire kind of resources and culture that's going into building, and that just because you can dream it doesn't necessarily mean it can be executed well. And so I just think this really heightens that appreciation. It's a great job across the board.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Woo, any last thoughts?
Oh, I mean, I already
Oh, you
said
did.
how much I love this class. And so it's really nice to be back and see what everyone created, and very impressive work. I love all the drawings, and I think by having these limitations, it really forces us to think outside of the box and be more creative. And I think you guys all achieved that today. So thank you so much for sharing your work with us.
Thank you for being here. Woo and Alex and Coleman and Ryan, thank you so much for participating with us today. I did like Angela's comment that, and I hear this about once a semester, that this was much harder than I could ever possibly have imagined. And yet you still did it, right? So congratulations to everybody who showed already today. And alrighty, thanks everybody. We are gonna take a break until 12:30, and we'll begin the next round of reviews. Reviewers, thank you so much. You're welcome to sign off. I wish I could buy you a coffee, and I'll catch up with you. I'll catch up with you soon. Okay. We'll figure something out.
Thanks for having us.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Thanks. Alex, I just wanted to say hello. Hadn't seen
Hey,
you.
yeah. Good to see you, Coleman.
Great to see you.
And Woo and everybody.
Good to see you, Alex.
Yeah, bye, guys.
Good work.
Nice.
Thanks.
So just to catch up with everybody, Gary Furman, architect here in Austin with Furman Kyle, probably my favorite residential architect in Austin. Are you still open? How's it going? Are you open for business, projects going ahead, that kind of stuff?
We've all retired. No, we're doing great. We're meeting with clients like this and sharing drawings, and everybody's working out of their house. And it's not the same, but we're working it. So yeah, things are good.
Good. Joseph, you're a principal at Chapter and Verse furniture partly custom, partly production furniture company based out of Brooklyn. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, we're transitioning the business somewhat, but a large part of it is doing custom. And we're coming out with a couple furniture lines targeting different segments.
Y'all should follow Chapter and Verse on Instagram. They have a great feed. Philippe Kleinfelter. Philippe, thanks for joining us. Looks like you got logged in perfectly well. How are you doing over there, Philippe? You're gonna have to unmute yourself though. Maybe.
That work?
Yes, that works. Okay, fantastic. Well, welcome, welcome. Y'all met Philippe at mid-review, and we visited Philippe's studio here in town. Philippe, do you know Gary Furman? Y'all wave.
You know,
Yeah, we were in studio together.
Oh, geez, Louise.
I don't
Okay.
see Gary, but
He's in there somewhere.
Right here.
And Elaine Molinar with Snowhetta. How, I guess, is everybody working remotely? Does anybody go into the office anymore or what?
No, we're all working at home, from home, in our studio, all of our studios in San Francisco and New York City. We're all doing this, where everybody's a postage stamp. But we're extremely busy, so we're very happy about that. We're starting a couple of new projects.
Good. All right. Fantastic.
Even hiring, which is weird. So
even hiring.
Yes.
That is impressive. You know that things are going well when you can hire during a pandemic.
Yeah.
All right. So as some of you have participated in these reviews before, you know that the goal for this class was to produce a completed piece of furniture by the end of the semester, and that our plans got cut short. The school had to close the campus, and the students have been making do with a couple of different options. One of them was that although everybody had a woodworking chisel, the Michael Benedict's professorship through Michael offered to buy a small set of tools, usually including a Japanese saw or an accurate hand saw of some kind, maybe a couple of clamps for holding things down, maybe a couple more chisels, depending on what you need, and maybe even a sharpening stone for sharpening those chisels. So we're going to see some slightly modified versions of furniture or craft projects that could be built with limited tooling. And thank you everybody for being here. Molly, you are scheduled to go first. Would you mind taking over the screen? Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. I'm ready. Also, my internet has been kind of on and off, so let me know if you have an issue.
It sounds good so far.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you see it? Yeah. Okay, great. So, hi, my name is Molly. I am a third-year Master's of Landscape Architecture. And for my planned final project, I had designed a credenza. And really, I had been interested in doing something with bent lamination and doing kind of a curved profile, and was exploring the idea of having some one side be curved and then one side kind of meet the wall in a perpendicular way. So I did a lot of different kind of iterations of this kind of curve profile, as well as different combinations of the legs matching the curve. And ultimately, I developed this design where one side of the credenza meets the wall in kind of a perpendicular way, and the other kind of curves around the side. So it gives you kind of the illusion that it's kind of floating.
Uh-oh. Lost the screen. We lost her.
Yeah, we lost her completely.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That is tricky. Yeah, I guess she has a bad internet connection.
She did warn us.
She did. That's true. Okay. And aha. So Joseph, you brought a friend of yours along for review today. Is that right?
Yeah, this is my office manager, Mona. She's head critique expert at our shop.
Well, actually, I have another guest. I have a man.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay, Molly. We understand.
Connor Marks.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Joseph, it looks like one of your partners is joining the meeting. Would you?
Connor Marks.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name's Connor. I'm Joseph's business partner at
All
Chapel.
right. All right. Great. Good to meet you.
Hope it's
Connor.
all right that I joined.
Absolutely. Cheers. I just wanted to acknowledge you. That's all. Okay, Molly, can you take over again?
Okay. Sorry about that. Yep. Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll just go back to this slide. So I was talking about the kind of idea of the curve meeting the wall and the legs also being curved. I wanted them to like recall the curve of the credenza, but be their own forms. So you'll see here how the four legs are also curved, but are placed such that they're not necessarily like symmetrical. In elevation, the credenza just has one shelf, and it's separated by one divider.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I think she's overloading her connection. And if
Yeah.
she just has her screen share on and doesn't have her video going, it might be able to cope with it. I think both at the same time is too much for her connection.
Yeah, I see your comment, and I hope that she will read it. Well, we'll interrupt her when she comes back in and see if we can get her to try that.
I will say, Mark, that's what worked for me in the last session was if I turned my video camera off, I could screen share.
Ah, okay. The limits of limitless power.
And Mark, you might want to get her PDF if she submitted it to you and just have it ready so that you can share it as a backup.
Yeah, I can go to the box folder and pull that up. Okay, well, let's just give her just a minute to get back. I will pull up. She did not upload, sadly. So no, I don't have a copy of her presentation.
She was cutting out a bit when she introduced herself. Did she say she's a landscape architect?
Yes, that's correct. She is a landscape major. That's right. Well, I'm going to give her about 60 seconds longer, and then we may want to move on.
Could you say a couple of words about how people chose what object to make?
Aha, interesting. So some of the, what we're calling the final, we're calling the things that you're going to see today are a personal craft project. And that implies that it's not the same as the final project they designed originally. Now, with the limited tooling that was available, some students decided they could take a modified version of their design and either shrink it, simplify other parts of it. And so Molly in particular, you'll see that her personal craft project actually looks quite a bit like her her final project as she's showing construction drawings for. Other people had, and you will see our last reviewer today will be somebody who was basically able to build their final project because they had enough tooling to pull it off. Other students didn't have necessarily the space, the tools, the time, or any other number of circumstances, and wound up completely revising what it was they were going to build. So you're actually going to see a little bit of all of those options. You're going to see variations on all of that.
Cool.
Before the day is over. So, yeah.
But their initial choice, for
Yes.
example, a credenza versus a rocking chair or nightstand, how do those decisions get made?
So there is not an assignment for the program on the final project. The student, each student determines which program they want to tackle themselves. And this is partly because I think since each student is investing the money as well as the time into building something that they can keep, that I want them to feel like they have the say-so in what it's going to be.
Okay.
And so we'll get a range of things from storage, tables, chairs, a whole range of different types of projects that way. And then there'll even be variations within those. So thank you. No, it's a good question.
Okay.
But I let them pick based on their interests and their needs. Okay. Any other questions for us? So Molly has pretty much not come back in, and I guess that's too bad. We'll see what we can do when she does get back. The next on my schedule was Laura. Are you ready, Laura?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, fantastic.
So I am the sort of odd case. I had no way to safely woodwork in any capacity. When I'm in Austin, I have a very small studio apartment and a balcony that's about 4 feet square. And there just wasn't any safe way for me to woodwork. So instead, my final project is in fabric, and it's I can hold it up for you right now before I move into my presentation, but I made a Regency inspired reticule. So I made a bag, and I did an embroidered front piece, and I did some structural sewing, and I'll move into pictures and presentations, but I have it right here. So let's go with this. Oh, let's see. This is the wrong image. Hold on. That's the right image. Okay. So, oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh, tell us just a little bit about your background.
So I am a first-year historic preservation student. My undergraduate degree is in medieval history and French, and my focus within historic preservation is materials conservation. And I'm interested in all different kinds of materials, wood, fabric, paper, all of it, including construction materials, like masonry. This project, I do have some background in needlework and cross stitch and other fiber crafts, knitting and other stuff. And so a little background on what I made and the history of it. So it's inspired by Regency reticules, which are basically the first purses, because a long time ago, women used to have very large pockets that were essentially like almost the size of shopping bags today. And they would go under layers of skirts, and because skirts were so voluminous, they could easily be hid. There was just a slit in the outer skirt and you could reach through into this giant pocket. But as silhouettes narrowed, you couldn't hide pockets anymore. So that's when they came outside of the skirts and became purses. So these reticules were really popular in the late 18th and early 19th century. And that's the Regency era in England. And these are some examples of historic ones, and also a fashion plate that shows a drawing of one. And these are some closer images of historic presidents that I used for mine. So you'll see elements of all of these in my project that I made. And then for the embroidered pattern, instead of keeping with the Regency patterning and design for the embroidery, I actually did an Art Nouveau inspired pattern. And that's because this was a personal craft project and I really like the motifs and designs. And so I wanted to make myself something that spoke to my personal tastes. And I actually found an embroidery book, a book of motifs from the early 20s that's in French. And so this was one of my inspirations. I didn't directly use any of these patterns. They weren't quite right. It's sort of moving towards Art Deco, and I wanted to stay more in the world of Art Nouveau. And this is zoomed way in. But this is essentially what my pattern was. So the bag is made of an outer layer, and then inside that, there's an inner bag. So the inner bag is a very lightweight cotton muslin, and then the outer bag is a heavier cotton sateen. And so it's made of 3 panels, and there's these motifs of larger triangles at the bottom and smaller ones at the top. And okay. Oh, I can zoom out. Okay, excellent. So there's sort of a clearer image of what it would look like hanging. And then let's see. So I used a number of different stitches to do this project. I used a chain stitch for most of it, which has this braided appearance, but I also used French knots, which provide this really interesting textural detail, and I used them as the base of these sort of buds. And I used a woven basket stitch to do the flowers here. I used layered, this is actually called a lazy daisy stitch, but I layered them, and then this is just sort of a satin stitch edged in French knots for the, or not French knots, chain stitch for the outer edge of the flowers. And then the bottom has a tassel stitched to it, because that motif of ending with the tassel at the bottom is there in all of these reticules that I was looking at. This is a pretty good sort of view of the way the bag goes together. So the outer layer is made up of 3 panels, because these bags always had a front. So there's the highly detailed front piece, and then the other 2 panels are plain, because it's only going to be seen from one side. So it's got the 3 panels creating the outer bag. The triangles are stitched at the top and bottom. there's a channel for the drawstring, and then there's a matching circle of the brown fabric covering the inner muslin bag. So that's just another image. I have a lot of photographs. I wasn't quite sure what people would be interested in seeing. So I wanted to make sure. I'm very proud of this embroidery. I wasn't super confident that I would be able to keep fairly uniform stitches, but I did a pretty good job of that. And this is looking into the inside. It's currently stuffed with tissue paper, so you can really see when it's empty, it sort of crumples a little, not badly though. And then the process of creating the design went through several iterations. And then the process of getting it onto the fabric, I think, is also kind of interesting. So I'd like to talk about it. I started with a pencil drawing, and then a pencil drawing on graph paper, actually, and then layered over tracing paper and traced it in ink. And then I got a page and folded it in half. This was sort of the first attempt, folded it in half and traced it. And this made a design that was much too large and much too square for the dimensions of the bag that I was interested in making. So I put it in my computer and just kind of mirrored my original ink drawing and sort of stretched it and played with it. You can see that these flowers sort of got stretched out of shape. So that was something that I had to correct when I was transferring it. So that's actually what this process was. This is a window in my parents' house, and I taped, I pinned the paper to the fabric, and I taped the fabric to the window, and then traced over the design on the fabric to transfer it. And then this is the process of me choosing the colors, and each of the little marker scribbles is representative of one of the threads that I had. And there they are. So that was, that's really kind of the process. And then here's just the very beginning of me stitching. And these are my pattern pieces for cutting out the fabric. And then just some more progress photos. So that's my personal craft project. I don't know if we should discuss this, or if I should briefly talk about what my planned final project was.
Well, in this case, your planned project is significantly different.
It is.
Why don't you just show it to us?
Okay.
So we get the whole picture.
So, oh goodness. It's run away from me. Let me just see if I can find it. Okay. So my planned final project was actually a reproduction of this piece. It was a children's desk, and it's in one of the historic homes in Austin.
Yeah.
Can
Can anybody see it? Because I can't.
I'm looking at a white and gray bar.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
That
see.
didn't quite work. You may have to just opt out of screen
here,
share.
I see what everyone else has been talking about. Okay, got it. Okay, let's see. Your shared window to the front. Hold up. Are we good now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So this is a piece that's in a historic home in Austin, Flower Hill, and it was originally a children's desk. In the 50s, a set of hanging shelves were attached to the top, and I believe at that time the top of this desk was replaced with cherry to match those shelves and to match in profile. There's no pictures of the original, but if you look really close, which the second time that I went and visited this piece, I did bring a hand loop, and I could see that the pores on the top piece were very different from the pores that were on the legs and the base, even though the color is very similar. So I don't know if it's a different species of wood or just a different age of cherry, or it's documented in family history as being mahogany, but just about everything in that house is labeled as mahogany. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how accurate that is. And then you can see on the side the drawer has dovetails. But I was interested in this piece and the idea of reproducing a historic piece because
It's 1 o'clock.
Is it? It's 11 where I am. But I was interested in reproducing this historic piece as a chance to get practice with historic techniques if I were ever in a situation where repairing a piece of historic furniture was part of work that I was doing. And I had initially thought about, possibly a situation could come up where a replacement piece was needed. That's much less likely to be in my sort of field of work, but needing to repair a little piece is something that I think could come up if I do work as sort of a generalist materials conservator. So, and here are some drawings. These aren't quite as detailed as might be needed if I were actually going into the shop to build them, but most of the pieces are there, and yeah.
Okay. So reviewers, should we look at the desk or should we look at the purse? Purse. Let's look at the purse. Sounds good.
Let's.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
In the purse, it seems like there's two competing dialogues. There's one of this very vegetable-like embroidery, and then there's a very geometric-like purse. And one doesn't really reflect off the other, which bothers me a little. And then I think in the delicacy of the embroidery is reduced by the thickness of the rope you have carrying the bag. And as for your furniture project, mahogany is open grain, cherry is not. So that should be a way to look at that.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree that there are definitely two competing dialogues in this purse, but I didn't really find that to be a problem. I do agree that they're very different, but I think for the utility of the bag, it needs to be sort of strong and substantial, and these straps do look large in comparison, but really they're about as small as they could be and still be useful.
I had a similar observation, which I'll say in a minute, but first I'd like to say that I've been embroidering since I was about 8 years old, and I absolutely love all kinds of stitches and stitchery. So this is really fun to see.
Oh, good.
And I know all your stitches and all that. I had a question about how you selected the thickness of the material, because when the references that you showed and the similar bags that I've seen in museums, they're very floppy and collapsible. And when you have the triangles, especially at the top where they're gathered, they don't really flop, like the thickness of because you have the inside seams, that the
Yep.
edges get very thick, and they're not as floppy. I don't know what other word. And also a question about the size of those triangles at the top and the bottom. I also agree with the rope is a little thick, especially the channel that you need for it, which is contributing also or compounding the issue of the thickness of the fabric. So
well, so the fabric is much thicker than what I had wanted for this project. I was hoping for a really thin, sort of closer to a satin. This is what happens when you can't touch your fabric and there's no weight listed for it. So this was actually a bit of a mistake. This was the interesting situation that we're all currently in. I couldn't go to a fabric store and touch and feel the weight in person. So I did end up with a fabric that's much thicker than what I wanted. And I just needed to make the best of it. This was the material that I had. So yeah, I agree. It's especially if we compare it to like this bag. This is this sort of flexibility is much more what I had been hoping to create. Yeah. And then the triangles, what was your question about their size?
The size, I guess you're constrained by the width, but not necessarily by the length of the triangle. And given that the material was more rigid than you anticipated, if those had been lengthened, would that have maybe helped in the kind of when they're all bunched together, would that have helped sort of splay out differently maybe, or balance the size of the bag?
Yeah, it might have. It absolutely could have. I think I was trying not to take things too out of proportion. And yeah, so I think I prioritized that rather than prioritizing maybe the actualities of the fabric that I was working with.
Okay.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So you started off the semester and I assume there was like a couple of months of studying about wood and I'm sorry, I've got this animal that keeps jumping up here. Wood technique, tools. And so I'm always interested in the transference of crafts. And what did you learn in your first couple of months, and what transferred from woodworking and the craft of woodworking to the craft of the embroidery and the sewing that you accomplished here?
Yeah, so some of the things that I think transferred really well was the idea of thinking about objects as amalgamations of shapes. That's sort of a way of thinking that I didn't have a lot of practice with. I'm used to sort of thinking about things as pattern on a surface, which is part of why the embroidery was a very comfortable resource and skill to bring to this. But that idea of, in the same way that the desk that I would have made, which is sort of the size of a side table, it's that same sense of being made of all the pieces, and the construction drawings helped sort of think about it that way. That same skill transferred to pattern making for the bag. One of the other things I think was accepting that when you're working with materials, it doesn't always go the way that you think it's going to. And sort of accepting that and bringing some flexibility to it is something that definitely was helpful.
And so can I interject a question, a sub question into that, since you just said that. did you create the construction document that we're looking at in the background before you got the material or after the material arrived?
After the material arrived, yeah. But I did have initial drawings, and I was working on the embroidery.
So how did after the material arrived, how did that influence the design? Thicker than what you thought it was going to be, because
yeah,
furniture, you know, wood, every piece of wood is different and it's different grains and it's going to move differently, and so sometimes you react to the material, and that's the beauty of this class, is that it's not some you're not in a vacuum creating drawings for something that gets shipped out the door and somebody creates it off site. The designer and you're the fabricator, and that interaction between being wearing both those hats at the same time, there's usually wonderful serendipity that comes out of that. And what did you see in your process?
Yeah, so I think what the approach that I took to the fabric being stiffer is that I did choose to go in that direction of, okay, the fabric's stiffer, so I'm going to accept that, and just sort of incorporate that as a characteristic instead of crying over spilled milk, so to speak, and saying, well, how can I pretend that it isn't as stiff? I just went with, okay, it's stiff, and so it's going to be more structural. Yeah, so I definitely I think I wanted to make what I wanted to make, and that may not be the, you know, the Zen crafts person answer, but it is the reality.
I have a question about your color scheme. You have this really lovely muted color scheme with the beige bag and the pinks and the greens. They're all very soft. And I'm wondering how you chose white, like a bright white for the cord, and if that was a limitation of material, you probably could have, you know, I don't know, like dunked it in coffee or something. But what was your thinking behind the choices of the colors? I know you had some beautiful precedents.
Yeah. So part of that is the precedents do lean towards a neutral. I imagine it's probably an undyed material for these historic examples. And white is not exactly undyed, but I was limited to like white, royal blue, bright red, neon yellow, like this, or like a really dark, very vibrant green. So in this case, white was the muted option, which is, I can absolutely see what you're saying. And I don't know if I would have had it match the color exactly. I think having it sort of having the tassels and the straps sort of melt in and be a really similar color to the bag wouldn't have been quite what I wanted. I do like that they kind of stand out, but I agree they're a very, very stark sort of neon white.
Yeah, it's kind of it lives in a different world. Yeah.
Yeah.
This bag does live in a different world.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Did you consider using the stiffness of the fabric for its stiffness, say stiffing it even more so it could stand on its four legs and hold the tassel in the air, or just an idea?
So I did put a layer of interfacing in the bottom three triangles. So I did stiffen it up even more, because without it, they were kind of bulky and didn't have, they were at that in-between kind of state where they weren't flexible, but they also weren't stiff. And I didn't have a way to make them more softer and flexible. And I was choosing to lean into the stiffness. So yeah, they actually are fairly solid.
Now I'm curious. Did some of the reticules, is it reticule, have tassels on the ends of the points?
Yeah. They had tassels all over. Like,
Okay.
I only have one that's very tasseled here, but if like the historic examples are like tassels everywhere. So I was restrained in my tassels, while still kind of nodding towards the historic past.
Well, I mean, it's interesting that you put the tassel on the recessed part of the bottom of your bag, whereas it's actually the triangles that actually hang down lower.
And mostly what that means is that it's visible from the sort of side. So the face has this kind of, it's almost hidden. Well, it's not, it's still visible on the face. But you can see all of it at this sort of 1/3 angle.
So how did you space the triangles at the top? You have 5 triangles at the top and 3 panels for the bag. So where do they go?
So it started as 3 triangles at the bottom and 3 at the top, and that didn't look very good. And so I liked having one centered. I liked that effect as opposed to having, if I'd done 6, it probably would have been that it started with a V. So instead of having a point at the very center, it would have been more like that. And so I ended up with 5 because I wanted this central front. Yeah.
Well, listen, I really appreciate the effort that you put into this. It's quite a remarkable bag. And I think you've actually gotten some quite engaging feedback from our architectural critics here. At least one of whom knows as much about as you do. And but I do feel we should be moving on. So thank you so much, Laura. That was terrific.
Thank you. And I'm really sad that I couldn't work in wood.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
No.
a real shame. And yeah, it's just, man, tiny studio apartment, white furniture, fabric, like wood dust in any capacity wouldn't have gone well.
But you know, you could practice at home trying to replicate these historical joints that you might in the future, all of which is very small scale and can be learned with fingers and not really expertise.
I actually, now that I'm at home in Washington, I do have access to my dad's woodworking supplies, and so I think we'll be practicing some dovetails and doing some handworking, and yeah. So I will get to do some woodworking. I think it's a great idea. Not in time for this class.
Timing, as they say, timing. No, I think if you have time over the summer, you can immerse yourself in some of the joints that you might have been doing on your final project, and you can still reap the benefits of that as well. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Molly is back, and Molly is on her phone. I'm going to unmute you real quick, Molly, because I apparently have the power to do that. Okay, so that's you, right? Okay. And can you just say a few words, Molly?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right, okay. So I'm present the PDF, so we don't have that.
So I have the PDF and should be sharing it with you all right now. Does everyone see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we had looked at this drawing. We had looked at this plan that shows the leg shapes as well.
Yep.
And tell me
Okay.
where you want to go.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So we'll just stop here. I think I was talking here about the function of the shelf in the middle and my intention for it to have pegs so that I can move the middle shelf up and down, because I was thinking about this more as an all-purpose credenza. I don't have necessarily an intention for like one specific object or group of objects to be in here. So
Okay.
you can go ahead to the next slide. And then the doors are intended to be bent laminated Baltic birch plywood. So the doors here are joined by this European hinge. And from the outside, you would see the perception of very little break. It's about 1/8 of an inch gap between doors, so the profile would be maintained. Go to the next slide. So here you can see the bent lamination. It would be 1/8 of an inch boards bent laminated together to make 5/8 inch. And the backboard would also be Baltic birch. So the overall coloring of the piece would be fairly light. And I intended as well for the legs to be like a light maple, so that it would have kind of a uniform color. And whoops, sorry. So yeah, so this is my, so just stopping here. This was my intention for the original piece, but thinking about my personal craft project and what I could kind of transform this to be using the materials I had, I thought about making a smaller piece that was perhaps like a bar or a console table, but taking kind of inspiration from this curved profile and seeing how I could transform that. So I ended up making was a piece that was, it's a console table. So it sits about 30 inches high, and it's made out of pine moldings. So these slats are actually molding strips that are pre-milled lumber. And then the plywood is actually softwood plywood. I didn't have access to like a really nice lumber yard. It's a pretty kind of rough place. So I could only find softwood plywood, which was pretty difficult to work with actually. But I tried to maintain this idea of the curved profile, and one side being curved and one side kind of meeting the wall in a perpendicular way. So you can go ahead to the next one. So I used a Japanese saw for most of this to cut the 3 pieces, as well as all of the holes for the slats. And I had mostly issues with the plywood splintering, tearing out a lot, but got a bit better at it along the way. But my intention was to create this kind of curved form and use the slats to maintain the volume so that I could have the, or it could kind of recall the volume that I was, excuse me, going for in the credenza in a similar way. You can go to the next picture. One of the trouble areas, I'll just point out, was the corner. I actually had made a mistake while I was cutting the plywood, and I had intended for this 4th leg on the corner to be on a curved side, but I had messed up my cutting with the Japanese saw, so I had to relocate the leg to the corner. So the one piece I'm a little bit unhappy with is the corner and how the slats are broken up. So it stands as a little bit of an inconsistency, but it was just an issue with my kind of craft or execution. But I do think that the slats and the perception of them when you're standing in front of the piece gives you this idea of the curve being maintained as well as I could. So you can go on to the next one. So this is another angle from the back, and these slats are 3/4 inch apart. It seemed to be the closest I could get them without having massive issues with the plywood. I did try having them 1/2 inch apart instead of 3/4 inch to try to get more slats in, but it seemed to be too weak to take that spacing. So they're about 3/4 inch. And you can go to the next one. So yeah, this is how it looks kind of sitting against the wall. And the curve stops kind of on one side, it comes further to the middle than the other side. So it still maintains this kind of incongruous appearance from the front. Go to the next one. And this is kind of the top where the slats are meeting the plywood. I had definitely a long journey cutting the slat holes so that they looked like they were embedded as well as possible in the plywood piece. So for some of the legs and some of the slats, I do have kind of slight gaps, but it was definitely difficult to do. So I feel pretty proud of the result, but I think if I did this a second time, I would have a little more control. And I think I have the next slide is a close-up of these slats meeting the plywood.
Are they just
Yeah,
held
so here's
in
a
with
top view.
friction?
So it's just friction, yeah, and glue. So all the legs and the slats are glued in. And I believe that's the final photo.
I like the photograph, looks great. I like the shadows too. They look good. And I like the fact that the things you've inlaid by being radial give away the geometry of what you're doing. And I like the fact that this takes off what you had originally proposed, taking flat part and having it against the wall and then having the curve play off the wall. The fact by having the slats against the wall probably doesn't work as well. And in the original design, here you actually bring the legs to the ground structurally, whereas in the original design, you're actually floating a piece of plywood on the legs. Worries me a little. The geometry of the legs in the first design don't really relate to the curves. That worries me a little. And the four legs on the first design line up too much in a singular line. They don't look like they would be that stable.
Right. Yeah, I realized actually in putting the slats in the back, how much work, or I guess how much of a visual loss you're at if you were to put this against the wall, because you don't actually see the kind of beauty of the slats in the back. So it's not working as well as it could. And it's different in the slats make it in a different form, I guess, than my credenza. So you're not getting a lot of that, which is interesting to see.
Oh, I think if the wall weren't solid, if it were a glass wall, for example, that might afford some opportunity for that.
I think to keep the piece as simple as it is and as elegant as it is, that you would continue the slats in the back no matter what you put it against. But there is that option of putting it against something that's translucent. If we talk about the legs, I think that in the first piece that you showed, the legs were really sort of takeoffs on the shape of the entire piece, and they didn't seem to have the strategy that the shape of the piece has in itself. And so I found that a little bit disconcerting, as there didn't seem to be any kind of reason or anything I could hang my hat on to believe that there was the thought process behind the shape of the legs complemented the actual piece. On the legs on the piece that you actually just produced, I like imagining that those are just one more in the series of the slats, and maybe that they were doubled up to carry the weight as they go down to the floor. It's just a little bit disconcerting that they are thicker than the slats themselves. And I wish that there was a way to make this piece really very simple, and that all of the verticals were the same width, and that there were a handful that were longer that met the floor in a way that was structural. The other thing I think is that you've got this top, you've got the horizontals, which are clearly of a material that doesn't quite hold its own, just by the nature of, you went down to Home Depot and you found some materials that were readily available and you made this beautiful piece out of it. And I think that the verticals wrapping around most of the sides really sort of help to bring it into the fold. I would think that the amount of work that you did to flush out all of those verticals with the top piece in some ways kind of works against you. Like if they stuck up about any amount, like a half of an inch or 3/4 of an inch, and were very gently shaped on the top, I think that that would be it would continue the expressiveness of the verticals that you already have going on.
Mhm.
And it would
Yeah, actually, going back to what you said, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please.
I was just going to say, going back to what you mentioned about the slats, the intention when I went to go buy the materials was actually to have the legs be the same width as the slats. And when I had bought the slats, I actually had meant for them to be turned so that they were flush, not meeting the plywood in a perpendicular way. But in that case, I would have had to use screws, and I actually turned them as a solution to making it more interesting. But my intention was I would find pieces that were a half an inch by a half an inch, so that the legs would be the same exact size as the slats. But the turn of the molding was just a solution to, I guess, the limit in materials. But I totally agree with you that it would be visually more simple and nicer to have them be the same width or the same size as the slats. Yeah.
I have a comment on the corner, not the rounded edges, but the actual corner. You mentioned that you had to move the leg off the corner, and then you have this slat, which is actually on the corner, that tiny little one that looks like it's about to come off. For me, because there's a lot of consistency and logic to how these go around the curve. For me, I would either just prefer that there not be a corner and that they all be curved, or that the pointiness of the corner is somehow more intentional. Even if you had managed to get the leg onto the corner, it's very different. It's a very different condition from all the rest, but it's treated in exactly the same way. So I wonder if there would have been another way to think about that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, in the drawing, it didn't stick out to me as much. And then when I was actually, seeing what was going on in person, I realized immediately that it was not the right place for the leg. And I wish I had kind of relocated it to slightly lower where the curve starts to happen. Because in person, you can just immediately see it when you start building it. So that's definitely something I realized right away. Yeah, I totally agree.
I'll say that I like how you took your original design and were able to sort of continue that kind of idea with your limited resources. I would have maybe considered using the dimension of the molding that you have for the legs. Did you maybe consider using that all the way around? I feel like the smaller, what looks like 1/4 inch molding is maybe a little dainty and makes the piece look a little busy, depending on how you're looking at it. And the proportions on the top, maybe it would have been nice to have that sort of one dimension going all the way around. And then, I think, considering you needed to cut those shapes by hand with a Japanese pull saw, is you actually didn't do such a bad job. But did you consider maybe painting or finishing or something like that to sort of refine those edges? And that might have been a nice way to kind of hide the limitations of the tool and just elevate the overall product a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know why at the time I didn't consider just buying all of the same size leg pieces for the slats. I think I had bought the slats first, and so I kind of figured I would use what I had there. But especially now after having sanded it, and I only finished it a couple days ago, I think that I will paint it just because there are a lot of issues with the finishing, I think. So I think I will consider painting it, or at least trying to sand it and finish it in a way that makes it look a bit more polished. Yeah.
I thought that the original design, by having only one flat edge, worked better than this one having a larger flat edge and a weak flat edge at the front. I think if you had curved the front, it would have made it more elegant on the piece that you made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that, especially after having finished it. I think I was trying to be mindful of like where it would go, but I think that a subtle curve, at least at the front, could have strengthened it.
Half an inch.
Yeah.
I think you're getting some great feedback here, Molly. I mean, to me, I was sort of on the fence
I
about
think
whether,
you managed to do a lot with a lot of constraints.
and the relationship to
pretty
the
amazing.
previous piece as well is, it's really clearly of a similar set of ideas, but very, very much adapted to the materials you could find in a rough neighborhood like Tahoe. She happens to be in Lake Tahoe, by the way, but the plywood there, it's not that good. Yeah. I am also, I mean, having thought about how you would actually make all these notches, I'd have to say that it came out really quite well. And I'm just guessing that you did the bottom row first and you did the top shelf last. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I kind of put them all together and scored them first, but yeah.
Oh, right, to transfer the lines.
Right.
Okay. This has been a really good process for you, I think, Molly.
You know,
yeah, I mean, I almost want to make a second one because I feel like I've learned so much from this one. So yeah, it would be interesting to do again.
Thing about the economy of this piece that, you know, sometimes I just walk around hardware stores just looking at all the stuff thinking, okay, well, what could I make out of this? And I feel like there's a bit of that in this. You know, you went down the trim aisle and you saw, oh, okay, here's some things I could take home and easily cut them up and make something. So kudos for that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily against there being a separate rhythm for the legs. I mean, I know it would be more simple if it was the exact same section, but there's also sort of a hierarchy within the hierarchy where 4 of the legs simply or 4 of the slats are simply a little more important than 4 of the other ones. And there's a variation to the rhythm because of that. It's just that where you didn't quite resolve it, it kind of shows up a little harder right there.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Any other thoughts?
Great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you accomplished a whole lot with a lot of constraints. It's pretty amazing. There's a lot to talk about here. You know, there's a lot of the connections, details, the relationships from the slats to the boards.
Now I start to wonder about the original design and how what you figured out here. I realize it's a different way of making a skin or making a structure, but I wonder about how this type of work might actually influence your original project as well. Just something to think about.
Yeah, I was thinking about the legs mostly, I would say. They seem to work in a way a lot better on this piece, I think. And I definitely think that was the part I struggled the most with on the credenza, was figuring out the leg placement and how many there were going to be. And so I think I resolved it here in a way that maybe wouldn't have worked on the credenza, but it makes me think a lot about ways to think about that piece.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Molly. Great work. Really good, really good. Wow, somebody across the street from me is getting a case of liquor delivered to their house. That's always impressive. Okay, so our next presenter is Uchin.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, let me do the story screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Yuqing, and this is my last semester in urban design program. So I'm going to introduce my final project and personal craft. Okay, so the furniture I plan to as my final project is a coffee table. Here's the construction drawing. Here's the plan and animation. The coffee table is about 2 feet by 4 feet by 1 feet and 2 3/8 inches. And also you can see the dimension and detail of each element, and the sections here shows the joint, the dovetail joint here. And also some dimensions of each pieces. Sorry, I don't want to talk too much about the construction drawing. And explore the axon diagram shows each element of the coffee table. And what I want to talk about is where the inspiration came from. The bridge in this photo is built in a Chinese traditional way by only using hand tools and no nails or screws. But this is not common in rural China now. Only older craftsmen know how to make it. So there are 3 frames work together to support the bridge deck by standing on the earth on both sides of the creek. And at the same time, the 4 pillars standing on the 2-leg frame to support the deck. And you can see the bridge is really strong and stable. So I just borrowed the idea from the bridge and the structure to use in my coffee table. Here's the rendering, and the load of the structure needs to support is from the 2 feet by 4 feet of glass, and the items will put on it. So I will show a short video to show how the structure work. Play. So firstly, here's the coffee table, and this is the leg frame. The 2 horizontal piece just join the 4 legs by dovetail joint, and then insert the small tendons to stability. And we got 2 frames like this. And then is the deck frame. Basically, the deck frame has the same structure as the leg frame. And on top of this frame, there are 2 bins. The bell shows to join with the 4 short pieces by a bite-like joint. Sorry. And also with small tendons at these 4 places. And then we combine these 3 frames together. And the sections will show why the structure is stable. And you can see at the end of this frame, there's the notches are resting on the short piece of the leg frame. And at the same time, the notches at the end of the leg frame just rest at the short piece of the deck frame. That's why the structure is stable. They can work together. And at last, just adding the glass top. So I put the sofa around it. You can know the dimension of the coffee table. Here's another short video to show the structure. You can see it very clear how it works. For ensuring the structure work, I made a quarter scale model, and the joint of each separate frames, they are just glued up. And you can see the small notches at here. And just for testing the stability, I put my 2 laptops and 2 books on top of this model for a whole night. I think it worked well and it's very stable. So, for the personal craft, I decided it's a loop and log puzzle. It just depends on the materials that I got. It's a 6 by 6 by 2 inches piece of cherry. So the loop and log puzzle is an entirely multi and tenon joint structure craft. It has many different typologies. And the one that I decided to make has a specific name. It is the pineapple shaped puzzle. Just the same with the one on the right. This one is huge. It's like a 339 pieces combination puzzle. This is the biggest that I have ever seen. So just for the practice, I made a 6-piece puzzle as a practice, and I just want to test the joint will work. So my personal craft is a 24-piece puzzle. This is the design. And it has 12 pairs, and the 2 pieces of each pair, they are just like mirrored to each other. And also make a short video to show how to combine them. So the first is the 3 long pieces, and then some other short pieces. Because the puzzle will be combined, it could be separated into 2 half parts, and each the 2 half parts are mirrored to each other. Yeah, this is finished the half part of it, and then the other half, and then just join them together. Yeah, this is the photo. So my personal craft, these are the 24 pieces. Firstly, to combine the 1 half and then the other half, and we should to just rotate 1 half up to down and join them together. And yeah, this is the finished one. Oh,
what
thank
material
you.
is it?
Sorry?
What material are you using?
Oh, it's cherry.
Oh, okay.
No, we've talked
really
about this.
It's really hard.
It's nicknamed Brazilian cherry. This is Jatoba.
Oh, okay.
Jatoba. It's like mahogany, but it's actually a little harder than mahogany.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to cut it at the beginning, but I found it's too hard for me to cut them into pieces. So yeah, Mark helped me to place the bandsaw to cut them into pieces. Thank you.
No problem.
How did you chamfer all the corners?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Uching, the chamfers. How did you make the chamfers on the corners? With a chisel?
You mean this?
Yes.
Of the edge? Just sanding them.
Sanding. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
What tools did you have to make this piece right here?
Sorry, would you
Tools
I don't
have?
what tools?
Yes.
I have Japanese sword, two chisels. One is a 1-inch chisel and a 1/4-inch chisel, and 2 clamps. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, impressive.
Thank you.
Love the design of your table bridge aspect. And I like the fact that you played off that logs were somehow evolved in the original. But I wish you had played that a little more. You see the 3 horizontal round pieces in this project that are below the glass? And you have inset into it 2 long dovetails at the very end. Well, I'm afraid that those dovetails are too close to the end of those round logs, and that in time, that won't be a very strong joint. And had you rounded those, like the end of a log or something, 1, you played up the log a little, and 2, you made that joint a lot stronger. Right now, to me, that dovetail's too close to the end, structurally.
I'm going back to the construction drawing. Do you mean here, the dovetail at the end of this frame?
You see, we see where the distance between the dovetail and the end of the board is less than the full thickness of the dovetail. Usually just a rule of thumb is to always stay away from an end equal to, say, the dovetail or what you're putting against it. But in this case, you have 3/4 at the top, 3/4 at the bottom, yet the dovetail's 1 inch. Well, that's putting less wood to hold the dovetail in than the size of the dovetail. And that worries me a little.
If that is 1 inch, Philippe is saying that that should probably be 1 inch at a minimum.
Or at a minimum, correct.
At a minimum, yeah.
Just because that's such a weak spot, and by having it round, it makes it even weaker toward the top.
Got a slightly similar condition here, except
Well, but
it's a little bit different.
yeah, you're not getting that close to the end grain, which in itself isn't that strong in that dimension. Just be stronger if you added 1 inch to it. I've just over time, the flexing of this table, the contraction and expansion is going to weaken that area.
What is the diameter of the legs and the horizontal pieces?
1 3/4.
1 3/4.
Yeah.
Yeah, in your overall drawing, it looked really like beefy. So I guess I'm wondering, how sturdy does a coffee table need to be? The proportions of your scale model, where it seemed a lot slimmer, and seemed just a little more comfortable to me.
The model at 1/4 scale, was that made at the same dimension?
And they were rectangular pieces, right? Not round.
That's true.
Yeah, right.
It looked a little slimmer. Maybe that's just an illusion.
Maybe it's because they don't have shape to them. These are more
Maybe.
square, right? The other ones are rounded.
Yeah,
that's square.
There's a weight to them because of that.
Yeah. I mean, I like it. You can see how it's all working and they're all relying on each other. That's very nice.
It's interesting when in the model where you have it loaded, I think it was the last picture with the books on top. The books give you sort of an equal uniform load across the whole thing. And it'd be interesting if this were real and there were 2 people sitting on each end of the coffee table. You might have a whole different story. You see the length of the cantilever versus the span of the supports between the cantilevers. You might take your model and put loads on it on each end and leave it overnight and see what happens.
Okay, we'll try.
What is the the distance between what is the length of the cantilever, the parts on each end that stick out to hold the glass, versus the midsection?
One
Less than a third.
three quarter. Oh, you mean
1 foot.
you mean here? Oh,
Yeah.
Less than a
Okay.
third of the total.
Right.
and a half.
It's an interesting idea. I think just speaking to Gary's point, it would be because you are missing taking the bridge concept to the coffee table. There are 2 points of the structure that you're eliminating, and that's where the glass would be resting on either end of the ravine or the whatever you're crossing. So it would be interesting to see what the different point loads on the surface how that would react with your model. If you were just to load up one corner even, what that does. I guess that's I see that's why you have those notches at the end, sort of keeping the glass in place like that. But it'd be interesting to see what happens when you give it that sort of seesaw loading.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'm totally interested in what the reviewers are saying right now. I do just wonder though how that glass top creates, at least to some extent, a uniform load, and to some extent a caution about just, I don't know, sitting on it,
Right.
It's a glass coffee table, so it doesn't have to have a wide load like a
Yeah. It's definitely going to support a coffee cup.
Exactly.
That's definitely true.
Some books on Japanese joinery.
These two projects they're very tell where your mind is. These are very complex. It would have been interesting to see you actually build this piece. I think it would have been cooler maybe if it wasn't a direct derivative. Like, yes, there is beauty in that kind of whatever structure that's historical, but maybe if you flipped it and remixed it into something as a standalone piece, maybe it would have been more interesting, just design wise. So it wasn't just simulacra, maybe.
This is definitely devoted to this very specific kind of genre of joinery and of bridge making. And I mean, I definitely can appreciate what you're saying, Joseph. To some extent, wood design students are often respecting tradition as much as they are also trying to investigate and bridge to something new as well. And I think just the jump in scale from a bridge to a table is also kind of an invention of its own. If you didn't know this was a bridge, how would you feel about this table?
Well, she went to a lot of trouble to study joinery, and that seems to be a really important part of it. But the tenons that she attached through the dovetails, they speak too much of mechanically made as opposed to this very detailed aspect of handmade.
These tenons right here.
Let's see, where are you?
I'm drawing on the end elevation.
You got it, yeah. To me, they look like a machine did them. They take away from this just ridiculous, wonderful play of working out all these joints, and those could have been square, could have been different, you could have played with that, and I feel that that's the one aspect of the table that comes across as a little too manufactured.
Yeah.
Can I say that you're going to say something?
I'm more interested in your question, Gary.
Well, it's not a question. I just wanted to say that your whole presentation was really clear and informative. The graphics were quite explanatory, and I think that you did an incredible job and a lot of work.
Thank you.
That's agreed.
Yeah.
And I know this was already touched on, but really nice how you stayed dedicated to that, you know, the joinery all throughout when you had to pivot to making the puzzle. It's nice how you tied that original concept in, and you were able to still explore that idea after, you know, being limited into what you could create.
I also, I think y'all are probably getting the message from the personal craft project, from the puzzle and her execution of that puzzle, that she could indeed have executed this table.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm really happy that you made a model of it, you know, rather than doing
It's 2 o'clock.
something completely different. It's really nice to see.
The small puzzle was actually quite dangerous to make, wasn't it, with hand tools?
Yeah, I made them all by hand tools.
That's amazing. Thank God.
The pieces is really small, just like this.
Right. It's just difficult to handle those small parts when you're really taking away that much material.
Did you cut into your workbench, Wuqing?
And no, I have a wood as the base.
Okay, all right. How are your fingers? Did you?
They're all here.
Okay, good. Good. Right, it's hard to hold on to a small little piece like that. So.
Yeah, I should adjust the clamps all the time.
You chamfered all those corners by hand standing on the puzzle?
Yeah, hand standing. Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Yeah, standing all takes a long time.
There's an interesting little detail at the bottom of this leg right here. You're seeing the round section of the leg, but there's this tiny little flat that shows up right here. And I'm just curious for viewers, how do we feel about that? Because I like it.
I like
it. Yeah, in the maquette, it goes flat to the ground, right? There's a little bit different termination.
Right.
Yeah, that feels more considered. Yeah, being slightly blunted, right?
Yeah.
I think it's very difficult to have materials vanish to a 0 point and avoid it at all costs.
Agreed.
In all cases.
That same shape had been at the ends of the longitudinal bars that Philippe was talking about 15 minutes ago, extending out a little bit further than the dovetail. Yeah, and if you had had that same shape there, I think that would have been quite appropriate at that, that juncture right there.
Gary,
yeah,
that's amazing. That's interesting. Something to consider. Something to think about, Wuqing.
Yeah. It will look better. I did the flat here just at the corner of the leg, just because I don't want the edge of the leg is too sharp. Yeah, just leave a little bit here.
And there's definitely an aspect of massiveness about this this coffee table, and there's an aspect of redundancy. There's an aspect of almost kind of fetishizing the joinery. But it's also part of that tradition as well. I mean, okay, maybe it is more structurally than necessary, but I think to some extent the process of making this and that meditation and focus required to make this might also be part of the process of making the bridge that yeah, there's redundancy, there's more parts than you need, and yet that also cumulatively is simply part of the tradition, and how the makers are basically also doing this in service of their own craft, and learning the craft, and sort of forcing yourself to learn the craft. Well, Uching, any other critics? Any other comments for Uching? Can we look at the puzzle one more time?
Well, it's interesting that she concentrated on the dovetail, and that the dovetail joint is used in all cultures, from China to Americas to Egypt to Europe. I don't think they came from cultures. I think it's a joint that would just made sense, and everybody in different parts of the world used it. And it's interesting that you focused on a joint that does have that globalness to it.
It is a global wood joint. That is absolutely true. Well, in part because it speaks to wood grain and to a mechanical connection that acknowledges the strength of the wood grain. Okay, thank you so much, Uching. Very impressive. Very nice work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent job.
Mark, at Wood Review,
Yes, yes.
After every piece of furniture, there's applause, but on video, somehow we refrain from applause. Notice that.
You want to give Uching a round of applause? We don't always applaud at Wood Design, but I do like that concept a lot. So Wellington, I do believe that you're up.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, so my name is Wellington. I'm a Master's of Architecture student in my third year. And for my design project, I wanted to build a dining table. And so let me go ahead and share the screen and show you my construction drawings.
What kind of table?
Dining table?
Dining table. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good be up. So I just want to walk you through this really quickly. This is my cover sheet. Just kind of shows various parts, takeoffs and materials. Have a perspective view of the dining table. Sort of acts on a metric that shows some of the other parts, or breaks down the parts. So legs, stretchers, sort of a decorative bracket. I was really interested in this frame and panel system of joinery, and so that's what largely drove the design process. So it involves these frames. Traditionally, and some of the older examples that I'd seen, they used battens, but I ended up removing those so that they weren't necessary. So I took those out. And finally, some panels with sort of a tongue and groove to keep them all together. Yeah, so then here's the overall plan and elevation of the project. So it's pretty small, just big enough for 4 people, just a small dining table. Here's some drawings of the legs, just a plan and some elevations. Initially, I had wanted to use a dovetail for one of the top stretchers to kind of lock it in place, but while I was building the project, I decided that creating that housing and then installing it was going to be kind of problematic. And so I ended up simplifying to just a regular tenon. And then these are the stretchers. They also changed a little bit. So dovetail just became regular tenon. I'd initially also imagined these as sort of these parallelogram shapes, but they were simplified to just be a rectangle in profile. And this is the frame. And so the last 2 pieces would have all been made out of maple. And these, this piece and all the subsequent pieces are made out of mesquite. So this is the frame, and it's basically a miter with some tenons to kind of hold it in position. And then there would be a groove sort of routed in here that would accept the panels. Of course, there would be a sort of round over here, and then also a fillet to sort of lighten it. And these are the panels. I initially imagined them as sort of being equally spaced with a 1/4 inch sort of tongue and a 1/4 inch groove. But when I went to purchase the lumber, I ended up changing that. And so they're a variety of spaces now based on what I could acquire. And yeah, the top drawings here all show this sort of batten, which I removed. And then at the bottom here, I had these brackets, which I was going to use, which I will be using to attach the base to the top. But those are still in progress. I have not gotten to those yet, unfortunately. And I move over to my other presentation. Oh, hold on. So this is the project as it stands now. You can see some of the process models that I made, as well as some sketches, and then the table here. It's not entirely done. I still haven't finished gluing the top. Having some issues with the miters here. So once I clean those up and get them to the point that I like them, I'll glue it together, and then I can finish the top. So this is the table in my living room. The frame's pretty much complete except for the brackets that I mentioned, which would go in here. Then I would use some sort of physical attachment to attach that to the tabletop itself. Here's some other views of it, just sort of in context and in use, just to see what it looks like. My dog was very excited about the table, so she's in a lot of these. But you can kind of see here where the miters are not lining up exactly. And so once I clean those up, I can finish this off and then of course make sort of round over and clean those edges. Here's some views at the top. And this is kind of, you can't see it, but there's basically a tenon floating inside there that's sort of aligning everything. Some more views at the top. And these are the sort of the frames and the joints, or where it's meeting together. This would be a lot lighter once I'm done actually shaping that edge. So it won't be as blocky. And yeah, that's the project.
Can you talk about your choice of the two different woods?
Yeah, I wanted to use mesquite. I'd seen it used in previous projects, and I just really like the look of it. I mean, it's also local material, so wanted to use that. And I've done some other smaller projects in the past where I've used two different towns, and I just really like the way it looks. So I wanted to use that. I mean, I used hard maple for the base, and it's also just an incredibly strong material, and so that was also a major benefit. So that was kind of the rationale, I guess.
Okay.
Do the boards in the top, are they floating inside the frame?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so the boards are all glued together or to themselves, or are they float individually?
No, they float individually. The frame around it is glued together.
Mm-hmm. And everything's flush up on top.
It is almost flush. It needs to be sanded a bit, but yes, that is the intention.
You know, I'll just throw this out. I've made a couple of pieces of furniture with tops that are frames that they're either squares or octagons or hexagons, and I've always had a little bit of an issue with putting because it is radially symmetrical, putting in a infill that's two has a north and south direction, and had you ever considered putting in something in the middle that is has no direction?
Yeah.
Or has multiple directions, or a veneer that starts to take on the geometry of the frame?
Mhm. Yeah, that's definitely something that I considered. I didn't want to overload myself in terms of complexity, but I think that would have been a good direction to take as well.
It worries me a little that the horizontal tenons into the legs that are now more splayed than the projects are really only in tension, and you only have a 1/2 inch mortise. I would have made that mortise at least an inch if you want that tension to really support that table over time. A 1/2 inch tenon for a tension joint, unless it's locked with a dowel, I'm worried about that.
Okay.
Is the 10.5 inch long?
I think it's actually about.
Drawing said 1/2 inch.
But is that how it was made?
Yeah. I followed these pretty precisely. So yeah, they should be about 1/2 inch. Sounds about right.
No, that's closer to 7/8 of an inch.
That would work better.
2, 1.
1 3/4 divided by 2.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Yeah, I can live
7/8.
But I think I may have shaved them down as I constructed them. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
But that, from what Philippe is saying, that dovetail on the top rail would actually have this dovetail on the top rail would have literally counteracted the tension if those legs were trying to splay apart.
Right.
Yes and no, because one side of that mortise is so thin that
Yeah.
I don't know how much strength you're going to get there.
It is, the leg is all long grain is the good thing though. Okay.
You know, there's something that's a little disconcerting, and Elaine asked this question, why did you decide on the two materials? But I feel like they're two different pieces of furniture in some ways. I don't see the connection between the top and the base. The maple's a much more, it's a harder, mesquite's pretty hard. It's just that it's a more refined, or you can get to a more refined state with maple than you can with the mesquites that's got knots. And the way you've constructed it, those panels are going to move around a little bit, so you're going to have little gaps between the boards from time to time. And so, and then even just the shapes of them. In the drawing, you've got rounded corners on the tabletop, which I would question possibly, but the geometry of the two don't seem to reinforce one another.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you speak to that, and what were you thinking when we're putting this together?
Right. Yeah, I think the rounded corners is something that I would definitely question. I didn't want them to be sharp corners, just in terms of use. So that was part of what led to that. I think I might change it maybe to like a chamfer or something like that. But I think that would speak better to the overall design.
Can you show the leg?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to be just overly blunt, but wouldn't it be possible to round over the outside corner of the leg?
Right, and that was also part of my intention. I mean, it's not as rounded as that, but yeah, that is also one way to do it. Yeah.
I have a question about having a dining table with a frame top. So I know the tables with a frame top like that are, not unusual. But people tend to lean on tables with their elbows, and especially if they're sitting around and it's a dining table, as opposed to a coffee table or something else. Does that, the fact that it's a frame, is that inherently a weakness? So would it tend to kind of bend over time the more you lean on it with your elbows?
I don't believe so, but
no,
I could be wrong.
I don't know. It looks like there are a lot of loose parts joined together.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. That's my question.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that. I mean, I guess the original design I had the battens in, and that would have definitely counteracted that. I don't know how it would work now without the battens.
Well, can I chime in again? I do think that if the top had been one panel that had the grain running all in one direction like this, that you'd have strength on this long side, but you would have a tendency to bow or deflect on these sides, on the end grain. And so for me, actually, the frame at least gives you a consistent beam all the way around. What Wellington was saying is he was wondering if this panel might deflect and sink down. And my point of view on it was, actually, people make tongue and grooves in frames like this all the time, and all the boards and tongues and grooves actually support each other. Are you okay with that, Philippe?
I am, but that grid underneath the table doesn't really relate to the boards that the table's made out of. Had they been in one direction perpendicular to the long boards, that would make sense. Having them in both directions, I think Gary's right. There's two different things happening here, and one is little separated from the other.
I'm remembering something as well, Wellington, that you could have mentioned as Gary was talking about this feeling almost like two separate pieces of furniture. But in one of your original designs, your leg actually mortised through the tabletop right here. And you would have seen the end grain of the leg coming through that frame. In fact, where you've located the tendons on that frame, that you actually allow room for that to happen. But I felt like that was extremely ambitious, considering that you'd be building this on your own. But how did you take away that through tenon on the top of the frame because I suggested it, or was it because that was where you were heading with it anyway?
It was a combination of your suggestion, and also I wasn't able to find a resolution that I liked by the time I needed to start producing it. I still like the idea of it being a through mortise, or a through tenon rather, but yeah, I wasn't able to resolve it in time, and so I just decided to go with a different direction.
Can you go to the mesquite table? Let's see that. Let's stop there. So does this need those brackets here in between these two thin aprons? I'm just wondering if the reviewers have an opinion about whether brackets in those locations on all four sides actually does something either visually or structurally for these two rails.
It was interesting to see his reference images. I like where he was going with looking at the waist tables. And I think they did bridge, or maybe I'm mistaken, but those two aprons.
Yeah, I would agree. I think structurally, they would add quite a bit, especially considering it's an apron table and it's going to be taking that weight differently, not necessarily getting as much structure from the floating panel. You're relying a lot on that single top apron right now. So I think it would add quite a bit of strength there.
Is one enough?
Well, is one bracket?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're drawn and they're paired. I think there's always two.
As you've drawn it, I think would have been
approximately.
That stops the rack back and forth, right? That creating that small ladder-like structure as the apron, that stops or mitigates the force on the leg, probably a little bit.
Well, it makes each of these stronger because just tying this to that will act more as if it had been a single wide board, but it still has the space inside of it that his design has.
You're making a truss out of it.
Turns it into a box beam, which helps.
You're making a little box truss.
Wellington, you've lived with it a little bit. You know, we deal with a lot of crazy projects here in New York. We're always very concerned about giving the client a crazy dining top, whether it be sandblasted, have brass, something going on inside. The response is always, you know, they have a team of maids and they're going to vacuum it out or take care of it, however it may be. You don't have that team of maids, but you do have a table full of expanding joints. Is it a real maintenance to keep it clean and maintained?
Yeah, I mean, that's something I was considering as I was drawing it. That is going to be a challenge. So it's, I think one thing that I may look at is putting a glass top on it, just to keep debris out. Yeah.
Actually, I think that Wellington's dog has a little white apron and a duster. Comes in every night and dusts it off.
Yeah, once it passes through the batten, through the panel, she will definitely take care of it.
Got it.
I know that right now you're still fitting the frame, whether you're shooting those miters or not. I'm not sure, but what is your intention for the final surface?
In terms of
you always were anticipating to have some gaps in the top, or were you trying to keep it as tight as possible?
In terms of the frame, I wanted to keep it as tight as possible. With the panels, I was going to accept some amount of wiggle room.
So there's something, we're talking about the structural need for the cross bracing or not, would it make it stronger or not? There's something, when I look at that bottom rail and then I look at the splay of the legs, that something visual that's just, I'm not sure what it is I would do differently, but there's nothing subtle about the amount of splay you have, and not only do they splay, but they taper. It's quite dynamic in that regard. It's really the splayed table leg is what that is, and the visual weight of that bottom crossbar just doesn't seem enough, no matter how big the tenon is, to do anything to help support those. And I'm just wondering if there's if that had been shaped so that it comes down a little bit lower on the extremities where your knees are not, or if it was even somehow visually connected to the rail that's just above that. I think that there's something that there's a missed expression there that could have been, I don't know, helped resolve something between the legs and the bar, and made me feel more comfortable about that holding up.
Okay.
Because there's just a tenon right here, and you know that as a woodworker, but you feel like that doesn't quite resolve it.
Yeah, forgetting my knowledge of making anything, visually, it just doesn't feel stout enough for this table. With the forces that you see, the sort of the motion that you see with the legs. To me, it feels like it must be something a little bit more substantial.
Your first thought was probably right on the table, that shaping, right, Wellington? Like when you undercut that soft bevel, I think that's a little bit of what we're missing too, right? Obviously, you didn't have the tools to kind of finesse that edge as it extends over the top. But that was definitely the move, right? If you would have had the tools just to lighten it a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah, that's definitely the plan on the top. So that should help. But I mean, perhaps the legs are a bit too chunky.
Yeah, I wonder, looking at it now, if that under, you know, the sarin and edge that would maybe make the top look too light.
Oh.
What's your dimension at the top of the leg there?
2.5, I believe. Yeah. 2.5.
Are you actually considering, did you say you're considering covering the tabletop with glass?
Yes.
Oh, because I think that would be a shame. You're not really able to enjoy the wood.
Yeah, it's not what I would like
really
to do, but it's
table.
more. Yeah, I was just thinking about practicality and spills and things like that.
No, you're taking a risk, and sometimes you have to take a risk. Can you, Wellington, can you go to the first image of the mesquite table?
Sure.
I would just like to point out that you can see it in the drawings that there used to be a different type of structure holding these legs in, and you can see it in this model as well, that he didn't have an apron around the perimeter. He had brackets connecting the legs back to the center of the table, and it was in this model as well. And I just want to point out that Wellington really has investigated this and refined it quite a bit. Our concern of me and John Vico at the wood shop was that with a radial geometry, with in effect your aprons sort of crossing in the center of the table, that just based on our own experience, we know that tables tend to rotate. And that even though a lot of these diagrams of how this table structure worked had a much more sort of even more dynamic or slightly risky type of structure to them, it was a lot of it was based on me and John's feedback that we didn't want his table to rotate. And that's how he wound up settling on this this type of apron design that he has right now. And I just want to, I do want to congratulate you, Wellington, for refining this and for sticking with something, knowing in the long run that it was going to be stronger for you and it was going to be more of an heirloom piece if it didn't have wiggle in it. And I think in the long run that you'll be glad about these refinements. But that the process of getting to this design that you see right here has had a lot of twists and turns in it, and it was never quite as simple as this final design might make it appear to be. Yeah, the mesquite it's beautiful. You want to be touching, you want your hands on that mesquite. It's the texture, and you're leaving some of these defects which you can't avoid in mesquite, right? But that tangibleness is really quite important in the end. And I think you'll be glad if you don't put glass on it. Any other last thoughts? Technically, we are at the end of our session. Do our reviewers have any last comments or questions they would like to ask us?
Well, on this one, I think the two modalities together work better. The idea that once the legs are splayed, you have crosses that cross diagonally between the legs, which really structurally is the best for those splaying not to go. And then by having it on the top, that's the compressional element. To me, it's between the two works better, but to have tenons on the front edge of the leg splayed to the diagonal, I mean, even if you had put a dovetail visible on the side, that would have worked better. But to have put I think between the two seems to me there would have been a better solution. Just because I'm worried about those splayed legs, but it's a beautiful project.
Thank you.
Well, can I just say I'm impressed with everything that I've seen, considering the fact that you didn't have the benefit of being in the shop with Mark. It looks like everybody that I saw today learned quite a bit about design and what they are pursuing, and congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing that you're able to build your piece at 1-to-1. So I look forward to seeing images of it when you're done. It's quite amazing.
1-to-1 is the secret weapon of this class. Maybe someday, Elaine, we can build you a condo so that you don't have to live in a violin anymore.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
We'll work on that. We'll work on that next semester. Chapter and verse. Are you enjoying your time here at Review?
Yeah, thanks for having us. It was really nice to see you guys. I think everyone that I saw anyways has done a great job pivoting and getting creative and trying to further your education and study of different techniques and materials under the current circumstances was good, is inspiring to see as well.
Cheers.
So, congratulations. Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah, the effort is definitely there. And we saw every possible pivot. We saw the same design as the final design. We saw something in between, and we saw something made out of fabric. So we've seen every possible range of option as far as that pivot had to go. Thank you very much, reviewers. Thank you, Joseph, for being here.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, chapter and verse, Joseph's
Connor.
partner.
Yeah.
Connor.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it quite a bit. Philippe, we're grateful for your presence and your energy as usual. Gary, thanks for being here. And Elaine, appreciate it very much. You joining us all the way from New York.
All the way from New York.
All the way from New York.
It was really impressive work, all of you. It was great to see.
Cheers. And they need to know that, and it's true. So thanks everybody. And I will be, we're going to take a break from this meeting. Reviewers, you're welcome to head out. I'll buy you a cup of coffee next time I see you. Is that okay? Can you live with that?
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you, Mark.
All right.
All right.
Fantastic.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a great afternoon. Welcome to Wood Design Final Review. Our guest reviewers are Philip Kyle of Furman Kyle Architects, Wendy Dunham-Tita of Page, formerly Page Sutherland Page, and Michael Benedict of, well, you know Michael Benedict. Where are you from, Michael? Are you from the internets? Are you from?
I'm from the interwebs.
You're from the interwebs.
Yes, South interwebs.
You prophesized that this would happen once years
I
ago,
did.
didn't you?
I did.
Yes, you did.
And we're sort of reversing into cyberspace, ass backwards.
So you thought cyberspace was going to look a lot cooler than this, didn't you?
I did, and I think there are improvements to be made. Cyberspace with dogs is better.
Puppies help a lot. Yes. Okay. Well, actually, each of you has been a reviewer on wood design before. You know that we spend the first half of the semester learning woodworking and developing designs for a piece of furniture to build the second half of the semester, and that got cut short. The students are going to show you thorough construction drawings of the final project they would have built, and they're going to show you a personal craft project that is going to be a little bit different for every student. To some extent, it might, probably will relate to the final project with some severe modifications. I believe one student, and we might actually save Andrew for the end, is actually building the final design with what tooling he has available. So Wendy, how are you? Where are you at right now? Are you at home?
Oh. Wendy, you're muted.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, my internet is kind of unstable today. Did you ask if I'm at home?
Yes.
Yes, I am at home, and this is a
Okay.
personal craft project of mine that I've been
lovely.
in about 2 weeks before all of this. So now I have a little alcove in my room, which I love.
Oh, I thought you were talking about those handmade Venetian blinds.
Well, what craft project are you talking about, Wendy?
My slat wall behind me. Can you see?
Oh, I thought it was
Yes.
Venetian blinds.
No, it's actually a slat wall. My house was built in 1968, and there was these large openings between the top level and 2 or 3 levels down, actually all the levels down, these weird shutters for a very, very long time. And I demoed all of the wood shutters and then sort of built in a screen. So
All right.
that was started on New Year's Eve.
Mhm.
It was also started with a trip to the emergency room, because in demoing the old shutters, I discovered, actually my hand discovered a finish nail with a very sharp head. So anyway, that was kind of interesting. Safety first. Yeah.
Safety first.
But anyway, it's all done. I'm very happy.
Yes.
I also have a screen that Wendy helped design behind me in my
Yes, I
room.
know. I was going to send you a chat and tell you how much I love that beautiful screen.
Yeah, we talk about, you know, in architecture, we talk about how doors and windows are sort of a negotiable boundary between the inside and outside of the building. And for woodworkers, sometimes your own skin is a negotiable boundary between the inside and outside world.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't really want to negotiate that too hard, but it happens.
This is also a project about tolerances, because I'm married to a mechanical engineer with an MBA who really believes in precision, and he has a really nice level which he wanted to use in all situations relative to the screen. And actually, if we built it to everything working with that level, it would have been completely out of true, because everything that needed to be straight was negotiating a boundary with something that was not
It
straight.
was not straight, right?
Anyway, it's kind of an interesting
Yes.
exercise in
Did he learn his lesson, Wendy?
with all things craft and making, it's a constant negotiation, but we are in fact thrilled with the
All right.
Nice. Nice.
And you're still married, and that's great.
result. So there you go.
Well, I'm glad that everybody is healthy, and thank you for being here today. We're gonna start reviewing right now, and John, you're gonna get us started.
Wonderful. All right. Well, this semester did not go as planned.
And I did not make a personal craft project that relates all too much to this idea, but this was the goal of the semester from the beginning. It was to make a live edge resin table with a waterfall edge. I would not use this type of leg, but something with this sort of a design that then would glow using LEDs on the bottom in a way like this, and would be supported on the end with a live edge post or tree trunk, preferably cedar, which is very prevalent in Central Texas. But sadly, this semester did not go the way that we planned, and I was not able to make this table. I had even gone as far as to buy 2 slabs that I could potentially use, and I created this formula, this guide through the construction drawings for how to take a piece of live edge oak and turn it into this type of table. So you would start with, can you guys see my mouse, by the way?
A hand, yeah.
Great. So yes, you'd start with the slab around 2 inches thick was what I ended up with. I think about 2 inches and a quarter. And then you would cut it along its central axis and then flip the pieces so that their live edge is then contained on the inside, and then the straight edge becomes the side of the table. And then the resin pour was the tricky part. Right around spring break, when everything went the way it did, I was planning various tests for how the resin would look and would give the light behind it that sort of glossy, spacey effect. And I was doing some research and found that people had poured or cast in different pieces of things into their resin in tables similar. And I thought maybe it would be interesting to reuse the bark that would come off of the live edge to make almost a lava flow effect in the table. Unfortunately, I did not do any of the testing. I was unable to acquire all the materials for large scale resin pours, the framework, and those sorts of things. I hope in the future, maybe I'll have the opportunity to do something this big. It's sort of an undertaking. You would then take the poured slab, one complete slab, and then cut it about a third off. The slabs I ended up with were shorter than these construction drawings, and would have only had a 2-foot segment and a 4-foot segment. That edge is then mitered so that you have the waterfall continuous seam, and the leg is attached using pegs on either side of the resin. So preferably the post I never sourced, but it would be large enough to branch both sides of the table and then create the footing on the ground. This is a section and then some views of the project. I ended up making a small lap desk. I went with something that, rather than my original intent and design, was very much function driven. I spent the rest of the semester doing class from my coffee table in my living room, and it wasn't quite comfortable. And I wanted a way to put my computer right on my lap without the heat being too much. So I went to work making this table with only was it like 4 boards and then some milled lumber that I had left over from the semester. And so I ended up making this tabletop and these legs, which are adjustable. The tabletop is very thin, so that it's a very thin surface between whatever you're working on in your lap, so that you don't feel like it's too clunky. I also wanted to keep the weight down. And so really the stability comes from these 2 2x6s, which are on either side and support the adjustable legs, and then are adhered to the tabletop with screws, and then are also braced on the bottom by little segments of 2x4s with screws as well. And then the tabletop itself was glued together. And it looks like this on top. It's 3 boards on the top and then 2 on the bottom to make up the tabletop. They're all about 1x6. And that board I was lucky, it was milled very flat, so the finish edge is quite flush. And then these are I would call them the nicer legs, because I used the milled lumber I got from school. to make them, but I also wanted a little bit more of an adjustment in the height. These are only 12 inches tall, and so I went to work and made more legs that have more options for the height. They can either go a little bit lower or a little bit taller, and they look about like this. But that was what I was able to end up with. I can actually show you guys if I...
John, what tools did you have?
Okay, yes, I can get into that. I was lucky that I grew up in Austin and had access to my parents' garage where I have tools that I accumulated while I was in middle school and high school. So I had access to a drill press. I had access to various chisels and things. And I used a table saw to cut the boards, and then I used a belt sander to sand them down on the edges and things. I used various clamps to clamp it all together, and I did most of the work on top of some sawhorses and a board that I've set up in the garage.
And did you use glue as well as screws?
Yes, so the glue is to attach the 2 boards that run on the inside or the underside of the table to the 3 boards that make up the top of the table. And then I've been using a mallet to take the legs on and off, and I don't have it with me right now, or else I would show you the process of changing the legs. But it's relatively easy. I was worried I would need to use some sort of screwdriver to force the peg out, but just hammering on the leg itself seems to get the legs off fine, and then just tapping them back in with the mallet works for changing them out. The table actually works really well without any of the legs on it. It can just sit right on your lap and be that sort of a lap desk as well.
Does it need the 2 layers underneath the top?
I wasn't sure, but because I started off by gluing the top 3 boards together on their edges, and it didn't feel very sturdy, and it had a little bit of a wiggle. And so I wanted to really firm it up and make sure that it was solid, and I was afraid that having the boards on the edge and only attaching them in the center, that could potentially cause it to break or crack in certain places. These boards were all almost like reclaimed. I found them at various places or acquired them just through time, and they've been sitting in my parents' garage for a long time.
Can I ask you another? Oh, go ahead. Me? Okay, one last question from me. Did you draw this? Are there?
So I didn't know what size table I could make with the wood I had. So the initial sketch was just me drawing a rectangle and then doing a lot of math to try and figure out how I could make the actual tabletop and then also support it. And I went through different, this was about the biggest I could maximize the size while still having it be 3 tiers deep. And so really it was the math and the functionality of it that caused the table to be the way it is. And so I didn't do much drawing when it came to the table, and like I didn't do anything in Rhino. I simply just did some math on the boards and then also just some quick sketches on a paper. But it was very interesting doing the drawings and things for my previous idea of the resin waterfall table, something that was so ambitious in its form, and something that I would have had to execute so perfectly because of that form to achieve a project that I guess wouldn't look cliche, or I don't know. I was very hesitant about using the resin, but when it came to making this table that was, or how I saw it, very functional, or it really only had to serve a purpose of being a lap desk, the process for creation when it comes to something that was purely functional was so much different than what went into making something that was purely form. So I guess that's how the two relate, is that they are kind of opposite in that sense.
I think that's a great starting point for talking about building things, because in the little bit of woodworking and metalworking that I do at home, I'll say, and you'll probably kill me, Mark, for saying this. I mean, I rarely ever do anything that can be considered kind of construction drawings. I usually start with like a little sketch, and then just through the process of making, you discover the joints and the proportions and that sort of thing. So I think it's actually a great exercise that you started with both starting points. One is in drawing, and one is just like, all right, I've got this board and these tools. How am I going to make it?
Thank you.
You've given us sort of two projects to talk about. On the resin table.
Right. Should I pull up the pictures or the drawings for you?
Sure, that's going to be helpful. I guess I have two comments about that. I don't personally think the resin is, I don't know what word you used, gimmicky or
yeah, cliche or
I mean, I think that's actually kind of an interesting idea to to take this kind of crazy material shape, that live edge, and make it useful as a table, being flat, but also be able to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Two comments I might have. One thing that you said that may start pushing it in the realm of cliche or a gimmick to me is the idea of lighting it, where you've got to deal with all those things like having a cord and a plug, and then is it a lamp or is it a table? I think that could have pushed it into the realm of gimmickiness, and I'm kind of glad that you stopped short of building it with lighting in it. The other comment I might make is, you've already got this live edge feature of the tabletop and the waterfall. And I have to admit, I find a little bit distracting having another, call it live edge condition of the cedar post, different kind of wood, in an entirely different form that doesn't seem to kind of, either let the oak live edge kind of carry the day in terms of shape and function, decoration, whatever you call it. But then also doesn't do anything to bridge the gap structurally or formally. My instinct would be to maybe explore a different kind of leg. I love the asymmetry of the other thing, the leg, but I'm wondering if a more neutral material other than something that also has a lot of shape might be more successful.
Yeah,
Why isn't the leg shown in plan?
So the leg would have, in plan on the top, the leg would be underneath. I have dashed in where the dowels would run.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't do like a
wouldn't you also see the
bottom?
You would see the end grain of it too, right? Through the acrylic, through the resin.
Right. My plan for the resin, I never got to carry out the test, but I was hoping I would find a way to cloud the resin and create almost a texture within it so that you couldn't actually see through. It would be
You would
quite opaque.
you would see a shadow of it.
Okay.
In fact, that would be one of the major optical effects that it pulled off. In other words, I would actually look for that to happen to justify the use of that wooden stump leg somehow. I also think on this table, on the right-hand edge, where it goes over and down, I think, are you calling that the waterfall?
Yes.
Is that the exact angle of the top piece as it went over would actually be quite difficult to negotiate, because you couldn't use two pieces. You couldn't use one piece and cut it, because you would get in that exact corner, you would not get a surface. You would get a jump, right? Because the bottom would match the top and the top would match the bottom.
Are you, sorry, you're
It's
talking
not a,
about
it's
the
not a liquid.
fall edge?
Yeah. I'm
Oh, here,
talking
if I go
about-
to the detail, you would cut the board in half and then miter the edges. So 45-degree cut on each board and fold over. It wouldn't
Yeah, so
be
that would
exactly,
work. Well, that would work on the outside face, but it would not work for the inside faces.
right.
That
Those would be out of whack.
used to match that, but now it doesn't match it by whatever movement happens between there and there.
So making the resin cloudy is a good idea because it masks things like that. But if you were to, it would be more daring to make the resin transparent and then pull off that junction and the view of the end of the log for the table.
Right.
To go back to the one you did build, I can't help thinking that it would have been a good idea to draw it first, I have to tell you, because I think more platonic proportionality would have been easier to get to. You know, if that would be a golden rectangle, yada, yada, but I think you'd have something to aim for. My question was, as if it's a lap table, I was thinking I wouldn't put that on my bed and I wouldn't put it on my sofa. So it really is a floor piece. It's also immensely heavy, and which would be a virtue if it was a floor piece, but would be a problem if it was, to literally just be on your lap in bed or on your lap on a sofa or something. So I do think it's a coffee table.
Okay.
that you can sit at. And I wouldn't mind seeing a picture of you sitting at it, maybe on a pillow. Just,
Well,
that would be good.
I could sit at it now.
Oh, live.
I do sit on the floor a lot, and I guess it is a little hard to reach you guys now. This is where I've been taking class all semester. I've been sitting on only a cushion.
Wait a minute, is the laptop on the table?
No, the laptop comes on the table.
So it's not a good Zoom laptop. Well, actually, there you go. That's better, John.
Yeah?
Yeah, your face is bigger and all that's good.
Right.
You can count your teeth now.
What are you doing with your feet? Are you cross-legged or your legs
They are
straight?
crossed, yes.
Okay.
But there's actually room. I'm not the most flexible guy, but if I could sit crisscross, there is enough room to crisscross my legs underneath.
Okay.
All right, so this is a fairly convincing, it's a first-person perspective test.
So I am curious though, I am curious about the ergonomics of that. So how, I have two things. One is I'm going to have to go back to the first table in a minute, but with regards to this and sort of your body, how long can you comfortably sit there?
Well, I found my limits were pushed on Tuesdays and Thursdays this semester. I would sit here for about 7 hours. I'd start class around 12 and then finish around 7. And towards the end, I would get very uncomfortable and just want to be in some other place. But I found that if I did have my computer up close on my lap, I would tend to have better posture, and then that would keep me from getting sore or from getting an ache in my back.
Huh. I mean, it's an interesting idea because you like all the things about like if you're watching, this is a whole new dynamic to like what we do with our laptops, because before we weren't watching so much. Your laptop was about like drawing or typing or doing something else, but now it's about watching, and that's a different thing. If you were typing at that for 8 hours, I think that would be a different thing. Like I think it wouldn't be good for your hand or your arm or maybe even your butt, because you couldn't like shift around and do all those things. So I think that is an interesting concept of like ergonomics, because what we do is really changing. You know, if you were watching, generally you were like maybe on a sofa or you were watching TV, that's kind of shifted. So many people are watching on their laptops.
Mhm.
Now what we're doing with that piece is really different. Did you try and put this on a counter? Like, can you stand at this? And is it a standing height piece as well?
And, if it were sitting on a counter,
Yeah.
I guess if it were up higher, maybe not. If it were, so right now the tabletop's only 12 inches off the ground. So if it were on a 36-inch counter, it'd be 48 inches, and that's relatively high. I guess if you wanted to be very close to what you were working on, that would be great. But it could stand on a table or
Yeah.
on a.
It's just interesting, just thinking about the notion that you've designed something so specific to always sit, you know, on the floor as your
Mm.
working surface.
I love that idea, Wendy. And John, I agree that you should maybe dial into the ergonomics of it, because I thought the same thing about it being more an accessory to using your laptop more than just simply a piece of furniture, quote unquote.
Mhm.
And you know, a table that's meant for eating wants to be flat for sure, because your glass of wine or your whatever fork might roll off if that table weren't flat. But a table meant for writing or for working on a laptop might actually be more comfortable if it had a slope to it. I mean, if it had, I don't know if I can annotate, like if this were, you know, a sloped surface here, you know, would that be more comfortable for your forearms? I think, and you've built in that flexibility with your adjustable legs, so you
Right.
actually get a good model to practice ergonomics with.
I could, so if it were on a bed, it may not work because the bed is so soft. But if I add the slightly taller legs to just the back, I could actually set it on an incline, which would be probably pretty nice.
Yeah. So I do want to go back to the looking at sort of this joint, which is there because it's stable and you could make it and you could figure out a way to adjust things with it. But
Mhm.
so I kind of understand how you got to those, but and and the waterfall joint is there because you wanted the continuity of the surface. And I can't remember at the beginning, is this a table or a bench?
So this would have been a table.
Okay.
The size of what I got would have made it more of a coffee table size.
Okay. Well, I think one of the things that I was, I guess there were two things I was interested in your first aspirational project. One of them is that a lot of times we start with an idea, we get enticed by something, and then we think, oh, okay, this is my chance to like explore that thing I've been kind of enticed by. And then you have to decide what was it that was so compelling, and then what's the thing that you're going to add to it to make it yours versus just a project that's about replicating somebody else's idea. So I think you've added on some things to this, the combination of the live edge leg, and then also the idea of kind of infilling the resin. But it seems like maybe it was a project of kind of added enticements versus maybe breaking it down into what was like really essential, very, very important. And also, um, uh, how do I say this? Like when I look at your section, there's a mitered edge and then there's this sort of peg edge, and it all seems kind of additive versus how did you boil it down into these things that were very essential and then kind of inextricably linked to themselves. So I think that if you're kind of reflecting on like what did you learn in all of these things, part of it I think is when you do just as a sort of design process to make sure that you boil down that early enticement into like what it was that was so great about it that led you to thinking about using that material or design or precedent or whatever to really kind of understand a bit more at its core. and then to think about whatever you are adding to it and interrogate that, because this live edge leg feels like you're kind of seduced by the shapeliness of that piece of wood, and it has its own kind of set of like organic stability. That's a whole other thing to be enticed by versus the nexus of the resin and the live edge and how you're negotiating surfaces to make them both irregular and very regular at the same time. Like those are very different kinds of things. And it feels like they haven't quite become inextricably linked to each other. They've just been added on. The last thing I'll say kind of goes back to your first project, and it's just about stability, and this notion of mitering. And I love the way wood grain wraps a mitered edge, but I almost always hate two other things about a mitered edge. One of them is that they just have to be so drop dead perfect, or you end up with a little bit of wood glue and sanding down some of the wood and sort of sprinkling it in there and hoping that nobody notices that it wasn't a perfect cut. And then the other is that they don't really handle weight and movement very well. And so that so many times a coffee table turns into a bench, whether you mean for it or not. Somebody at a party is going to sit on your coffee table. And the more that that sort of movement happens, the harder it is on that particular joint. So I think whereas your laptop table, which maybe it also is a coffee table, and maybe it will be also a bench, it can kind of handle all the things it is because you have like a battleship for a joint there. But I think that that's something just to think about over time.
Thank you.
And shrinking and the shrinking and swelling of the wood will take care of the joints opening up a miter joint, even if nobody sits on it.
On the one that you built, there's extra wood supporting the planks, right? How do they meet the 2x6? That's what I didn't see that.
I can show you. I think one of the pictures will address that. Underneath, the two boards run in between the 2x6s. On the top,
and that's what the 45-degree little things are?
Yes.
Boy, you'll have this 50 years from now. Your grandchildren will use this.
Yeah,
it is a bit of a battleship, I have to say. I agree. The whole thing.
It is a little chunky.
Yeah.
I think with the tools at your disposal, particularly the table saw, you had some opportunities to really make, even though you've got very, call them plain or off-the-shelf materials in just these pine, standard stock. I think you had the opportunity to really explore some joinery that could have helped make this a lot more expressive. It's surprising that there's two more pieces of wood underneath. You only find that out when you turn it over. I think those two extra pieces of wood underneath could have been parlayed into a strong joint without the addition of the diagonals, in some ingenuity and also maybe more expressive of the actual condition of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only slight improvement I could think of, I'm going to try to annotate here. There's the extreme flushness of the 2x6, the legs and the tabletop. Like that flushness seems to be very important. And it makes me think of something like taking this thing and this one and basically shellacking him. So in other words, to actually to graphically point out the three grains coming together like a tiny little Mondrian,
Right.
Because the whole thing seems to be aimed at producing that clash of grains, which is, I don't know, I'd like, if my eye were drawn to it by either shellacking that or, let me see, or just putting a cut a cut in the leg right there. Whoops. And another cut in the tabletop right there. Just to sort of thematize that rectangle of grains. In fact, I think that's what I would do now. I would
I like
cut
that idea.
and a cut here because it's way down too strong. So you could probably notch and cut this thing a lot, but just bringing those two out would thematize this block, the blockiness here,
Mhm.
and maybe
Can
make it
you,
look a little better.
could you show the top view as that Michael's having that suggestion?
Yeah.
Is this all the way from
Yeah.
the top?
No, that's good. In my mind, I was trying to imagine this when Michael was making that suggestion.
Yeah.
And it would have been nice if those pieces of wood, the middle ones, would have been long enough to fill that in. So you just would have read the top of that leg coming through. I wanted to just say two things. One, kudos to you because we actually have the drawings of the first one to talk about, which are complete enough going in and out if you can't hear my voice. And the second is that you actually built a thing that we're able to comment on. So I think that that is definitely something you should be really proud of and feel accomplished. It's so hard in this weird environment to like execute on a thing. So I just didn't want us to sort of deep dive into like the whole let us review your work without just acknowledging that that sort of perseverance is definitely to be commended. And I've taken a sort of furniture building class at UT, like, I don't know, 25 years ago, I guess.
You're cutting out a bit.
Was complete the thing, like at least give us something that we could talk about. So anyway, I just want to express that appreciation for what you've done.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I also want to, congratulate you on the effort and on getting it done. You're telling me that earlier though that because this is purely functional, it's not as necessary to draw it and to do iterations. And as a designer, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I think you could have drawn this and come up with all kinds of other ways of expressing this in ways that reinforce it and make it more of a complete, a unit, a single thing. That those iterations give you a chance to basically, interrogate this and consider what those forms are doing and how they're interacting. Right, so we're just going to do some iterations right now.
Would have loved to have seen, like, again, I think all of these ideas kind of build on each other in that one of the things that's bothering me about the top view is the exposed screws. There's something about the blockiness and the fact that you've chosen pegs on this to attach the legs that I think you could have figured out a way to build this, particularly with the two layers of wood that make up the top. I think you could have screwed down the first two layers and then glued the top layer to it, in effect hiding the screws in a way that would have maybe been visually more successful. The exposed screws don't seem to mesh with the kind of simple blockiness in construction, like the peg construction of the rest of it.
They just make it look like a model for the next one you're going to build.
That's a good way to look at it. I might need to source some more wood because I've seemed to use everything that was usable already.
Well, okay, John, thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you all.
Got some good feedback.
Oh yeah.
All right. We should probably move on. And I know Michael will be back in 5, but Michaela, would you mind at least pulling up your drawings and giving us a preview of what you've been working on?
Do you want me to go ahead and start, or just?
Well, at least can you just do the screen share and show us? Yeah.
Sorry. So
Okay.
or go ahead, or no?
Oh, let's just wait another minute. I think it would be courteous to wait till Michael gets back. So, and is that your rug? What is that?
It's my rug in the background. I think it's like a biophilic pattern or something. My work had a bunch of extra carpet samples they gave me, so I made a. But these are all the pieces that I cut for my craft project so far.
Michaela, what year are you? Just while we're waiting for Michael.
Yeah, I'm a 3rd year, so I guess this is it. Last year of the grad program.
In interiors.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. What are your plans? What would you like to do?
Well, I'm interning at Corgan right now.
Oh, wow.
It seems like I have a job offer. I'm still waiting for my actual offer, but they say I have one, so I'm just sitting tight hoping.
Well, I understand they're a great company to work for. So
yeah, it's been good so far.
You couldn't do too much better than that. That's great.
Yeah.
Except of course, Paige.
Yeah. Wendy, are you looking?
Just saying.
Thanks, Philip.
Does Corgan have Austin offices?
Yeah, they just opened one in the past year, and so I think we have like 15 people now. But
oh, I see. Okay. Well, let's look at your construction drawings.
okay. So the first thing, or my first project was I wanted to make a bookshelf. But then I fell in love with the idea of a chase lounge. So I put them together and was trying to make a sort of lounge seat, but also a shelf. So this was my model. It broke, but I guess the main aspect of it was I wanted to incorporate a felt panel that would have a detail where it would be flush with the wood. So that was really kind of like the main thing I was trying to accomplish. And so to do that, like I had a bunch of different panel types. Like I had some solid pieces that would just be solid, but then to kind of make the flush condition with the felt, I had to do some pieces where I had to like explode them into different parts. So it was sort of like an additive subtractive, where I would imagine this as one piece, but then I would cut the edges off, and then I would cut it in half, and then mill it to different thicknesses. So that way the rails would be flush with the felt panels. So those are my construction documents. And then for the craft project, I thought it was a good opportunity to pivot, because with this project, I felt like I lost sight of my original intent of just wanting that's all I really wanted. And I was really getting a seat instead. So for my craft project, I went back to the idea of a bookshelf and tried to focus in on the area that I was struggling with so far in the class, which was joinery. So I went with a more tectonic style of shelf with the triangle frame. So it's currently in progress. I'm almost there. The intended shelf will have shelves at each of these braces, and there'll be one more row of braces up here. And then these shelves will notch in to lay on top of these boards. So right now I just have the 2 braces, and then I set this shelf on top to kind of show us what we were aiming for and what it was going to look like when it was all done. So I started out in my backyard. using my IKEA table. Nothing was very sturdy, so every time I would saw, everything would shake. So it was kind of like cold saw, like brace it with your foot. So sawing straight was my major dilemma, and cutting the joints. So I had a joint condition like that was sort of hard to get in there and saw. I was just using a Japanese saw. It probably would have been better if I'd gotten a coping saw. So there's a better look at sort of that joint was. So I had two types of joints. This was the most complicated one where it had two braces meeting at the post. And then the other ones that were at the outside frame were just half flaps. So when it started raining last week, I moved my station inside. And then when it stopped raining, I was a little irritated, but I was glad because there were no bugs and it was cooler inside. But my apartment is very dark, so that lamp was the only way I could see anything. So I had like a chisel station, and then I was using my dining room table to saw boards. I was testing out to see, I had modeled the piece in Rhino, but I'd never actually made the construction drawings. So I was trying to figure out how I was gonna notch this board and to figure out where those pieces needed to be. So I was sort of just adjusting it to the piece as I was making it to see how much I would have to cut or not cut, and to just try to make that decision as I was going. Oh, oopsie, sorry. Yeah, and so sort of laid out those panels were starting to look like this, put together. Here's a couple shots of what those joints are looking at. Those are the simpler half flaps, and this is a piece of the double joint. And then I took a couple shots of how the joinery was looking at different places. I started with the bottom, and so that was definitely where I was sort of learning what was up. Things were kind of a lot looser on the bottom, but on my second row, they were starting to get tighter. I had a lot of trouble like maintaining the line in that joint, but it sort of held together. Definitely needs some, it'll be a combination of glue and screws in some places to hold the finish together. That's what I got.
So I'm just going to fill in Michael really quick that there's 2 rows of horizontal rails on the bottom and the middle layer. And though they're built, and there will be an additional row of horizontals at the top, and that there will be a shelf. There will be 3 shelves, one sitting on top of each row of horizontal rails. And you're going to have to notch the shelves to fit around those posts as well.
You shouldn't have told me that.
Well, I kind of like it as is, so I'd be cool.
where
you can't, I'm sorry, in my humble opinion, you can't do anything to it now.
I know, I kind of want to at least make another one that's just this, or leave this one just this, and then make another one that's shelves. But
I mean, I can understand you wanting to, in a shop, make the joints even more perfect. You know, I can see they are a little bit off.
Yeah.
But I really enjoy the concept where the only thing that the horizontals do is keep the legs in the right place, really. And then it's just a board for the top. How do you like that?
I could see it being successful. I agree with Michael. I mean, bravo, first of all, for your craft project being almost like your craft project better than your original project. So I'm glad you're building it. I was going to ask how you were planning on attaching to the boards, but I'm sort of in line with Michael's comment that it's a beautiful shape, very expressive as it is, and boy, I encourage you to really think about either, as Michael suggested, just keeping that board on top and having the rest of the structure just simply do what it's doing, or perhaps consider doing either a wooden shelf that just snakes its way in between, or a glass shelf that would allow the structure to keep expressing itself. Unfortunately, as soon as you load it up with books, you're not going to see the structure, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, I think the best thing to put on this is a book and a vase.
Yep.
I was just going to remark about the way you built the edge here is better than you drew it there.
Yeah, Mark saved me there. I went to cut those boards with him yesterday, and I was like, I could either cut it so it's flush, or we cut it longer. And he told me to cut it longer. So
Yeah,
thank you.
because that expresses the base as something, at least in your mind, that could accordion or fold up and make the whole thing transportable, kind of like a folding screen.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like this whole thing could be put away in a closet if it truly folded,
Mhm.
which it probably truly could. I mean, in another version of it. Yeah.
I think you also have, it's interesting how there's a dialogue between things that are perfectly flush and where you've chosen to have some tolerance. And like, I really like how it's lifted up off the ground. One of my pet peeves is when bookshelves meet the ground. It's just, it doesn't take into account that floors are unlevel and that nobody, that sort of like dusty ledge at the bottom, and just this little bit of
Or vacuum cleaners
or
and
that or
brooms.
anything, like just this lightness, the way you've lifted that, what would have been the bottom shelf but now kind of the bottom stretcher, I think is really lovely, and it gives it a little bit of lightness, which the overall piece has. And then I think that overlapping edge on the tabletop also speaks to that a little bit. I completely agree about the fact that this feels like a really lovely piece in and of itself. And I really, it's remarkable how maybe you think that's halfway, but it's a great place to stop. It has both this concept of stability and lightness at the same time, which is kind of what a triangle is all about as well, the strength of that shape in the center. I think really it's interesting how it feels light and stable at the same time. I think that shape is part of it.
And I think in my mind, when I think of what the tabletop connection is to the legs, I wonder if one could just do a peg and a hole so that the top could be lifted off. And because I'd like to think that the top is stabilizing the legs. You know what I mean? Like, because once that top is on, it's like a membrane. It keeps the triangles stiff. And it would just, and the fact you could just lay them down onto pegs, or vice versa, have pegs in the tabletop.
So the legs have a directionality to them. Am I right? In that,
right.
And then the only one that's a little bit confused as to which way to go is the very center leg.
Yeah.
You've had to decide whether to turn it to the right or to the left.
Yeah. And it was like, I don't know, I guess it could go either. So I just went with one. Yeah. He could
So that was a decision. Did you discuss with yourself the shelves themselves, and if you were going to do these shelves, did they sit sort of halfway in the stretcher? Did they go all the way to the front? What that shelf should be?
Yeah. When I was looking at it, so the pre-milled size of board that I could get was just a 1x12, so I was stuck with that dimension. Like I couldn't get any bigger than that. And so I started with the triangles, and then those sort of dictated what the shelf had to do. And then because of the sizing of the board, it was sort of a question of like, oh, would I wish that I could rip it so that way it would just tuck itself into the frame. But I wish that the board could have been wider and that it could have like rested completely on the tops of it. But since it's not wide enough, I was really leaning towards resting it on the front edge. So that way it the face was,
Yeah, well, it needs to go to the very back the same way.
yeah, that would be preferable.
Yeah, it needs not to be a shelf, but a true tabletop.
I mean, it could be, I mean, I'm guessing the base is, because you've got a multitude of, like, you've got a bunch of fairly weak joints that in their multitude give you strength, which is beautiful. Love it.
Oh, it's so democratic.
It's democratic. Exactly. And the same thing holds true with the legs. I mean, because they're kept entirely vertical, they're capable of bearing quite a heavy load. And you might, I mean, I could imagine the top to this being something other than wood, and it just simply is there by gravity. I mean, if it were a 2-inch thick piece of marble, it could be stunning, you know, and it just sits on top by gravity, and the gravity helps strengthen the piece.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but I would make it a 3/4 inch thick piece of marble.
Yeah,
because I think the thinness is really beautiful.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lightness and a delicacy in the semi-completed bookshelf that is a table now. We're seeing it as it looks like a table, and we're liking it as a table. I'm just curious if there's a rendering that shows the design from a perspective point of view. I mean, I see the drawing right next to it, and I'm thinking that this is it's a slight perspective. I understand that, but are there any other views of the completed version?
I have a Rhino model if you want to see that. I don't have a render of it. Kind of ran out of steam last night.
And by the way, Michaela, while you're bringing that up, I'm going to commend you on it. I actually thought both the presentation with the kind of in progress views and the little snapshots off your Rhino model made it very diagrammatically clear what you were after, and I applaud the presentation. It's great.
Thank you.
Also, while you're pulling that up, I think that there's something else that maybe we like about the console table versus bookshelf, and it's the way that the piece itself creates shadows on that back wall. It actually begins to do something beyond itself that if it were a bookshelf, you would just completely lose. So I think there's also something quite nice
Wendy, I wonder if you would agree that
about
the other thing it does.
more sculptural.
Are you guys seeing my screen now? Or do I need to?
Wendy, I wonder if you would also
not see it.
Think as an added feature, the fact that it makes two like niches.
Sorry.
It makes two niches under the table.
So there's him with his boards. Yeah, so this is the condition I was talking about having with that dimension.
Just make the top wider.
Yeah.
That covers that. You can do it now. Take you a second.
Yeah.
And are we all thinking that it's better without the top zigzag also?
Oh yeah, I guess I assume that
I like the top zigzag, I have to say.
You like keeping it?
The top one, yeah. But maybe it doesn't touch, right? No, yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't touch. It should look like the bottom, maybe. Actually, no, I rather like it the way it is. Wendy, a thing I was going to add to the extra things that it does is it creates two like niches in the front and one niche at the back. Like one could put, I could imagine putting something here and putting something here.
Yeah.
It creates like three spaces, you know?
Like a small dog?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like But as
Two
soon as
small
you, but the thing is, when you put those shelves in, it
Yeah.
destroys the niches.
Yeah.
And maybe the idea that you could put something there
I-
is actually better than actually putting something there.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Very good.
I still am slightly bothered, or maybe I want to explore the idea of all of the legs facing the same direction, having the same angle to them. It's where there's like this, you first think that there's an absolute symmetry to it. And then you're like, wait, there's not, that middle leg's off.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of like bugs me somehow, but if they were all facing the same way, you could have this first impression of symmetry, and then the detail reveals itself, and that, oh wait, there's not a symmetry, there's a directionality to it, and you realize the left is going to be different than the right, is different than the middle.
It kind of is interesting though. It's like, do you want to shut it like a book or do you want to shut it like a fan? So it is a choice
Two
there.
books. Yeah.
2 books, yeah. And it's question of like, would you add on to it? Because this one you couldn't add on to, but if it were the way you're describing it, it could, because
She adores you, baby.
you could keep adding on.
It's just more chisel time. So, Michaela, the tools you had at your disposal are essentially a saw and a chisel.
Yeah. Like saw, chisel. I needed clamps.
And then all the pieces were already milled to size.
Yeah, they were milled to size and they were an
Oh,
8-foot length. So I cut them down to the right lengths, and then I'm 2 pieces short, so I gotta go buy more. Yeah, and then some sharpening stones. So thank you, Michael, for helping with that. That was very helpful.
So you thought you were going to make a bookshelf.
I guess if I never make one, it wasn't meant to be.
It's neither a bookshelf nor a lounge.
I know. But I do really like it as a console. Like, I'm okay with stopping after the lab.
Mm-hmm. It's just like a zigzag with a flat top.
It looks like a folding screen that you have, Michael.
Yeah, it does just a little bit. But any folding screen, and it does it. But I think the action of making this folding actually fold would change its look quite substantially. Like
By
the
the way,
middle piece would be double. The 3 inner pieces would be doubled in some way.
Right.
So I don't know. I think it's cool as it is.
By the way, guess what year Charlotte Perriand designed her first folding screen?
Well, I don't know. What year? How old was she?
Just guess.
1918.
Yes.
That's the year I was going to say.
Philip
She
was
was
telling
the exact same age Michaela is.
Probably so.
Philip was telling us earlier that right after the pandemic, the worldwide pandemic in 1918, there was a flurry of creative activity from amongst many renowned architects who we all know about nowadays. And that's
glad to be alive, huh?
Yes. Why were you going to say 1918, Wendy?
I don't know, honestly, why that popped into my head, but I do think that we're sort of exploring the domestic condition in a way that we never have. We're asking our domiciles to be so much more multifunctioning than, and we're spending so much more time in them that we're, I think, seeing things. Like for me, there are times of day that I didn't experience quite as the same way. And there are activities I'm doing at times of day where on the weekends I was doing something else. It's a really interesting way to kind of re-explore what the residence means and what the pieces that we use in our residence mean. Like we went through a whole reshuffling. School and 2 adults were doing work, and it caused a whole kind of reimagination. So kind of interesting. The first one, you know, this sort of like lap desk, and I'm heartened to see a bookshelf because just sort of doing something to reinforce that we will actually still use books and not be all 100% in the digital world makes me feel happy. Oh yeah, we've turned it into a table.
One
for one book.
The one bookshelf.
One book.
Yeah, just one bookshelf.
Yeah.
And the other books can be used to support things.
I will have one additional comment about drawing and representation. To this bookshelf, if this were a house contains furniture that when we're drawing a plan, we draw that furniture in it. If you're drawing a bookshelf, or if you're modeling a bookshelf, draw the books in it, because again, as soon as you draw the books, you're going to be like, wait, I don't like this quite as much because it's not as expressive.
It's the same way architects don't like furniture. It just doesn't show off the building properly.
But got to draw it. Draw it to know.
Speak for yourself, Michael.
Well, thanks, Michaela. That turned out good. Cheers. Okay.
Very good. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and grab some water too. I'm like dying of thirst here. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You guys can enjoy the apartment behind me.
You're just waiting for 420, Kyle. Well, that is a nice apartment.
Are you having wine delivered to our houses at 420, Mark?
You know, it's not
like
too
all
late.
the other reviewers did.
It's not too late for me to call in that order right now.
The Austin Wine Merchant, you know, they make deliveries.
I saw a delivery across the street from me just an hour ago. It's like, oh my God, it was a case of liquor. But, well, I was thinking that, yeah, I was thinking I'd buy you a coffee sometime soon, but maybe I can do a lightning tips treats order for you. Well, it does.
Hey, you know, that would be a future 6 foot wide tables. 6 foot, let's see, no, that would be 5 feet maybe to allow for a little bit of chair space.
Ah.
This is water. This is not anything stronger.
Yeah, Mark.
I've got my initials on it, so you guys don't steal it.
No, okay.
Our ones are so nicely deep that we actually can sit across from each other at them.
I don't know, Philip, but Philippe Kleinfelter may have dibs on that mug because it has his initials on it too.
Wait, backwards.
Yeah, because you don't have your camera.
No.
It mirrors you. You're fine on our screen.
Yeah, we see it. We see it correctly. You see it mirrored. It's weird.
Either that or it's Russian.
So, Chris, you're up, my man.
All right.
Are you ready?
I am ready. Let's see if this is going to work.
Okay.
Can you see it in full screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, so I'm gonna walk you guys through an abridged version of my construction drawings from my original project, and then I'll talk briefly about what I ended up building for the personal craft project. So my original project was going to be a bartending cabinet, and my plan originally was to actually make you guys a cocktail during this review, but unfortunately that won't be happening. I was inspired by, we looked at the work of Eileen Gray, and in some of her cabinetry, she had these tall vertical cabinets. And I wondered, you know, what would go in a drawer such as that, you know, with a tall proportion rather than a flat proportion. And so I started thinking about, you know, that's the same proportion as the size of a liquor bottle. And actually, one of my greatest passions is bartending. And right now my liquor storage is a mess. And so I started designing a cabinet in order to store my liquor and act as a bartending workstation. The design of the cabinet hinges upon an outer shell that would be walnut, that the wood would waterfall over the mitered edge for the walnut, and the interior would all be Texas pecan, with the front would be a a single panel with the kerf of the blade would break the grain so that the grain would be continuous across the whole panel. And the proportioning of the whole piece is laid out with respect to the golden ratio. So you can see the whole piece is a square on the main facade and then divided into the golden rectangle and then divided into a square and then divided into a square with a golden rectangle again. So that was a proportioning system used to lay out the pieces. This is a section cut long ways through the cabinet. You can see there's 4 main programmatic spaces. The top is this thin drawer. It's used to hold utilities such as knives, spoons, measuring devices. And then the primary programmatic space is these liquor drawers, which the drawer slides are actually mounted underneath the drawer in order to mask it from the outside. So the outside you see a continuous drawer side. You don't have to see the somewhat messy hardware. And then the right-hand side of the cabinet is organized into glass storage with glasses hung above that are inverted in size to the glasses that are sitting below. With finally like a accessory storage space for mixing glasses and bitters in the lower portion. The structure of the cabinet, the bottom piece is supported by 2 beams that would go all the way across and would have through tenons expressed on the outside of the cabinet. And then that's the primary horizontal support. And then this vertical piece is a primary vertical member that's supporting this shelf.
How deep is the cabinet, John?
The cabinet is 21 inches deep. Okay. I can go to, there's now a plan cutting through the upper thin and flat drawer. And this is the glass storage space. And so this drawer would slide outwards and all of the hardware is pushed to open so that the facade of the cabinet is an uninterrupted plane. You don't see any handles or knobs, for opening the drawers. And so all the hardware would be pushed open. The door into the glass storage would open outwards, the European style hinge, like a typical cabinet door. And then the lower area, you can see the 4 liquor storage drawers that would slide outwards all the way, full extension in order to get even all the way back to the furthest liquor bottle while they're open. And then the mixing storage area has a door that would open downwards, similar to an oven, to allow for additional storage space. And in order to move things out of the drawer and to get further back in it, things like that. So you can see that in the section, this is cut through, this is the mixing storage and this door would open outwards. You can see with the dashed line there. And it has a special type of hinge that allows the door face to be flush with the interior shelf when it's open. And then you can see in this drawing, the liquor storage drawers have a facade that is full height, but the inside actual drawer wall only goes up to around 40% of the height of the liquor bottle, so that the bottle is visible when the drawer is open for most of its height. And you can see the 2 beams here, which are supporting the bottom shelf of the cabinet. And then here's some detailed drawings that I don't know if we'll have time to really talk about, but we can go back to if we do have time. And this is an exploded axon showing all of the parts exploded. The primary joining system would be dominoes, and then the drawers themselves are built using dados. So the base of each drawer dados into the drawer walls. And the back has a rabbet joint that accepts the base of the drawer. And so for my final craft project, I decided to build something completely different because I still plan on building the bartending cabinet at a later time. Actually, I showed the drawings to my brother and he wants me to build him one too. So we're gonna work together, rent some shop space and build sort of twin brother cabinets. And so for the final craft project, I actually had a friend that lended me some wood. And I basically, after getting the tools from Michael, thanks, I basically was like, what can I build with this? And I've always had interest in modular synthesizers, but so modular synthesizer is sort of the original version of a synthesizer in that none of the hardware is wired together. The user has to hardwire the components themselves in order to produce sounds, versus like a modern synthesizer, when you buy it, all the connections are pre-wired. And so you just turn the knobs. With a modular synthesizer, you can have assortment of modules that you want to produce the sounds you want, but the user has to know what to do with the components. And so this was the synthesizer cabinet that I designed. It combines the aspect of existing cabinetry. Like when you buy a synthesizer cabinet, usually there's a separate piece you can buy that would allow you to keep the keyboard underneath the cabinet, but I decided to design it into one piece. So this lower area would act as keyboard storage, and then the modules themselves would be mounted in this space in the interior of the cabinet. And then originally I was going to do simpler joinery, but Mark talked me into doing these finger joints that were very time consuming, but they turned out pretty well. And then you can see on the side elevation, the bottom board has through tenons that match up with the spacing of those finger joints. That's sort of the system I used to design the joinery for this piece. And then the back panel, I just didn't have a piece of wood big enough to fill the size of the module, and so it doesn't quite meet the top, but I almost like it better that way for some reason.
For good reasons.
You should have just told us that it was to let the heat escape the back of the synthesizer.
And cables to come out to the power.
Well, so the power actually would come out of the front. There's a module for the power that just comes straight out the front. So the back could have been totally enclosed, but I didn't want there to be any screws in the top. So I needed a surface to screw against laterally anyways. So it sort of worked out. Because if it was flush, it would be harder to remove because there's nothing to put your finger against to pull it out. So yeah, those are my two projects.
Can I bring up ergonomics on both of them?
Absolutely.
On your first project, one thing about bartending, I don't know, it may be a much slower, more measured bartending when you're just doing it for yourself or a few friends, but setting up a bartender station is all about ergonomics and about speed and reach and all that. I worry about the bottom right drawer, or the bottom right where all your mixing supplies are kept.
Mm-hmm.
That basically requires you to get on your hands and knees and put your, like search for some small thing that's way at the back of the cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that could be easily fixed by making that a drawer as well, that you could keep open while you're mixing.
That's very true.
And maybe even has a lid on it that you can use it as an extra surface to set things when you're not. I think that's an ergonomics thing that is going to be a problem with this as a useful kind of, call it a tool for making drinks. And then on the second one, on your second project, really comparing the project you built to your inspiration piece. That inspiration piece had that sloped face to it on the front edge, which I think one just kind of makes it look kind of badass, but also two, I think there's probably an ergonomic aspect to it of that as well, where it leans it away from you so it's more easy to see. So paying attention to those details, where in your inspiration piece, to me the beauty of that piece in part is due to just the simple ergonomic functioning of it, where leaning it back adds a shape that's purposeful and also beautiful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And the first thing I was thinking about with the bar is that you need to build the whole thing out of some really sturdy cardboard and like really understand the heights of things. And there were two additional things to what Philip said. The first has to do with not only the ergonomics in terms of the height of things, but also just thinking about the fact that that's all built out of wood, which would be wonderful if it were just like a Scotch cabinet and you were just going to pour neat things and maybe put an ice cube in it. But with cocktail mixing, you've got all these other fluids and acids and other things, and it feels like that top actually wants to be another material other than wood. maybe it's, you know, a stone that you don't mind if it gets some kind of acid marks in it, if it's marble, or maybe it's copper and you kind of see all the time a patina of these things. But the fact of it being this sort of pristine wood and the same material as everything else isn't, to me, doesn't, with all of the attention to these compartments, I think that's some other kind of another component to thinking about like what that use is. I was really hoping the whole time you were talking that your craft project was going to be a cocktail, like a mobile cocktail caddy. Because I just felt like you had this fascination with these like little compartments of things. And I wanted you to be able to just like say, I'm going to make a cocktail, and everything for that one cocktail was going to be in like this one beautiful little box that you could sit on the counter. Anyway, that I think just that idea that you can think through both these like intense compartmentalization, but also what it fits into, would be a great thing for you to study, because you clearly have this notion of specificity, but it's like not quite seeing the forest for the trees in this particular piece. So maybe you and your brother should build a couple of these out of cardboard and then build like the perfect cabinet.
I would concur with everything it said. When you were showing these really beautiful drawings, technical drawings, I was pretty much in awe of them. But then my mind turned to the ergonomics. And, you know, if you're prepared to do so much to make the liquor slide out in this quasi-magical way, it made me think that the right-hand side is not being given the same treatment. I mean, it really should pull out as well. What else? Yeah, I would agree with Wendy that the top could be hardier, and maybe the simplest way to do that is just put a piece of glass on top. Cut, you know, that's cut. You see the wood grain, but it's just an old thing, right? To put glass on a dining room table or on a wood top.
Classic bar top. Zinc, classic bar top.
Yeah. I probably would suggest, because you want the wood grain, just glass with a beveled edge, which I think would be fine. I worry a little bit that if you built this, it would be a little shaky on its edges. In other words, this got quite a lot of weight. It seems like this would rock a little bit left and right on this drawing. Not because of the moment connection at the bottom, which looks quite strong, but just these thin blades hitting a naked floor. You know, if there's any like stiction, it would not stand in a happy way, and that would make me either want to put felt pads or rubber bottoms on it or something, or wheels, so the thing can be rolled around.
If I go over to the full set.
Leveling pins.
I'm actually intending to put dowels into the bottom of the two. Like, this is a drawing of just one of the side pieces. The intent I have is to put dowels into the bottom. It would just be maybe a 1/4 inch or less proud.
I still do think, though, that those panels would be a little flexible. They would not be happily moved across a floor or across a carpet or something like that. I don't know why it wouldn't have wheels. I mean, given that the liquor glides in and out, I think the whole thing could just be pushed around.
It goes a little bit back to ergonomics too, though, doesn't it? It's like the notion that you're shaking things, you're pouring things, the drawers are opening in and out. Like, there are certain pieces of furniture that get like the movement of use really does impact them more than like a bookshelf, and or even some of the Eileen Gray pieces where it's like a delicate cabinet in a bathroom, and maybe it's just the door, you know, the door that opens and closes, but you're not like cocktail making is a fairly active process. It sounds I mean, especially with like all the different things that are in this cabinet. So I think thinking about the impact of that sort of repeated use on your joinery and the thickness of things is worth considering. Have you ever been to the Midnight Cowboy?
I have, yeah.
And that sort of thought about like their cart that they sort of push around and make cocktails. And, you know, there is like, it's pretty simple because they're just these big shelves of things, but it's also pretty sturdy.
Could you show a cross section of the thing?
Yes.
Did you draw up your set a scale figure at this when you were thinking about the heights of things?
You know, I never did do that, and that would, but I did do a test. I found a piece of furniture with the same height, so I know that the top of the piece is at the height that I want it to be. But one of my family members also raised the concern about the lower drawer. But I feel like no matter what, anything you put there is going to be, you're gonna have to bend down no matter what. Like even if it's slid out, you're still gonna have to bend down, especially because I'm on the taller side. You know,
I think as long as you're geeking out about, you know, Bloom and Sugatsuni hardware, there's full extension drawer glides that could hold that.
Well, I mean,
yeah, but then you know, if he pulls out everything at once, the whole thing will fall forward onto his lap. So it would be nice if the cabinet knew that its center of gravity was often to the front because of things having been pulled out, so that it wouldn't have flat sides like this. It would have paws.
Actually, you know, the other thing that would be amazing is you want your beautiful pristine wood top, but what if you could open that top and inside it was lined with something that could, you know, maybe it's lined with copper or something, that inside gives you a little bit more working area. It gives you a place to set the shakers and everything else. And then when you're done, you could close it back and you'd have your beautiful
that's
wood top
another idea.
again.
The other thing I was going to point out with the section, which is why I asked to see it, when those bottles get pulled out, does the entire back of the cabinet come with it? Like what prevents the last bottle from falling out backwards?
I can zoom in. This piece is attached to the drawer.
Oh, it's opening to the left. I see. Yeah.
I annotate.
Okay. So, okay, this is a trivial improvement in my own mind, but that back shelf that holds the last bottle, I would have it go up the full height to the top of the bottle.
This, you're talking about that?
Guy, I would have it go up full height. Now, I know that's not functional, actually.
I did think about doing that, actually, because then once the drawer is all the way out, it's as if it's like it completes the facade again.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's something about the way the taller back, being the size of the bottle, is a sort of a presentation of the bottles more than just pulling out a tray or pulling out a box with bottles in it.
Yeah, I love that.
I mean? Like the back panel stands like a bottle. It sort of stands behind the bottle somehow.
And I'm wondering if there's some sort of again, Michael, to your point about center of gravity, if there's some kind of mechanism that only allows one drawer to be open at a time of the liquor, like so that you basically decide, I'm going to make vodka drinks right now, or I'm going to make bourbon drinks right now, and then you pull out the appropriate drawer. It presents itself with the back as a complete thing, and then all the other three drawers remain kind of locked closed, so that the center of gravity is always 3/4 back, 1/4 forward.
That's a trick. I can't think of a simple mechanism that would do that. But Mark can think of all these things.
Never heard of that. No, there are ways of locking drawers, but I've never heard of ways of locking one or unlocking one and keeping the other three locked. That's a new
I have a
new kind of
cabinet
hardware.
where it has 6 drawers and you can only
Uh,
open one at a time.
No kidding.
You
Oh,
can't yeah, you can't open more than one.
How do you know how that works?
How do it know?
No, it's magic. I don't know, but I'm now if I figure it out, if I find out, I'll let you all know.
I actually think it's probably less complicated than you think it is. Basically, if there's a mechanism at the back of each drawer that actuates a pin that you know can only happen one at a time. It's basically it's a sprung series of pins at the back, and as soon as one drawer pulls forward, it catches everything else from opening.
You're going to need to work on that, Chris, because, you know, the idea that you might just want to open all 4 of these drawers at the same time is just looming now. And everyone's, it's like, don't do it, you know.
Honestly, I think the wood might be heavy enough, especially given the fact that the right-hand side of the cabinet is
no way
non-drawers. I think
not with all 4 drawers pulled forward.
When you're making your go ahead.
Technical comment. I think with your push to open drawers, you'll need a little bit of space behind the drawer to push before it pulls out.
There's enough space from the manufacturer specifications.
Oh, well, there you go. And then I also think that you need to resolve, as long as you've gone to the effort of having undermount hardware for the liquor storage drawers, you need to figure out a more elegant solution to the top drawer, but where you'd have just side mounted hardware.
Right.
You might sacrifice a little bit of storage space for figuring out a way to not have that exposed hardware on that top drawer.
Mm-hmm. Let me say something critical here, Christopher. The skill and the attention paid to this set led me to expect that the thing you built would be smaller and nicer. I think I'm going to side with Wendy here. Something like a caddy or one of those drawers would have been a better thing to dedicate yourself to. I think the synthesizer holder is too nondescript and too non-specific to really be a compliment to you, to the person who did these drawings and thought of this cabinet. I think you must have gone very, very quickly on the second project.
Honestly, the second project took much longer than I expected, given the fact that it was just, you know, a saw and a chisel to make those joints, because the wood that I was using is
sure.
hickory.
No, I understand the challenge of the joints. I guess it's not the joints I'm moaning about. It's the effort that went into something that maybe didn't deserve all that effort. I'm sorry.
I see. No, I see what you're saying. I guess it was an exploration of like just personal interest.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, a lot of people, when they learn to make those joints, they're just making a box just so that they can learn how to make a nice joint, which is kind of what you did. You made a box to learn how to make those joints, but to learn how to integrate design thinking into specificity, into your passion and all of those other things shows itself better in your drawings than it does necessarily in your other piece. So I'm going to harp on the leg just the tiniest bit more, because I'm hoping that when you build this out of cardboard and do the mock-up with your brother, that you will explore how to combine the mobility of it, which just feels like a cocktail cart should have, and also keep it as pristine as what you have. You don't want to muck it up necessarily with a wheel that looks like an appendage, but we've been there's so many good wheels out there that you could actually slide between 2 thin pieces so that you could build a leg that still had this sort of slenderness and just like platonic fin, but it's basically made out of two pieces and the wheel is inside there. And that would give you that notion of when it is a stable piece, you wouldn't think it should be moving, but when it's moving, it has enough like rigidity and stability. And by making that a little bit thicker, you're going to give some of that kind of racking, solve a little bit of that racking problem. So just one other way of thinking about stability and mobility at the same time.
Mhm.
Because you're doing a lot of double-walled that sort of double-walled construction in your drawers and in other pieces.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. And I do wish there was a human figure here, because I'm feeling uneasy about that worktop height and the stooping required and the getting out of the way of the bottles coming out. You know,
The
the kind of
worktop height.
fancy you'd have to do.
The worktop height is placed at directly where my hands naturally rest when I'm standing. So it would work for me, but I don't know if it would be comfortable for anybody else.
What is the height?
What height is that?
34 inches.
34.
Are you pretty short? I mean, not. You look really tall on video.
I'm tall, but I have long arms.
Yeah.
Oh, see, this is a problem.
I mean, it's essentially
34
the same
inches
as
is
like,
low.
A work surface like a kitchen counter, and
yeah,
I think in my experience, 36 to 37 inches is way more comfortable height for work surface like this.
I mean, the interesting thing about bartending is that the work plane is actually above the work surface a lot of the time. Like, you're not drawing or something like that. So your hands are working above the height of the surface. Like, if you're pouring into something that's at 38 inches, it's even taller than that. And so your arms are doing extra work. Your shoulders are unergonomic at that point.
but don't you also have, oftentimes bartending is multiple heights, right? You've got some things down below, you've got some things like you're presenting at a higher place, like the presentation is always at 42 or something along those lines. And I think I also maybe that the 21-inch depth is also something to explore, because you don't have a lip at the end of that. I would be slinging things out of that counter like all the time. So I don't know. I think that's also something else to think about, is how much, maybe 21 inches is exactly the right amount to do that activity if you're not a little bit energetic
Yeah.
or klutzy. But I could see
No, I
you
agree. It
writing
absolutely
things off.
it needs a curb at the back, and it probably needs a second surface, a shelf, hovering above the whole thing at 40 inches or something, so that you can put things, you're putting things on it all the time.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that yet, how to present the drink to someone once it's made.
Yeah.
And then there's also ice. How do you deal with ice?
Yeah, I would need to be near ice.
He's just using one beautiful cube at a time, so.
Yeah. You know, as ever with Mark's reviews, you review these little things, and it's like all of architecture in a nutshell.
It is.
It's like everything you ever cared about in architecture.
In
a
one
space,
cabinet.
In one cabinet.
I love how the light comes into the liquor cabinet.
Yes, a warning light that comes into the liquor cabinet as you regret what you did the night before. Yeah.
And the sound of the drawer opening as it resonates in the rest of the room. Yeah.
And how many people can sleep under this cabinet? I mean, we have to know these things.
Oh, Chris fits under this cabinet in the fetal position, by the way.
Yeah. And by the way, you didn't put a north arrow on your site plan.
That's true. That's true. I'm missing my arrows.
Oh, geez. All those dimensions and no north point. Golly.
Well,
It's universal.
we are going to have to move on. I'm sorry. I know how much fun y'all are having with Chris's project, but we have one more project to do this afternoon.
Chris, thanks for being the butt of our jokes there.
Thank you guys for the review. It was great comments,
Okay.
great feedback.
All right.
And we have Andrew Brown.
All right. Hello, my name is Andrew Brown. Let me know. Can we see?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a gray screen. All right.
Yeah,
So
very interesting.
I went ahead and managed to build a desk at home using primarily hand tools and a belt sander. So this desk was primarily about ergonomics for me. I injured my shoulder about 15 years ago and I can't sit in the same position. So I tried to design a desk where the monitor is 18 to 20 inches from the edge so that I can be sitting back. And then there's the monitors are raised up so I can push the keyboard underneath and lean completely forward on my desk and still have room to type. So these are a lot of dimensions that I've been designing and thinking about for the 5 years that I've been at my previous desk. And then, so here's the 3D model. Really, in this corner back here, there's some, I'm trying to create a linear line here because there's no actual straight edges on the slab. So I was trying to use this kind of damaged corner in the back to cover that up. And I'll get into that more in a little bit. But so yeah, so the main parts of the desk is I've got the tambour door here on the side, and I've got my sound mixer, and then this back here leaves an area for all the power strips, power cables, and everything else that operate the computer. And then these two curves, these two curved edges for the tambour door, that's based off of just fitting my sound mixer in, which we'll get to in a little bit. And so the slab itself is 78 inches long and 28 inches at its deepest part. And you can see that none of the corners really provide a usable situation. So this is looking at it from the bottom. And this is where I decided to straighten out and extend this edge here and fill in this space to give it at least one linear edge. And here's a picture of my van just showing how large the slab is. And so tool wise, ended up being really difficult. I bought this before the school shut down and it was exactly the size that would be able to go through the planer and the joiner. And so I wasn't expecting when I bought it to have to hand plane the whole thing. And it had some spots that were almost a 1/4 inch deep from the bandsaw. So what I had at my disposal was a drill, 2 small power sanders I use for 3D models, some 6-inch plastic clamps, and a jigsaw whose blade is tilted by over 15 degrees, so it can't be used for any final cuts. But it can remove a lot of wood. It was very nice to have. And then I purchased a hand plane, a Japanese saw, and a $40 router at the pawn shop. But what really ended up being the biggest weakness about not having studio was not having a table. I don't own a table. And not having an extra set of hands and not having scrap wood. That ended up being what I really missed the most. So eventually I did get some help moving it up to the 2nd floor, and then several days of sanding, because with my shoulder, I could only do probably about an hour and a half of sanding a day. So this was pretty much an everyday project for quite some time. And then for the routing the grooves for the tambour door, I ended up purchasing a tambour door because I didn't have access to a router table, and it was about the same price as the router bit just to get the door. So what I ended up doing is I didn't have, I don't remember, what's it called? The router guide bit, Mark?
Okay.
Something like that. Well, so I didn't have the bit where the router bit can trace. So I had to offset the curve and create a jig that could be used with the edge of the router. So this took quite a lot of time and quite a lot of planning. I know it looks like a very simple curve, but I had to manually do the geometry to construct this curve because I also don't have a printer, which would have been nice. And then after that, I ended up, well, I'll go back. So then I, instead of designing the curve and measuring the curve and measuring the tambour grooves separately, I ended up just doing the tambour grooves the best I could and then cutting along the edge. And then it's important right here to get as close as possible. This is about 1/8 of an inch because this is the gap. You can see through that gap if it's too large on where the tambour door hits the top. So then from there, I cut the first one, and then since it wasn't really a measurable curve, I then cut the second one the same and ended up doing a lot of wood removal with the belt sander, because that was pretty much the only thing I had, because the Japanese saw, neither the Japanese saw or the crooked jigsaw could really do this cut very well. And then so here, this is a really messy photo, but you can see how tight the dimensions I was working in were, where the sound mixer needs to fit in between the groove and the tambour and the circle over here where the tambour goes. So the curve, pretty much the curvature and the dimensions and everything else was coming off of this box. And then this is the leg on the desk. I didn't have enough, well, I ended up rounding this off, and kind of, because it looked a little bit too linear when everything else on the desk is curved. So I ended up rounding this bit off, and I was pretty happy with that. I will not
Andrew,
be
it looks
showing
like
you the
did
finger
get a
joint there.
table eventually.
Sorry. Oh, yes, I did eventually have to get a folding table.
Okay.
Because this was just.
And how could you do all this on the ground? That would be crazy. Yeah.
I tried. I was just wasting money on wood trying to use the router on my hands and knees. But yeah, so the finger joint was pretty frustrating because I didn't have a large enough clamp. So I pretty much had to hold it the whole time. So I ended up, the first one didn't work, and I just designed the finger joint to overextend so I could subtract later. And then on the bottom, this is a sit stand desk legs. This was off of my previous desk. I just had a door on it previously, and my knees were constantly hitting it. So I used the router to cut in the grooves to sink this whole thing in a little over 1/2 inch. And as you can see, I constructed a whole system of guides with an 8-foot 2x4 that clamped on for this, but it just simply wouldn't work. It would vibrate and the router would fly up. So I ended up, once I realized that I didn't know the bottom of my old desk was a different color than the top, I realized that you don't see the bottom of the desk very often. And I, right. And then so I freehand cut I traced it in pencil and then freehand cut this whole thing with the router. And some of it looks okay. There's a few little spots, but thankfully I did the back edge first, so that most of my mistakes are over there. And then here you see it with the Danish oil. This is still drying and wet, or no, not this one, sorry. This is the Danish oil. I need the only reason I'm not finished yet is Home Depot is out of Danish oil. So I need to do another layer of that. But I think here you can see the back angles, because I needed the desk. I wanted the slab to be a little bit deeper than it was, just going with the ergonomics of the 20 inches I was trying to get for to the monitor screen face. So this angle here is going from the edge of the desk going up to this straight line, and that kind of helps obscure that the back of the slab isn't straight. And I actually really like the triangle here that the shadows make. And then, so yeah, this is just another angle from the side.
Do you only have one speaker, Andrew, or do you have stereo?
The other one, I had to move everything in my house to different rooms. So I've got a pile of stuff in the other room that's going to come back in here. And the other speaker's at the bottom of it, but I generally put it on the ground next to this one, just because they take up a lot of room. But then here it is with it open, showing the roll and how much space there is on the side here. This is kind of where my phone will charge, so that I don't have to leave anything on the desk. And then all the power bricks and the power cords for these 2 monitors and TV are all going to be attached up underneath here behind this roller bar. And then this is kind of the position that I envisioned. It's not quite sitting in the right place, but this is kind of what I was envisioning from the beginning, was being able to open it part way to access the volume without having to expose the clutter of cables that are all connected to the top and the back of the mixer. And this is pretty much it. So got
So are you going to Danish oil all the pine? Is
the
it all going to be
maple
one
here
color?
has a little bit
Maple.
of Danish oil. There's only one can at Home Depot, and they're not really restocking stuff very well
But
right
the
now.
idea
They're a
is,
little bit busy there.
but it is going to be one color ultimately, right?
Well, this is already slightly Danish oiled. You can see right here, it's a little bit darker. This got enough oil and then I ran out up here. So I'm expecting it to get a little bit darker, a little bit more yellow. And then there's a few little patches where on the mesquite and on the bottom where it needs some more Danish oil, but almost finished.
Tell me about the picture on the back.
That is a picture of my French bulldog blown up 2 times normal scale. Yeah. So this is twice as big as my bulldog actually is. And
do you always have him on that place on the wall? Or is
yeah,
that-
this is a window curtain.
I see.
So I
Oh,
was
there's a
getting
window
some
behind it. Okay.
Right. There's a window behind it, but it's south facing. So it's massive
And so
heat gain.
I might have had a window or a web cut out, but your only project, right? You executed your original project.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, so I really like southwestern desert and South Texas where some of my family lives. That's where these antlers are from. That's kind of where my bulldog is.
I've
And
just
so,
never seen a 30-story tall bulldog.
yeah. Well, I did some custom curtains or custom blinds in my other room that were a pattern, and then they gave me a discount for another one, and I decided to try the dog. I think it works pretty well, but it's nice to look up and see that backlit. But
I have to say, my feelings go out to you as you struggle to like make something that has craft ambition, like the tambour door idea, and curves and routed elements and so forth. I mean, I just see a lot of fortitude, but intuitively I have to think, gosh, if I didn't have the tools to do X, I might choose not to do X at all.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I'm not sure that we need a tambour door, right? I mean, that's a decision that seemed to have been made before the calamity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that you show real grit, as you said, well, guess what? I'm going to do it anyway on my hands and knees if I have to.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't, for me, have a kind of a compelling need for it, a compelling presence somehow. Is that because your mixer is a rare and wonderful thing, or what is it that deserves so much?
Well, it's because the mixer sits on my desk and it has 4 cables coming into the top of it. And it's been on my desk for years and I got really sick of looking at it. It looks just like a mess with all the cables that I have to attach to it. So for me, it was really about this perspective where you don't see the top of the mixer because they plug in right here, all the cables, and then they'll wrap around the side. So it's unfortunate they don't plug into the back. So for me, it was kind of about this vision where I had access to the volume knobs without having wires or clutter on the desk.
Do you move the tambour just by putting your flat hand on it?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need a handle or
I've started designing a 3D printed knob right here, but I kind of decided 3D printing material wasn't the right plan for that. So I'm still going to attach a knob. But it does slide pretty well.
You can demonstrate for us. It's right behind you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It works easily, doesn't it?
It works easily, yeah. And it works without the spring. I just made the part where it coils, I made it bigger, a little bit bigger, and it ended up working without the spring. So that was something I talked with Mark about.
Nice.
I missed the part where you got from where you did. I understand the timbre component, but I missed the part where you decided what kind of top to the desk itself you were going to have. And was it that you had this piece of live edge and that you were really enticed by that kind of wood? Or I'm trying to think about how those two get married.
Okay, so originally I was looking at butcher. I came into this class envisioning butcher block, and I just was really surprised at the cost of it. And basically, the cost wasn't too far away from where Live Edge are. And there's several companies in Austin, several small companies in Austin that are doing live edges. So this one cost about 40% as much as fine lumber was charging for a similar slab. So I just went around looking for, I really, really liked mesquite after we looked at Danish oil finish samples. Of all the wood we looked at, it was just absolutely my favorite. So I had mesquite in mind, but I was shopping around for weeks, going to different lumber yards and stuff, looking for it. And what really, really sold me on this slab was the curvature, so that it's kind of in, and then I have room, just the curvature. I've sat at, a curved desk before, and it gives more elbow support. So it was the curvature that really chose the piece for me.
Well, I appreciate that you're really thinking about, it's interesting that you started with the fact that you'd had an injury and you were thinking about ergonomics, and you're definitely attentive to what things are doing.
Cut
In
out a
fact,
little
you
bit.
can open it just partially can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. You can open it just partially to adjust just the volume. And so I understand, but the way that integrated into the final piece to me seems like there's a missing link. The timbre is so much about like what you get through machining and the precision and even that curve and the way that slides into the other little kind of upper desk piece is a particular kind of a move. That those seem about slightly modular assemblage, whereas the live edge is kind of a completely different language. And you were able to marry the adjustment. Again, the mechanics of it, I understand, but from a visual delight perspective, the integration of all of those mechanical pieces into something that of itself feels like a cohesive whole. I think that's the piece that I'm looking for, is how these parts and pieces create some element of cohesion.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do drawings?
Yes.
And did you study different kinds of woods and different ways of, sometimes if there's a particular kind of wood that has a hard, you might marry it with other kinds of woods in order to kind of blend those things together. I'm thinking actually about the screen that's behind Philip. We really loved the decorative aspect of the rosewood, which is almost painterly. The wood grain is really, really beautiful, but it wasn't like we couldn't afford to do that everywhere. We couldn't make all the cabinets in this condo out of rosewood because it was precious. And so we created ways that it became a little bit of jewelry, and it was used very discreetly, but it was integrated with multiple other woods in the project, painted wood and oak. And so I just think that there's a process through iteration where you do studies of how things come together so that you can kind of understand what their relationships are.
Yeah, I sort of have the same impression. I think that, and if you go back to maybe one of the photographs, because to me it seems like one object rendered in maple sitting on top of another object that's a desk, and maybe the view from the right side could kind of help understand how they tie together, but that right side doesn't really present itself in the room. and so it just seems like two things that are, happen to be one thing sitting on top of another, but they don't have any, other than your body touching them or your eyes looking at those screens. There's very little relationship informally between the tabletop and the bit sitting on top of the tabletop. I would have loved to see, again, if you're going to change materials, maybe then you don't change plane. I mean, would it have been possible to do a cutout in the top where the maple tambour door actually was flush with the top of the pecan, and it just sort of slid out of the way to reveal this kind of hidden compartment underneath where all the space happened kind of out of sight. As you noted yourself, the underside of the table is not something that you see very much. So if you were looking for reducing visual clutter as part of your program that you've chosen for yourself, I'm not sure if, I know that hiding it with a tambour door is part of the solution, but in my mind, the object of the object of the tambour door with the sides and the shelf almost create another layer of visual clutter instead of resolving it completely.
Yeah, the decision to go with a different wood was because I couldn't get planed mesquite. So I originally like, had I had access, I would have hopefully been able to use the same wood color.
Sure.
My plan was to find a slab and cut it all out of the same piece. But what the biggest thing for me as far as the tambour fitting in is I really would have liked to have been able to dado cut this right here so that it actually, like, the curve actually goes into this slab as opposed to being underneath it. Yeah.
Well, and that might be just a lesson learned that, the intentions of it being, if the design was aided by it all being one material and you didn't then have access to that one material, maybe the design changes at that point.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm hearing the critics say what I'm struggling to say
Or
also.
the top slid open partially or fully. It could have just been a really simple little drawer that slid open, that you could still do everything you're wanting, but it wouldn't be a curved tambour. It would just be a simple box.
Well, what I wanted to say was the shelf that all the computers are on, that really is a unit to itself. And it really, I think, should have come down the same on the left side and on the right side. Then the tambour box would be nested inside of that, so that there's a sort of a distinct accounting of objects, like you could name them or number them. The fact that your maple piece is sort of a hybrid, it's a square or a rectangular waterfall description on the left, and then it sort of becomes the left side of the cabinet on the other side, and the back of that is cut at an angle. There's just so much sort of hybridizing and economizing going on here. So for me, had the shelf that the screens are on been distinct, I might have painted it black, lacquered it black, so that it would go with the computers. I mean, the computers, the screens, those monitors are gigantic, punk, menacing objects until they've got screens on them. And that loudspeaker is positively frightening. And it really should not be seen anywhere near this desk. I would put it behind you where you can hear it perfectly well, by the way, if it's behind you. There's just such a confusion of object types. Like, are those monitors heavy?
That's one of the reasons why I didn't go with the standard, like most nice desks have the monitors on the poles and the mounts, but these monitors are a collective 20 years old and weigh about 45 pounds.
Right. So now there are heavy things on a thin shelf. The one monitor is in the middle of a span. The other monitor with a monitor on its back is sitting half on and half off the tambour thing, which is both structural but formally independent. And I think architecturally, at least architects like to think that they can sort of have distinct and clear ideas about what's doing what to what. Do you know? And I think that you've been a little bit sort of hasty here in terms of this will do, this will do, this will work. And I think that's true. Yeah, I mean, there are 3 gigantic monitors sitting happily on your shelf. You know what I mean? But from a design or a style point of view, these are such distinctly different objects with such distinctly different characters. The monitor versus the wooden table. I think we needed to honor each object more in a way. Even the black screens. And then there's your dog sort of presiding over it all. I just think it's and that funny little lamp in the window on the far right. Andrew, it's just such an amazing collection of objects being more or less sort of indifferent to each other. Although I do say the way your dog looks past the screen is pretty cool. There's a sort of interaction there.
The very first thing I said, oh, perfect timing. The very first thing I said when I put the monitors on it for the first time was, what if I paint it black? And that I don't think I'm leaning away from it, but that might happen in the future.
Let me ask you, do you need all 3 monitors? And does the third one have to be piggyback on the second? Or could they be 3 in a row? Which might look better, by the way.
Could be. The third one's actually a TV, so I can get the free set antenna. But yeah, it makes more sense when you're looking at it, and I wasn't really able to figure out how to get that photograph that shows that 1, 2, and 3 actually looks correct. But yeah, it does kind of create a giant tower.
It does. So I would make that third monitor on the left. There seems to be space for it.
Definitely, yeah.
And that gives you a horizontal line. And then, you know, put stuff up on the screens so that they don't look like black rectangles. And maybe take that loudspeaker away. I speak purely as an aesthete here, Andrew.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing about whether this would work as your workstation. It probably will. But it's just kind of a visual composition thing.
And I think that's, you know, part of what your role is as an architect is not only to solve the individual moments of problems, but to actually think about what the relationships to all those parts and pieces are, so that in the end, part of what is important about what we do is creating almost like an effortlessness about the final solutions that we come up with. And I think right now we've talked about relationships, but we also, you love this piece of, you know, beautiful, thick, chunky wood and its wonderful edge, and the oiled finish is really lovely, but it doesn't get to be celebrated. And so I think it's also part of thinking about, what do you want to be quiet and what do you want to bring attention to and celebrate? And I think that you might not figure it all out with this particular thing, whether it's painting it black or not painting it black. But I think if you're going to take something away to kind of digest, it is understanding that our role as designers is to solve the problem, but to solve it elegantly, and then to also figure out what you want to celebrate, what you want people to sort of see first in this piece, which for most people, they would want to see that beautiful piece of wood first. And I think part of what we're saying is that the screens aren't quiet enough. The piece in the middle is sort of bringing an attention to itself that we don't quite understand. And the piece that we think you really love and that you put a lot of attention into making sure it worked is kind of interrupted by the clutter.
I would think just to, what would help without doing much at all, but just you rearranging things, is I would take your middle screen, your leftmost screen, and put it in the middle of this shelf.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just try. So that goes in the middle of the shelf, and it sits directly under your dog. Then the screen to the right should move to the right so that it's directly in the middle. Its pedestal sits in the middle of the tambour shelf. And the top screen, your TV, is over here, somehow held so that its edge is exactly level with the others,
Mm-hmm.
and exactly under the deer head.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that we go, this guy goes with the deer head. This one goes with your bulldog. This one sits on the tambour cabinet. This thing is gone. And I think those simple moves will actually make this whole composition begin to sort of make a set of relationships that works.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The monitor placement didn't have very much thought to it. It was I mean, I Danish oiled it last night, and I pretty much had to hold my breath to get the photos that I uploaded. But looking at it, it's very apparent that the main monitor needs to be in the very middle of that shelf. Yeah.
Yeah.
And over time, there'll be more adjusting to get it to feel better, or look better.
One other thing that kind of I just want to explore, and we'll explore it in words because we don't really have physical objects to share with each other right now, but and it relates to kind of plan solutions to things versus section solutions to things. Like the tambour door, I see as a sectional solution to the problem of hiding the mixing board. And it sort of doesn't allow itself to violate that absolutely flat surface that you work so hard to get on the Mesquite tabletop. But I'm wondering if there's also a sectional solution, a planimetric solution to the timbre. If the timbre, in fact, was cut into the tabletop with the curve, can you see that on the screen? Mm-hmm. That when it slid out of the way, it didn't have this piece here in the way of your hand from moving back and forth between your mixing board and your keyboard, for example. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, and so, the shape would have been sort of similar, kind of like that with the timbre,
A vertical timbre.
Vertical timbre that slid out of the way, and maybe the kind of the planimetric timbre could start relating to the planimetric curve of your table that you like, and start integrating the shapes of all these things going on, but also sort of solving the problem of trying to hide things as well.
The other thing it would do is allow you to take your right TV screen, your right monitor, and swivel it towards you a little bit, because the the thing beneath would allow a bigger surface to put it on, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Anyway, didn't mean to like sort of suggest completely redesigning your piece, but it's sort of taking cues off of what you've already got started and responding, you know, and again, talking about those kind of architectural ideas of plan solutions of things versus sectional solutions of things.
Yeah, I definitely thought about having more surface area on top over there, but I didn't come up with anything as elegant as having the tambour door slide on a curve like that. That's a really solid idea.
You can take full credit because it was your piece that gave it.
Got the sun in my eyes. Sorry, I'll sit over here.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, the drama of you putting this together at all under the circumstances that you had was, you know, pretty impressive. So
Thank you. Yeah, there was definitely a huge constant, like a constant like psychological struggle with, am I trying to get this finished on time, or like, because with studio and everything else, there comes in the real world, there comes a time where you have to switch into production mode. And there was a bunch of little things like you can't even tell the curve shaped, but like change, but like some of the little changes I made, like I kept saying like, you know, this is bigger than a studio project. And I needed to like really make sure I got things right.
You weren't doing a studio at the same time, were you?
Yeah, I was doing studio at the same time.
Yeah.
I did 50 drawings this semester.
That's insane.
But
Well,
I did. Sorry.
Bravo.
But I did the way I did the screws. There's a very good chance this top board gets redone for a couple of different reasons. But
yeah, you might.
Well, then take the suggestion to reconfigure it with the vertical tambour. I think it's a nice summer project, honestly.
It's not a bad idea.
So, Andrew, your project has inspired an incredibly in-depth conversation and a back and forth, and a conversation with you about what you're doing. And you know that reviews often generate more ideas than we found when we started building. And it's just part of the beauty, I guess, about reviews is sort of uncovering and exploring all of this. And but all of us totally respect the prodigious amount of effort you put into this, and the material inspiration that you found from that mesquite is clearly sort of also driving you forward. And that is one of the great things about this material, is that the material itself does have its own sort of energetic force, if you will. And I really appreciate you channeling all of that effort into it. I do want to wrap this up. I want to thank our reviewers. Wendy had to leave at 5:20, which yes, we have gone over a little bit, but I want to thank our reviewers for their immense amount of focus and concentration in being able to think through all of these issues with us. Philip, thank you so much for being here. This is really terrific. Michael.
My pleasure. I always get so much out of these reviews. Thanks for inviting me, and thank you guys all for your hard work.
Yeah, it's interesting. Same here, Bud. As always, I love your reviews. Although I very rarely do final reviews, but a review with this much pathos is rare. You know, I did a lot of standard studio reviews this semester. And really, I think most students came through pretty much sort of unscathed. I mean, there was a lot of, obviously, the digital work, clearly a lot of digital work, very, very few physical models made. But c'est la vie. But, you know, this crisis has gone to the very heart of what you teach and what the main worth of your course is. And I know that the students were really probably most hit by this course's change of format. But I think amazingly, you've all pulled something out. And the pieces made at home ended up being almost as interesting as a full-fledged piece of furniture. The discussion of craft was a little bit less. Discussion of concepts were a little bit more. In all, I think sort of psychically, a lot was done, and I appreciate that. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Philip. That was an extremely productive review. Very enlightening. Thank you.
No, the students definitely rose to the occasion in this class. And, you know, thankfully we had the first half of the semester as a basis for discussing a lot of the craft issues and techniques, and they at least had that framework to build upon, but they each, I think, attacked it in their own way. And well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Philip and Michael, I'm gonna let you sign off. You have our heartfelt appreciation for spending the afternoon with us.
Well. Okay.
Have a great evening, you guys. Say hi to Stacy. Say hi to Amelie. Oh, he's gone. Okay. Take care, Philip.